Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Substituting the Plum for the Peach. The smoke of battle gradually cleared, leaving behind a scene of chaos and heavy losses. 5 of the 10 sturdy pack horses lay in pools of blood, crude arrows and short spears protruding from their bodies. Their dying wails had long since faded. The steward of House Went was pale, his hand pressed tightly against a sword wound at his waist. Though not too deep, it wouldn't stop bleeding. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. The casualties among the caravan guards were even more shocking. Of the original 20-some guards, fewer than 10 were still standing, and most were wounded. The bodies of their companions lay scattered on the ground, mixed with even more mangled corpses of the mountain clansmen. The heavy scent of blood almost overpowered the rich aroma of the expensive wine still gushing from broken barrels. Fighting through intense pain, the steward swept his gaze over the miserable scene. He knew that with their current manpower and condition, reaching Harrenhal safely was impossible. They couldn't even handle another sporadic ambush. Panting, he ordered a lightly wounded guard who still looked somewhat composed in the clearest voice he could muster, "Quick! Take the fastest horse. Don't spare its strength. Ride full speed back to Harrenhal immediately. Tell the Earl everything that happened here and request troops for support at once. And pack horses, we need at least 3. Go." The guard nodded heavily, rushing without hesitation to a frightened but uninjured horse. He mounted, whipped the beast, and galloped back along the road toward Harrenhal, pinning their hope of survival on this plea for help. Watching the receding figure of the messenger and the battered, combat ineffective group before him, a flicker of calculation passed through Euron's eyes. There was still some distance to Harrenhal. No one could guarantee that the scattered mountain clans wouldn't return, or that other bandits wouldn't take advantage of the chaos. Euron made a decisive choice. He turned to the 6 iron-born warriors beside him, led by Dagmar. These burly men, just catching their breath from the slaughter, were stained with enemy blood, their eyes still fierce and loyal. Euron didn't waste words, his orders were clear and precise. "Those savages, finish off the heavily wounded. Bind the ones still breathing tightly." After a quick count, Dagmar reported, "There are 5 left alive. 3 with broken legs, 2 with slashed arms. Alive is enough. Stop their bleeding. We'll hand them over to the people of Harrenhal as a gift. They can surely pry something useful out of their mouths." Euron's voice allowed no question. "Count our men, bandage wounds. Send 2 to keep watch on the high ground ahead and to the flanks immediately, signal at the slightest movement. The rest of you, help gather the usable wagons into a simple circle formation. Move the wounded to the center." The iron-born warriors moved instantly without complaint. They roughly but effectively helped the caravan survivors push the scattered wagons together to form a crude barricade. 2 climbed like agile goats to nearby vantage points, sharp eyes scanning the surrounding woods and hills. Others took out clean cloth strips to help apply pressure to the most heavily wounded guards. Euron stood his ground. Though his twin blades were sheathed, his alert gaze patrolled the surroundings like a hawk. The flame named Apollo burned quietly on his shoulder, emitting an inviolable pressure. His very presence was a powerful deterrent, giving the shaken group a temporary backbone. They would hold their ground, waiting for rescue and support from Harrenhal. The reason for staying put wasn't just fear of further ambush ahead, but crucially, the need for horses to replace the dead ones pulling the wagons. Black-red blood continued to seep from the wound at the steward's waist. He lay on a makeshift felt blanket, face pale as death, collar soaked in cold sweat. Every breath was accompanied by a painful groan. Lisa knelt beside him, wearing an expression of just the right amount of worry and focus. Carefully, she cleaned his wound, applied herbs, and bandaged him. Her movements were gentle and practiced, as if rehearsed countless times. In a moment when no one was watching, her fingertips secretly slipped a tiny amount of almost colorless powder from her sleeve, skillfully mixing it into the styptic powder about to be applied, a little carefully prepared extra blessing. Not long after the bandaging was complete, the steward's groans didn't lessen. Instead, they suddenly became rapid and shrill. His body convulsed violently. His eyes bulged in disbelief, staring fixedly at the concerned Lisa. A strange gurgling sound came from his throat, followed by a sudden stiffness as he breathed his last, as if the sword wound had triggered some fatal, sudden illness. This sudden death from severe injuries left the remaining caravan members stunned and panicked. In the leaderless chaos, the caravan captain who had secretly passed information to Euron stepped forward. With a face full of grief and resolve, he quickly took command, comforting the crowd and handling the aftermath, displaying extraordinary calmness and capability. This newly risen leader, Erwin Snow, was a bastard from the north upon Euron had planted and infiltrated long ago. Erwin Snow successfully replaced Lord Went's confidant. This not only stabilized the situation but meant Euron's tentacles were now embedded deeper within House Went. Standing beside the steward's corpse, his gaze met Euron's for a brief, imperceptible moment. Everything was understood without words. Initially, this wasn't part of the plan. Though Euron's layout was deep, he hadn't precisely calculated a large-scale attack by the mountain clans here, nor did he expect the family steward of Harrenhal to be heavily wounded by chance. This was purely an unexpected coincidence of fate. However, when opportunity descends like a sudden glimmer in the dark, a seasoned strategist never lets it pass. The savage attack by the mountain clans created perfect chaos and casualties. The steward's bleeding wound offered a God-sent opportunity. On the chessboard of fate, since this unexpected piece had walked into a position where it could be taken, swallowing it and turning it to his own use was the calmest and most rational choice. Thus, what was originally just Euron heading to Dragonstone and traveling with the caravan to Harrenhal for convenience, instantly evolved into an acceleration of the internal affairs plan due to this bloody encounter. Chaos became the best cover for conspiracy, casualties provided the most reasonable explanation for the shift in power. The setting sun was like a crumpled piece of beeswax, crushing the last rays of red gold onto the wilderness. Dust rose on the distant horizon. It was the cavalry from Harrenhal. 40 or 50 chestnut war horses trampled the grass, the sound of hooves crashing into ears like the tide of the southern seas back home. Lord Walter Went had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The leader of the troop was his second son, Sir Leopold Went. Sir Leopold dismounted, his leather boots crushing a bloody arrow shaft. He walked up to Euron, his scabbard gently tapping against his hilt, his expression angry. These damned savages dare to touch a caravan of Harrenhal. He looked at Euron and nodded in gratitude. If not for Lord Euron travelling with the caravan, the situation would have been far worse. It's getting late. Return to Harrenhal with us. Wine and meat are ready. Send my regards to the Earl. I will definitely be there before the tourney begins. As for now. Euron shook his head and pointed southeast. I have other places to go. He didn't tell him about going to Dragonstone. It wasn't distrust, just the caution bred from years of wandering. So, at the crossroads, they parted ways, each taking their own path. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, the phrase "Why seek death?" The night wind of Lord Harroway's town, wrapped in the scent of brine and tar, curled around the stone walls of the inn. This town was not ruled by Lord Harroway. House Harroway had been granted Harrenhal during the reign of Aenisi, becoming the second house to rule the cursed castle. They had intermarried with Maegor the Cruel, but in the end, were exterminated by him to the last man. Lord Harroway's town was named after that extinct house, but it was now the fiefdom of House Root. The inn at the crossroads. When Euron pushed open the creaking oak door, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of ale and roasting meat rushed over him. It was an old tavern built of volcanic rock. Flint bullet casings from generations of drunkards were embedded in the mortar of the walls, and faded banners of various houses hung upside down from the wooden beams of the ceiling. More than 20 low tables were packed full. The rough knuckles of the patrons rapped on the tabletops, beating time for a singer's ballad. Flames burned through the anvil, Dragon fire licks the mast. A hoarse male voice suddenly exploded into the chorus. Euron followed the sound. Sitting on an oak barrel in the corner was a one-eyed man. His tattered leather apron was stained with scorch marks, and his left hand, missing an index finger, clutched a wooden tankard. His singing voice was like a quenched steel blade, every syllable wrapped in the unique grit of the Iron Islands. The sunset of the arbor dyes the pirate flag red. The queen in the flames raises her trident. The tavern fell silent abruptly. Everyone's gaze focused on the one-eyed singer. Euron noticed the faded Kraken sigil embroidered on the pack at his feet, the mark of an old soldier from King Quellen's expeditions. "Keep singing." A drunken swordsman pounded the table, splashing ale onto the dirt floor. The singer's single eye swept over the crowd, suddenly fixing on Euron. He grinned, revealing missing front teeth, his voice rising sharply. "Now only the lords of the North Sea, the kings of the deep. Their story spreads with strong spirits and fear. Fire consumes the old idols. Ironborn shout the new king's name. Now only Greyjoy. Only the Iron Islands. The eternal victors, the kings of the waves." The last clanging syllable struck the rough stone walls of the tavern, stirring a humming echo. In an instant, the entire tavern erupted with thunderous cheers and the banging of tables. The Ironborn guards beside Euron were beside themselves with excitement, laughing wildly and roaring. One brawny man even kicked over an empty barrel next to him, sending it clattering with a loud crash. The one-eyed singer jumped down from his barrel stage. His leg seemed injured, giving him a slight limp as he walked. His stained leather apron brushed against the tips of Euron's boots as he stopped before him, bowing respectfully. "Lord Euron. Outside, there is no need for such titles." Euron smiled, appearing quite easygoing. With a flick of his finger, a gleaming gold dragon traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing precisely in the singer's eagerly outstretched palm. "You sang well." However, right in the midst of this warm atmosphere, a jarring, scornful roar splashed over them like cold water, instantly exploding through the tavern. What the hell kind of trash was that singing? Everyone's gaze snapped toward the source. Several men, reasonably well-dressed but wearing expressions of arrogance, were looking over with disdain. Embroidered on their shields and collars was the familiar twin tower sigil House Frey. They had clearly noticed the exquisite golden Kraken badge on Euron's lapel and were deliberately picking a fight. One of the leading Frey knights sneered, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "Mere Ironborn scum. You grab a little gold and think you're somebody now? Trying to act rich like Lord Lannister and keep singers? Do you crows of the sea really think you're worthy?" Shing! Before his voice faded, the Ironborn warriors beside Euron were already burning with rage. Blades were drawn instantly, cold light reflecting off their angry faces. The dozen or so Frey warriors didn't back down either, drawing their swords. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly became tense, a bloody conflict ready to erupt at any touch. Yet, Euron, standing in the center of the storm, merely shook his head lightly, almost imperceptibly. He raised a hand, signaling his men to sheath their weapons. His gaze didn't even linger on the phrase. "Not here," Euron said faintly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, penetrating power. No need to lower ourselves to their level. But in the eyes of the Freys, Euron's calm and retreat were the best proof of cowardice and weakness. "Humph, at least you Iron Crows know your place." Seeing this, the lead Frey knight became even more triumphant. He slammed his sword back into its scabbard with a clang, as if he had won a great victory. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring the entire tavern heard his mockery, "Tuck your tails and roll back to the sea. That's where you belong. You aren't worthy to meddle in affairs on land." His companions burst into laughter, mixing in crude insults like "Krakens are only fit to eat rotten fish" and "paupers of pike." They sat back down, shouting loudly for wine as if they had just shooed away a swarm of annoying flies. The atmosphere became noisy again, but filled with an uncomfortable arrogance of the victors. A young Ironborn guard couldn't help but spit fiercely on the ground, grinding his teeth. "My lord! Are we just going to let those bastards from the twins insult us like this? They aren't even fit to lick our boots." An older Ironborn muttered with a dark face, "House Frey, relying on the crossing and marriages, getting more and more arrogant. But they forget, no matter how wide the river is, it's never wider than the sea." Euron glanced at them coldly. "Barking stray dogs aren't worth fighting in a busy market. It only dirties your hands and gives passers-by a free show." Dash. However, House Frey's arrogance didn't recede with Euron's retreat, instead, it intensified. 3 Frey men, clearly drunk and emboldened by lust, swayed to their feet and blocked the path of Euron's group. Their gazes stuck greedily and rudely to Lysa, filled with disgusting desire. The leader, wearing leather cavalry armor and sporting a filthy grin, actually reached out a dirty hand to touch Lysa's face, breathing alcohol fumes at Euron. "Hey, Ironborn boy, this girl with you is nice. How many copper stars for her to keep us company for a night? We Freys have plenty of Haki money." His obscenities stopped abruptly. Because in the next instant, Euron moved. No warning. No scolding. Not even a trace of extra expression. With suffocating speed, he drew the Mito Odo from his waist with a reverse grip. A flash of cold light, followed by the tooth-aching sound of a sharp blade piercing leather and flesh. The slender, razor-sharp blade had precisely and completely skewered the Frey cavalryman's throat. The man's eyes bulged violently, filled with incredulous horror. He tried to scream, but could only make a leaking gurgle-gurgle sound from his pierced windpipe. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splashing all over his companions' faces. The other 2 Freys were stunned, their drunkenness instantly half scared away by this sudden, bloody slaughter. Subconsciously, they reached for their swords. But Euron gave them no chance. The moment their fingers touched their hilts, Euron's other hand had already drawn Kagurashi. The twin swords crossed like the wings of the Grim Reaper, carving 2 deadly arcs of cold light. One head flew into the air wearing a frozen expression of shock, the other was cleaved diagonally, nearly split in 2. In the blink of an eye, 3 Freys were dead souls under the blade. "She is my woman. You aren't even worthy to look at her." Euron flicked the warm blood from his blades, the movement as light as brushing away dust. He didn't even spare a second glance at the corpses on the ground. In a tone so calm it chilled the spine, he spoke softly and clearly to the Ironborn behind him, who could no longer suppress their killing intent. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." This command was the spark that lit the powder keg. The Ironborn warriors, holding back a belly full of rage, exploded instantly. Like tigers released from a cage, they roared and pounced on the Frey members who hadn't yet recovered from the shock. The sounds of chopping blades, screams, and shattering furniture instantly filled the tavern. A bloody massacre commenced abruptly. In the chaos, a fierce light flashed in the one-eyed singer's single eye. He moved silently behind a Frey cavalryman grappling with an Ironborn and, with a carving knife, slit his throat with precise and ruthless efficiency. His movements were skilled and practiced, bearing no resemblance to a crippled singer. Moments later, the tavern returned to a deathly silence, leaving only the thick, nauseating smell of blood. Every member of House Frey had become a cold corpse lying on the floor. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Proactive Lysa. The blood-spattered Ironborn warrior jerked his head around, his ferocious gaze sweeping over the cowering patrons in the corner of the tavern like a beast. His eyes finally landed on Euron. He didn't speak, but his tight grip on the dripping blade and the undisguised killing intent in his eyes clearly asked one question: should we kill all these witnesses to silence them? Euron's gaze calmly swept over the terrified faces, then he slowly shook his head. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a condescending indifference, as if what they had just crushed wasn't a group of Freys, but a nest of noisy rats. "No need," he said faintly. It was just House Frey. Killed is killed. Besides. He paused. From the moment the conflict started, some smart people had already slipped out to report to the local lord. Locking it down now is too late, it would only make us look guilty. Not long after his words fell, chaotic footsteps and the clanking of armor were heard outside the tavern. The local lord had indeed arrived with a small squad of guards. Their sigil was a brown, two-headed horse on a field of green waves house root. I am Lucas Root. However, this lord's attitude was very subtle. It seems your dispute is over. He and his soldiers merely blocked the entrance of the tavern. They didn't rush in to demand answers or punish anyone. It looked more like they were there to maintain order, prevent the situation from escalating, and protect unrelated civilians. He glanced at the Frey corpses littering the floor and the Ironborn standing with swords drawn, frowning deeply, but ultimately offered no opinion. Clearly, he had no wish to be easily dragged into a blood feud between two powerful factions. It is over. This gold dragon is compensation for the damage to the tavern. Euron wasn't surprised by the lord's reaction at all. He calmly took a gold dragon coin from his pocket and flicked it. The coin spun precisely through the air, landing with a clang on the counter in front of the dumbstruck innkeeper. With another flick, a second gold dragon landed in front of the innkeeper. I'll need you to help bury these later, Euron instructed, his tone as casual as paying for a drink, rather than paying someone to dispose of a dozen corpses. With that, he didn't spare another glance at the wrecked tavern. Leading his men, under the silent watch of the Lord's Guard, he calmly left this place of right and wrong that had just weathered a bloody storm. The Ironborn methodically executed their ancient tradition, paying the iron price, which meant stripping all valuables from fallen enemies after a battle. The bodies of the Frey soldiers were quickly searched. They didn't have much coin on them, but from the bosom of one corpse that looked like a minor leader, 2 letters carefully sealed with wax were found. The letters were presented to Euron. He broke the wax seal and quickly scanned the contents. The first letter was addressed to Harrenhal, informing Lord Went that Lady Serya Went, a daughter of House Went, the 5th wife of Lord Valder Frey, Lord of the Crossing, had recently passed away from illness. The tone was quite formal. The second letter was addressed to House Roshby of the Crownlands. The content was much more urgent. It revealed that Lord Valder Frey, before his 5th wife was even cold in her grave, was impatiently seeking to marry Lady Bethany Roshby as his 6th wife, aiming to strengthen House Frey's ties with the Crownlands nobility through a new alliance. Euron looked at the 2 letters, a barely perceptible sneer curling his lips. Valder Frey, born in 208 AC and now over 70, possessed a vigor and obsession with marrying and producing heirs that was simply staggering. He currently had over a dozen legitimate sons and 4 or 5 legitimate daughters, not to mention an unknown number of bastards. His 5th wife, Serya Went, had just been buried, yet negotiations for the 6th wife were already on the way. That old turtle never lets his bed get cold, an Ironborn warrior who had leaned over to glimpse the letters muttered, his tone filled with a mix of disdain and an inexplicable admiration for the old man's shocking vitality. Does House Frey have breeding so genes flowing in their veins instead of blood? Even Euron had such an absurd thought flash through his mind. Euron shook his head, as if to fling the untimely thought away. He handed the 2 letters to the towering cleft-jaw Dagmar beside him and ordered, "Give these 2 letters, unopened, to Lord Went of Harrenhal. If he asks about what happened here, tell him the truth. No need to hide anything." That night, they stayed at a local inn. In the room, the light of an oil lamp cast shadows on the walls. Euron noticed Lisa sitting on the edge of the bed, looking somewhat dazed, far from her usual calm and sharp self. "What's wrong?" Euron asked, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet room. "Scared by what happened this evening." He referred to the sudden slaughter. Lisa shook her head, her unfocused gaze landing on a point in the empty air. "No." "Then what is it?" Euron stepped closer, looking down at her. Lisa finally looked up. Her eyes, which usually hid countless thoughts, looked straight at him. Her voice was very soft but carried an unusual seriousness. "This evening, when that Frey insulted me, you said to them, you said she is my woman. What did you mean by that?" Euron was visibly stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to dwell on this. Then, his face returned to its usual, slightly playful expression. "Literally what it means, naturally. What else? I was sent to your side when I was 12, Lisa's voice was calm, but sounded like she was stating a fact she had prepared for a long time. "It has been 6 full years now. I am 18, Lord Euron. In Westeros, an 18-year-old woman might already be the mother of several children." Euron acknowledged, his tone betraying little emotion. "I remember clearly. But you have never touched me." Lisa's words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, direct and clear. "Respecting you, isn't that good?" Euron chuckled lightly, trying to defuse this sudden directness in his usual way. However, Lisa wasn't easily brushed off as usual. Her gaze didn't waver, instead, it became sharper. "But you and the Red Priestess Gwendolyn have been together many times. Right in the tower." "I know." The air in the room seemed to freeze. The flame of the oil lamp flickered slightly. Euron looked at her, elusive light shifting in his deep eyes. After a moment of silence, all his teasing and avoidance seemed to dissipate, replaced by a primal, unquestionable resolve. "Then today." Before his voice faded, he suddenly stepped forward, swept his arm around her, and easily lifted Lisa into his arms. Lisa let out a soft cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. In the next moment, she was tossed not so gently onto the simple bed covered with furs. Euron's figure pressed down, his shadow engulfing her, the lamplight outlining his aggressively masculine silhouette from behind. All words and probing, in this moment, turned into the most direct action. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Duskendale. Early the next morning, Dagmar returned to their lodgings and reported to Euron about his meeting with Lord Went. "My lord, the letters were delivered," Dagmar's voice rasped as usual. "Lord Went opened and read them in front of me. He said, 'Thank Lord Greyjoy for informing me, but I saw it clearly.'" The rugged warrior showed a rare expression of keen observation. When he read the letters, his face sank instantly. "Especially with the second one, his fingers gripped the paper so tight I thought he'd crush it. The veins on the back of his hand popped. That wasn't gratitude. He was furious, just holding it back." Dagmar continued, "Lord Went asked me to wait aside. After a while, he wrote a reply to old Frey." Euron nodded. Asking Dagmar to wait was a gesture of goodwill from Lord Went, a way to express his thoughts and stance on the matter. Dagmar described the scene. Lord Went sat in his high tower study at Harrenhal, his face dark enough to drip water. He repeatedly read the 2 letters taken from the dead man, especially the one proposing a 6th wife, as if every word burned his eyes. Finally, he took up his quill and, with extremely restrained but hiddenly sharp strokes, wrote a reply to Lord Valder Frey of the twins. In the letter, Lord Went didn't mention the interception of the letters at all. Instead, he wrote in a tough tone bordering on a reprimand. "Respected Lord Frey, recently a group of your family members, within my jurisdiction, openly used extremely despicable and rude language to harass and insult the female companion of Lord Euron Greyjoy. Their conduct was so low it trampled upon the honor of any noble. Out of the legitimate defense of his and his family's honor, Lord Euron executed these arrogant ruffians on the spot. In my view, such men deserved their deaths, and your lordship need not trouble yourself further over them. In the future, please pay closer attention to the moral upbringing of your descendants and subordinates. Remember this. Moral upbringing of descendants and subordinates? Haha. Old Frey must be angry enough to burst a blood vessel." Euron laughed loudly. Lord Went left no room for maneuvering, not even bothering to write a polite line of condolence for Frey's fifth wife. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied with old Frey treating his kinswoman merely as a breeding tool, and disgusted by Frey's haste to marry a sixth wife before his late wife was even cold. Having finished his report, Dagmar was about to leave when he saw Lisa walking slowly down the corridor. The sharp old warrior immediately noticed that her gait today was completely different from usual, marked by an obvious unnaturalness and subtle awkwardness. Dagmar froze for a moment, then a knowing, slightly crude grin spread across his scarred face. He winked at Euron, his look saying "I understand everything," then tactfully shut his mouth, bowed, and retreated, leaving the space to the two of them. Euron mounted his horse, then swept his arm out, lifting Lisa lightly but firmly to sit in front of him on the magnificent warhorse, Falulu. Falulu snorted, steadily bearing their weight as they continued their journey southeast along the King's Road. Their first stop was Maidenpool. This town sat on the Bay of Crabs, ruled by House Mouton. The Lord of Maidenpool, William Mouton, was known across the Seven Kingdoms for his obesity and cowardly nature. Euron had no dealings with him and no intention of visiting the castle, which was said to be full of salty sea air and mediocrity. They simply rested for a night at a clean inn in town, replenished supplies, and left quietly the next morning, leaving no extra trace. Next, they arrived at Duskendale. The atmosphere here was noticeably heavier and more oppressive. It was once ruled by House Darklyn, but now belonged to House Ricker. As Euron stepped into the town, his keen senses seemed to catch a faint, stale scent of blood in the air, a remnant of the defiance of Duskendale in 277 AC, where the Mad King Aerys had exterminated the entire House Darklyn. The shadow of that tragedy seemed never to have truly dispersed. The former prosperity and ambition had been thoroughly crushed. Now, Duskendale appeared desolate and cold, with pedestrians on the streets carrying an inexplicable caution and silence. They would rest here for a night, feeling the heavy scars history had left on this place. Glancing at Lisa, who had fallen asleep beside him, Euron rose gently and walked to the adjoining room to review the gains of this journey. What he thought would be a smooth trip south had turned into two bloody conflicts, slaughtering the mountain clans and wiping out the Freys. But this had also brought Euron rich spoils. Every time a blade cut a throat, every time flames consumed a life, a cold, invisible energy flowed into the depths of his consciousness, soul points ticking upward. At the same time, defeating these worthy opponents accumulated considerable kill points. Meanwhile, their wheels and hooves had crushed the long King's Road, their eyes had swept over the ancient ruins of Old Stones, passed through bustling Fair Market, weathered the storm in Lord Harroway's town, and finally reached Maidenpool and blood-soaked Duskendale. Every new land stepped on, every landmark seen, quietly accumulated exploration points. When Euron's consciousness sank into the system interface only he could perceive, a series of cold numbers jumped silently, totaling up clearly before his eyes. Total points gained, 2,180. Soul points, 1,120. These numbers were far more precious than gold dragons. They were the direct currency of power, waiting quietly to be converted into deeper authority and greater strength. Of the soul points, he injected a full 1,000 points into the fire elemental Apollo. Apollo grew slightly larger, now the size of a fist, and its flame burned hotter. The remaining 120 points nourished the thundercloud Thor. The cloud seemed to become thicker, but the change wasn't significant, it was still hard to use effectively. Rokushiki, Soru. LV1 LV2, consumed 1,000 points. At LV2, it could be used 2 times per day. Rokushiki, Tekai. LV1 LV2, consumed 1,000 points. At LV2, physical defense was enhanced. With the remaining points plus the leftovers from last time, he could draw 2 times. He drew immediately. 1 Door Fruit, DOA no Mi. Type, Special Item. Restricted to System Binder. Since the binder has already consumed a devil fruit, this fruit automatically converts into a one-time consumable devil fruit. Source: Bluno, CP9 agent of the world government. One-time effect, can transform any touched object into a door of any shape. Can open passages in air, fire, and on the human body. Allows spatial jumping through air doors to dodge attacks or travel. Usage count, 2 times. Cooldown, 24 hours. Good stuff. With this, I could even reach the other side of the narrow sea in an instant. 2-tone dial. Effect, can record and replay sounds. Lamp dial. Effect, can emit light for a period of time, or glow itself. Used for indoor lighting. A primitive electric lamp. No substantial use. Leaving Duskendale, the mode of travel changed. Arriving at a port capable of docking seagoing vessels, Euron took Lysa and his necessary retinue aboard a ship bound for the final destination of this southern journey, Dragonstone. The Black Kraken banner rose in the salty wind, sailing toward the ancient island fortress of House Targaryen, standing amidst legend and smoke at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Elia Martell. The ship slowly approached the docks of Dragonstone. The salty sea wind grew harsher, and the air seemed thick with the unique sulphurous smell of this volcanic island and the heavy weight of ancient magic. The heir to the Iron Throne was traditionally granted Dragonstone and styled as the Prince of Dragonstone, currently, Prince Rhaegar. Euron Greyjoy was the first to step onto the black lava ground, followed closely by Lysa. Beside them were the ever-vigilant Cleftjaw Dagmar and 6 elite Ironborn guards. This small group stood out starkly on this strange island filled with the marks of House Targaryen. Legend had it that about 100 years before the doom fell upon the freehold of Valyria, the Valyrians expanded their power to the narrow sea. They annexed this island, which guarded the throat of Blackwater Bay, and built a castle upon it. However, they did not continue west, making Dragonstone the westernmost territory of Valyria. The towers of the castle were shaped from rock by Valyrian magic to resemble giant dragons, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, hence the name Dragonstone. Perhaps because this small island was full of Valyrian magic, the exploration points granted were more than other towns. Exploration: you discovered Dragonstone. Gained 120 points. Euron stepped into the stone drum, the gloomy and solemn main hall of Dragonstone. His gaze was immediately drawn to the figure beside the throne. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen stood up. His silver-gold hair flowed with a faint luster under the torchlight, his face as handsome as the gods of legend, his demeanor impeccably elegant. However, most striking were his dark indigo eyes. They should have been sharp and majestic like an emperor's, but now they held a deep melancholy, as if the ashes of Summerhall had never faded from his gaze. "Welcome to Dragonstone, Euron Greyjoy." Rhaegar's voice was gentle and magnetic, yet carried a trace of imperceptible distance. "The sea wind brings the valor of the Iron Islands here. I have heard of your deeds on the Arbor." His wording was cautious and appropriate, welcoming but not overly enthusiastic, his movements elegant and dashing. Euron nodded slightly, meeting the prince's gaze without evasion. "Thank you for your reception, and for allowing me to come and accept your guidance, Prince Rhaegar. Though the Iron Islands and Dragonstone are separated by vast seas, the ocean always brings interesting souls together. As for the Arbor, it was merely a necessary voyage." His response was equally skillful, acknowledging the facts while lightly brushing them aside. In the somewhat dim but solemn main hall of Dragonstone, Euron calmly scrutinized the prince, as if assessing a precious but fragile work of art. At the same time, he noticed the 3 white-cloaked Knights King's Guard shadowing the prince. The most eye-catching was naturally the living legend, Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. He stood quietly diagonally behind the prince's seat, his posture as upright as a cedar on a lonely peak. The famous great sword dawn on his back seemed to emit a faint glow even in its sheath. His sharp eyes, like a hawk's, calmly scanned Euron and his Ironborn, carrying customary scrutiny and unapproachable majesty. However, when his gaze met Euron's, a flicker of complex light seemed to pass through that cold scrutiny because his sister, Ashura Dane, had been betrothed to Euron back in Lannisport, and she had mentioned in her letters that they had been corresponding constantly, deepening their understanding of each other. This private connection created an indescribable atmosphere between two equally proud and powerful men, a mix of familiarity and distance. Sir Arthur didn't speak, only gave Euron an extremely slight, almost imperceptible nod, an acknowledgement transcending duty, existing only on a personal level. Standing on the other side was Sir Oswell Went of Harrenhal. His expression was steady, his seasoned appearance making him look as reliable as a rock. His gaze lingered more on the surroundings, fulfilling his duty as a guard. In the center of the three white cloaks was the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull. He was older, his aura majestic and solemn, his white armor spotless. He didn't deliberately flaunt authority, but his steady demeanor and naturally imposing eyes clearly stated his identity as the leader of the King's Guard. His gaze rested quietly on Euron, with official caution and assessment. The presence of these three top knights was like an invisible barrier, highlighting the prince's noble status while silently reminding every visitor of the martial power and majesty possessed by House Targaryen. Sir Oswell Went leaned forward slightly. A subtle smile appeared on his weathered face, his tone mixing commercial appreciation with a hint of probing. "Lord Greyjoy, I heard that for the grand tourney my brother is hosting at Harrenhal, all the wine will be exclusively provided by your Iron Islands? And there will even be a speech about sponsorship at the opening? Truly, an ingenious business mind." Oswell paused, genuine curiosity entering his voice. "Truth be told, self-brewed red wine from the Iron Islands? That's a first for me. Does this so-called fine wine have the salty taste of seawater mixed in?" A faint smile played on Euron's lips. "Sir Oswell flatters me. It is merely a mutual exchange. Harrenhal needs fine wine to add luster to the feast, and the Iron Islands happen to have some unique new vintages, eager to find noble guests who can appreciate them." He paused, his tone carrying confident indifference. "As for whether sea salt affects the flavor? Perhaps it is precisely because it is bathed in the winds and waves of the North Sea that our Kraken possesses unique mellowness and unruliness. We brought some with us this time. If Sir Oswell is interested, you can taste it later and judge for yourself." He added confidently, "We introduced the best winemakers and equipment in all of Westeros, purchased the best grapes from the best vineyards in Pentos. After the wine was made, we invited the best sommeliers to taste it, confirming its quality far surpasses the arbor wine of old. I believe that with just one sip, you will be full of praise and astounded." The steady, majestic voice of Lord Commander Gerald Hightower joined the conversation. His white beard was neatly trimmed, and his torch-like gaze fell directly on Euron. "As for martial arts, Lord Greyjoy, I have heard different rumors from Arthur." As Gerald spoke, Arthur Dane remained silently majestic. "Arthur says your dual-wielding technique is swift as wind, ruthless, precise, and steady. There are even rumors that Lord Tywin's arrogant son, Jaime Lannister, was defeated by your hand at his knighting ceremony." Sir Gerald's tone held the pure interest of a warrior wanting to verify rumors. "Since you are at Dragonstone, you must practice well later. Let us see just how good the swordsmanship that impressed the Sword of the Morning truly is." Euron said calmly, "Sir Hightower is well informed. Sir Arthur's praise is more than I deserve. The spar with Jaime Lannister back then was merely a game between boys, it doesn't count. As for swordsmanship, it is exactly what I wished for, though I dared not ask. I came to Dragonstone precisely to receive guidance from you seniors, hoping to achieve a good result in the upcoming tourney." Euron's eyes released a warlike light. "The tides of the Iron Islands only taught me how to survive and kill most effectively, not elegant performances for the arena. My blade work may be rough, but it is absolutely practical. Since the Lord Commander has such interest, I am naturally happy to oblige. It is a perfect chance to learn a thing or two from true sword masters." The words of the two kings' guard, one about business and one about martial arts, outlined their perception and interest in this iron-born visitor from different angles, foreshadowing that Euron's trip to Dragonstone would not be limited to simple pleasantries. The dining hall was brightly lit with candles, silver and crystal sparkling in the light. Euron's gaze looked past the noisy crowd and landed on Princess Elia Martell. Her beauty was distinct from Cersei Lannister's sharp, almost aggressive radiance. Elia's beauty was exquisite, requiring careful savoring. Her features were delicate and soft, her eyes holding the warm sun and gentle sands of Dorne, without a trace of Cersei's haughty coldness. She was like a piece of precious, fragile porcelain from the east, elegant and demure, radiating a kind and introverted glow. Were it not for this beauty and temperament, Elia Martell would not have been chosen by the Mad King to replace Cersei Lannister and marry his eldest son and heir, Rhaegar. However, this beauty seemed shrouded in an invisible fragility. Her face was pale to the point of transparency, the faint blue veins visible beneath her skin a mark of weakness left from giving birth to her daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen, last spring, from which she had not fully recovered. At this moment, she was holding her daughter, not yet a year old. The little princess had rosy cheeks, contrasting sharply with her mother. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet so fragile it made one hold their breath. Princess Elia's gentleness wasn't just superficial. Euron noticed her softly thanking the servant pouring wine and smiling understandingly at the guard standing by. Her kindness was like warm spring water, naturally flowing to everyone around her. When her gaze finally landed on Euron, there was no scrutiny or pickiness in her eyes, only pure and friendly curiosity. Elia leaned forward slightly, her voice soft as a summer night's breeze. "Lord Euron, my brother Oberyn mentioned you in his letters. He said you are a warrior of extraordinary insight, having sailed the narrow sea and experienced legends far beyond many elders." A sincere smile bloomed on her pale face. "He has always praised you highly. I wonder if you would be willing to share a story or two with me. Though trapped in my sickbed, my heart always yearns to hear stories of the wide world." The noise of the banquet seemed to form a warm barrier around them. In his low, slow tone accented with the Iron Islands, Euron painted pictures of the customs across the narrow sea, the canals and bravos of Bravus, the spice markets of Pentos, and the bizarre customs of those distant lands. Princess Elia leaned back in her chair, a faint flush of color appearing on her pale face due to her interest. Her eyes shone with obvious curiosity and fantasy, as if through Euron's words, she was seeing those vast worlds she had never set foot in. She often asked questions, her tone soft and sincere. "Can the water dancers of Bravus really walk on ropes as if on flat ground, as legends say?" Especially when Euron's stories involved her reckless brother Oberyn Martell, her concern and curiosity grew intense. "When my brother was there, did he cause any more trouble to give my brother the prince a headache?" But she maintained excellent breeding, never interrupting at will, only expressing her amazement or questions appropriately during pauses in his narration. They chatted happily, the atmosphere harmonious as if they were old friends. However, in this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, Euron's sharp gaze caught a coldness that could not be ignored. His eyes inadvertently swept over the host of the banquet, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, several times. The prince, with his silver gold hair looking godlike under the candlelight, moved among the guests with impeccable manners and elegance. But from beginning to end, he almost never cast a glance at his wife, Elia. Aside from a few necessary words required by etiquette, there was no private communication or eye contact that should exist between husband and wife. That indifference wasn't a deliberate distancing, but a deeper, almost thorough blindness to her existence, as if she were merely an inconsequential decoration in the hall. This silent coldness formed a sharp contrast with the warm corner where he was chatting happily with Elia, quietly casting a heavy shadow beneath the glamorous surface of the feast. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Rhaegar Targaryen. The atmosphere on the training grounds was scorching and hard. The sound of clashing metal, heavy footsteps, and the shouts of warriors never ceased. However, amidst this clamor full of masculinity and power, there was a quiet corner that seemed out of place. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was not focused on honing his martial skills like an ordinary noble. Rhaegar sat alone on a low, weathered remnant of an ancient wall, his beloved harp resting elegantly in his arms. His slender fingers plucked the strings gently. The melody that flowed out was poignant and ethereal, seemingly carrying the ashes of Summerhall and the sorrow of a distant dream. It miraculously carved out a small, independent pure land immersed in the emotional world within this training ground filled with sweat and killing intent. Lisa stood quietly not far away, listening, deeply attracted by the beautiful music. She had once been a young lady of a wealthy family and had appreciated the performances of many famous musicians. When the song ended and the lingering notes faded, she couldn't help but sigh in soft praise, her tone filled with sincere emotion. "Your Highness, your skill with the harp is truly extraordinary. It seems to touch the deepest strings of the human heart directly. It is very moving." Rhaegar looked up. A faint glint of perhaps gratitude flashed in his purple eyes, which were always filled with melancholy. He nodded slightly, showing no excessive joy at the praise, as if music to him was more of an inner necessity than a skill to please others. "Thank you for your praise, Lady Lisa," his voice was as gentle as his music. Sometimes music can speak of the unspeakable better than swords. Compared to the fierce clashes on the training ground, he seemed more intoxicated by the brief, tranquil inner world constructed by these strings. Lisa was very surprised. Prince Rhaegar did not look down on her because of her status as a handmaiden. Instead, he chatted with her very patiently and answered her questions about the song he had just played. On the training grounds of Dragonstone, Euron Greyjoy underwent an unprecedented tempering. His opponents were the three legends clad in white cloaks, the King's Guard. They represented the absolute peak of martial prowess attainable in Westeros. Each possessed a battle record worthy of epics and unquestionable strength. The training schedule was strict and efficient, swordsmanship in the morning, lances in the afternoon. In the morning light, the cold glint of blades began to shine. Holding two swords of similar weight and length to Odo and Kagurashi, Euron sweated profusely facing the exquisite offense of Sir Arthur Dayne's famous great sword Dawn, the mountain-like defense and counterattacks of Sir Gerald Hightower, and the cunning, experienced grappling of Sir Oswell Went. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Every block numbed his arms, every dodge was a matter of victory or defeat. Under the combined honing of these three masters, Euron's efficient and ruthless dual-wielding style, born from actual combat, was pushed to its limit, drawing endless nourishment from the pressure. As the afternoon sun grew scorching, training shifted to the realm of the lance. Heavy justing lances were held in hand, driving the warhorse again and again to charge at practice targets manned in turn by the King's Guard. Every collision was like thunder striking a shield, the recoil requiring his whole body's strength to absorb. Sir Gerald would point out subtle discord in his exertion, Sir Oswell would share secrets of controlling breath and rhythm, and Sir Arthur's incredibly precise interceptions and counterattacks made him deeply understand the absolute dominance a top knight possessed on horseback. This day-after-day collision with the pinnacle of the White Cloaks was worth far more to Euron than any prize at Harrenhal. During the rigorous training on Dragonstone, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen would often join in. Thus, Euron Greyjoy gained the opportunity to spar with him personally. Whether in foot combat with swords or mounted with lances, Rhaegar's skills were impeccable. Every movement was precise and elegant, as if measured by the strictest standards. His strength, agility, and stamina were all balanced at an extremely high level if measured by some cold standard, perhaps every attribute stabilized around 30 points, only slightly inferior to the inhuman strength of the Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dayne. However, after several exchanges, a glint of cold insight into the essence of things appeared in Euron's eyes. He discovered a fatal flaw in this perfect prince. Rhaegar's swordsmanship was textbook precise, but lacked the resolve for a killing blow. His lance charges were imposing, yet lacked the ruthlessness to unhorse his opponent at all costs. In all his movements, Euron felt no killing intent, that primal drive originating from the depths of the soul with the sole purpose of defeating or destroying the opponent. Rhaegar's combat was more like completing a noble artistic performance than engaging in a life-or-death struggle for survival. Euron judged coldly in his heart, a sword without killing intent, a lance without the desire for victory, no matter how magnificent, on a real battlefield of life and death, they are meaningless. This was perhaps the fundamental difference between a prince bound by prophecy and music, and a warrior who grew up in iron and blood. How could Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning who guarded Rhaegar year-round, not know the flaw Euron perceived? He saw it all, yet drew a conclusion diametrically opposed to Euron's. In Arthur's eyes, Rhaegar's combat style lacking fatal intent was not a weakness, but an extension of his pure kindness and noble nature. The perfect knight attributed it to the prince possessing a heart that was unwilling to destroy life easily, holding a sliver of benevolence even for his enemies. Not only was Arthur not worried, but he firmly believed this was proof that Rhaegar Targaryen would become a wise and benevolent king. He had privately expressed this belief to Sir Gerald Hightower, a monarch who finds it hard to bear killing intent even against enemies will surely treat his lords and commoners with 10 times the empathy and kindness. His sword is drawn not for slaughter, but for protection and order. This is not weakness, sire. This is a greater strength. Arthur viewed this flaw as the cornerstone of future benevolent rule, a light to be cherished in a chaotic age. This almost stubborn belief made Arthur's guardianship of Rhaegar transcend duty, becoming a dedication colored with idealism. Euron's rigorous daily training on Dragonstone lasted nearly a month. The constant collisions with top experts like the King's Guard greatly squeezed and stimulated Euron's potential. Euron could clearly feel his strength tangibly improving through the confrontations. Checking the One Piece system, sure enough, his strength and stamina had each increased by 1 point. One Piece system bound host, Euron Greyjoy. Synchronizing world laws adapting to low magic plane loading complete. For every set amount of points consumed, free attribute points are awarded, 10,000/12,000/14,000/16,000/18,000. Remaining free attribute points, 12. Current progress, 400/10,000. Basic rewards, digitized character panel. Standard value for a normal adult male in Westeros is 10. Strength, 13, 10. Agility, 15, 10. Stamina, 15, 10. Spirit, 17, 10. Command, 12, 10. Charm, 18, 10. Dash. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Single Combat Intensive Training. On this day, the air during the training break was still thick with the smell of dust and sweat. Sir Arthur Dayne stood at the edge of the field, a soft cloth slowly wiping the gilded hilt of the great sword drawn in his hands. Sunlight poured from the high windows onto his solemn profile, illuminating the rippling patterns on the blade. He suddenly looked up, his hawk-like gaze piercing through the panting breaths and metallic clangs of the training ground, straight to Euron, who was adjusting his gauntlets. For this tourney at Harrenhal, his deep voice was unusually clear amidst the noise. Which events did you sign up for? Euron loosened the straps of his breastplate, took a deep breath, and answered crisply, almost like a slash, the joust. The joust, the battle for a knight's honor, the core event of the tourney, the battlefield almost inevitably chosen by all knights. But an Ironborn, who had barely touched a knight's lance before this, was now throwing himself into arduous training. The intention behind it was self-evident, either for the bountiful prize money or a thirst for instant fame. Arthur's hand wiping the hilt paused almost imperceptibly. He didn't seem too surprised, but a glint of deep scrutiny flashed in his eyes. Is that all? He pressed, a hint of probing in his voice. The Iron Islands entered the melee of the 7, Euron added, his tone steady as if stating the rise and fall of tides. He mentioned his family, the collective, not himself. Arthur's brow quirked ever so slightly, like a sword tassel moved by the wind. He took half a step forward, his voice lowered so only the two of them could hear clearly. You yourself didn't sign up for the single combat. In his eyes, with the almost feral precision swordsmanship Euron displayed, giving up the single combat arena was simply a waste. No. Euron's answer remained concise, without hesitation, as if the question had long been washed away by the tide, unworthy of retrieval. Why? Too young, strength insufficient, body not fully grown. High mortality rate, father wouldn't allow it. Every reason was thrown out calmly like smooth, hard pebbles. Arthur stared at him, his gaze sharp enough to split a shield. Your skill is by no means inferior. Even we. He paused slightly, as if weighing his words. Dare not say we could certainly defeat you. Especially your dodging movements, it's as if you can foresee where my next strike will land that already puts you in an invincible position. And that fire magic you've never used in training, even if just used as a bluff on your blade, it's enough to terrify an opponent. Moreover, I can sense that the flame's temperature is extremely high, once touched, it would peel skin if not kill. He stepped closer, his voice solid as rock. Your only deficiency is raw strength. But in single combat, strength isn't everything. In ground combat, heavy armor becomes a burden, light armor and leather are the mainstream. With your speed and precision, one strike is enough to decide victory. Euron finally looked up. His dark eyes reflected the sky and Arthur's determined face. You think I can win the championship? For the joust, I, Rhaegar, and Barristan will all participate. Besides us, Willis Tyrell, Oberyn Martell, the Wolves of the North, the Blackfish Brynden Tully, the field is full of strong contenders. Arthur shook his head gently, his tone undeniable. Winning the championship there, is hard. I didn't plan to win. Euron's voice showed a hint of emotion for the first time, like an undercurrent beneath the sea surface. I just want to measure the gap and show the world the spirit of the Iron Islands. But for the single combat, Arthur continued immediately, none of us will participate. And your chance of winning, is very high. A brief silence descended, broken only by the intermittent clang of weapons in the distance. Euron's gaze shifted to the legendary great sword in Arthur's hand, then back to his face. You want me to enter the single combat? Yes. Arthur's answer held no hesitation. Euron pondered for a moment, as if weighing the direction of the tide against his father's prohibition. Finally, he lifted his head, a glint as sharp as a blade flashing in his eyes. All right then. I'll try. The corner of Arthur Dane's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Good. He sheathed on crisply, his voice as firm as before. From today, split half your justing training time for foot combat single melee. The news spread like wildfire through every corner of the training ground. Euron would not only participate in the joust but would also step into the arena for single combat. Dash. The first to react were Sir Oswell Went and Sir Gerald Hightower. These two battle-hardened knights had previously sparred with Euron, holding back about 30% of their strength and aggression, considering it guidance for a junior. Now, all gentle conventions were thoroughly broken. When the next spar began, Euron felt the difference immediately. Sir Oswell's two-handed greatsword was no longer a leisurely demonstration but transformed into a roaring storm. Every chop carried the force to split silk, numbing Euron's grip and forcing him back step by step, the sand beneath his feet splashing from heavy stomps. Sir Gerald's thrusts became like a venomous snake striking from its whole angles, tricky, speed like lightning, forcing Euron to push his anticipation and dodging to the limit, leaving no room to breathe. They no longer spoke. Only heavy breathing, the clang of armor, and the sharp whistle of blades cutting air remained. Every block was a solid impact. At the end of every training day, Euron felt his arms leaden, his body covered in bruises that would turn deep purple by morning. This sudden, all-out pressure was like a cold whetstone, fiercely honing Euron's edge. On the other side, Prince Rhaegar's worry almost materialized. He often stood quietly by the field. Those famous violet eyes, always holding some melody and sorrow, were now clouded with a heavy shadow. His gaze followed Euron tightly, especially when Euron took a heavy blow or stumbled back. The sorrow in his eyes was thick enough to drown a man. Once, Euron collapsed on the ground exhausted, looking up to meet Rhaegar's staring eyes. The heaviness and concern in that gaze were so naked that it inexplicably sent a chill through the fearless Ironborn's heart, as if touched by some ominous omen. However, Rhaegar didn't stop at worrying. The next day, he personally donned his armor. "Up, Euron," his voice was still gentle but carried unquestionable firmness. "Your footwork can be more agile, your swordplay swifter." The prince personally joined the sparring. His swordsmanship was completely different from the two knights known for strength. It was an elegant and deadly art. His slender sword was like flowing moonlight fluid, sharp, pervasive, weaving a dense and dangerous web. He forced Euron to stop relying solely on prediction and tanking hits, compelling him to find rhythm in high-speed offense and defense transitions, using every ounce of strength more delicately and economically. The main force training Euron was naturally his future brother-in-law Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. Before the dust of the training ground had settled from yesterday's fatigue, new tempering arrived. Sir Arthur Dayne stood opposite Euron. He wore no full armor today, but the great sword Dong gripped in his hands, even in its unsharpened training state, emitted a palpitating majesty. Sunlight on the pale, reddish blade seemed to condense the cold light of countless dawns. Single-handed swordplay excels in versatility and speed, but on a true battlefield, or facing heavy armor, the two-handed great sword is the decisive force. Arthur's voice was steady, stating an eternal truth. It can block, suppress, and end a fight in one blow. Today, feel it. Without unnecessary words, training began. Arthur started with a seemingly plain mid-guard stance, but Euron immediately felt an invisible pressure. Dawn was light as nothing in Arthur's hands, yet heavy as a mountain. In the first exchange, Euron tried to use his habitual agile sidestep to avoid the edge and find an opening to counter. But Arthur's tip followed like a shadow. With a flick of his wrist, the blade traced a fluid arc, not a direct chop, but a clever diagonal sweep, slapping precisely against Euron's attempting block. Clang! A dull, heavy sound. Euron felt a majestic force travel from the hilt, numbing his forearm and nearly disarming him. He stumbled back involuntarily. Arthur's offensive flowed like a tide, steps steadily pressing forward. The second strike followed closely and upward, aiming straight for Euron's lower opening, forcing him to jump back in a wretched dodge. Your anticipation sees the intent, but after seeing it, can your body and sword keep up and make the most effective response? Arthur's voice rang out between movements, calm as if analyzing a chess game. A two-handed sword has greater range and more variations. Don't just use your eyes, use your whole body to feel the flow of the sword wind. The time that followed was like a dance in a storm for Euron, with Arthur Dayne and Dawn at the center. Arthur used no flashy moves. He unleashed the most basic yet powerful techniques of the great sword: chop, slash, sweep, lift, thrust, block, press to their fullest potential. He would force Euron to block a heavy downward chop, only to use the rebound force to instantly switch to a horizontal cut at Euron's ribs. He would block powerfully with the flat of his blade, then use the centrifugal force of the spin to return a fierce counterattack. His footwork and sword techniques were perfectly synchronized, every move accumulated power for the next strike. The entire offensive was like a rhythmic movement filled with destructive power. Euron sweated like rain, breathing rapidly. His proud predictive ability faced a massive test before Sir Arthur's zero redundancy, extremely efficient swordsmanship. He could see the trajectory, but his body's reaction was always half a beat slow, or his balance was disrupted by the heavy force after blocking. After a violent collision, Euron's sword was finally knocked wide, leaving his center open. The unsharpened tip of Dawn stopped an inch from his breastplate, steady as a rock. Arthur withdrew his sword, looking at the nearly exhausted Euron. There was no triumph in his eyes, only the same calmness and focus. "Remember this feeling," he said. "Strength, timing, distance, and never-ending thought. A duel of two-handed swords is never about who is faster, but who is more correct. Continue tomorrow." Euron leaned on his sword, gasping for air, every breath tasting of rust. The skills granted by the One Piece system gave Euron growth speed beyond ordinary men, but the training from the Three Kings Guard and Prince Rhaegar was what truly allowed Euron to absorb and convert the system's gifts into his own. Under Arthur's dedicated, unreserved teaching, Rhaegar's art-like polishing, and the stormy tempering of the other two knights, Euron Greyjoy, this piece of hard iron from the Iron Islands, was being forged into steel through 100 trials. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, The Mysterious Dragonstone. 3 months on Dragonstone passed amidst the shrieking sea wind and the clang of steel. For Euron, Dragonstone was not just a crucible for ascetic training but also a treasure trove filled with countless secrets and gifts. During the breaks in training, his figure often moved through every corner of this ancient fortress. With each exploration, the mysterious system deep in his consciousness would send a slight ripple, giving him varying amounts of points as feedback, as if the island itself was acknowledging his steps. The stone drum, the central keep of Dragonstone, stood majestic and solemn on clear days. But whenever a storm struck from the narrow sea, its ancient walls became a natural instrument, the interior echoing with dull booms like a giant beast roaring underground. During storms, Euron would listen inside the stone drum as Rhaegar played his harp, accompanied by nature's thunder, creating an atmosphere of majestic power. Descending the winding stairs, he stepped into the dungeons beneath the main keep. The air here was thick, humid, and hot, carrying the salty smell of seawater rubbing against rock. Behind the cold iron bars of the cells, the despair of past prisoners seemed to linger still. It was empty now, but it was said that the passages and hidden stairs here were unfathomably deep, winding all the way down to the heart of the Dragon Mont, which spewed steam and sulfur. A soaring arched stone bridge spanned the air like a dragon's spine, connecting the stone drum and the dungeon tower. Walking upon it, with the sea wind howling, inspired awe. On this stone bridge, many stories of the Targaryens and their dragons had unfolded. Euron liked to stand there with Lisa, looking out at the sea and feeling the breeze. It had a unique flavor. One of the most important discoveries was the chamber of the painted table at the top of the stone drum. It was a magnificent round room with 4 extremely tall, narrow windows cutting out views of the sky and sea in all 4 cardinal directions. The most striking feature in the hall was the massive wooden table occupying most of the room, the painted table. Over 50 feet long, the carving on its surface was no decoration but a detailed map of Westeros made before Aegon Targaryen's conquest. Every coastline, river, mountain range, and castle was clearly discernible. Running a finger over the smooth wooden surface felt like touching the veins of the entire continent. The most ingenious design was the position corresponding to Dragonstone itself, which rose like a miniature high platform with a seat placed upon it. Sitting there, the splendid rivers and mountains of Westeros were all in view, spontaneously generating a majestic sense of total control. When he stood before this table for the first time, the points awarded by the system were particularly generous. Euron also explored the dragon-shaped architecture. The Great Hall was like a giant dragon prone on the ground, its entrance was the gaping maw, and stepping inside felt like being swallowed by the dragon. The kitchens resembled a curled-up, sleeping dragon. Whenever smoke rose from cooking, it eerily curled out from the stone dragon's nostrils, full of surreal fantasy. Aegon's garden offered tranquility. Located near the dragon's tail, the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine, and tall dark trees stood like sentinels. Wild roses and thorny bushes grew stubbornly in corners, and the muddy ground was dotted with red cranberries, vibrant yet possessing a wild desolation. The windworm, its spire seemingly piercing the sky, emitted a sharp whistling sound when the wind passed, truly defying all forces attempting to conquer it, as its name suggested. The Sea Dragon Tower, facing the sea, looked like a sea beast crouching by the shore. Below the rookery in the tower were the maester's chambers, with narrow, twisting stairs spiraling up. Starting from here, passing through the gallery hung with portraits of Targaryen ancestors, walking amidst the shadows of hideous gargoyles on the middle and inner walls, passing through the heavy black iron gates, and climbing long stairs, one could finally reach the chamber of the painted table at the highest point. Finally, there was the September of Dragonstone. The statues of the seven here were unique, carved from the masts of the ancient ships that carried the Targaryen ancestors to safety from the doom of Valyria. Time had covered them with layers of paint, gilding, silver plating, and jewels. The crone's eyes were lustrous pearls, the father's beard shone with gold, and the stranger's form was more akin to some mysterious beast than a human. Stained glass filtered colorful light onto the cold altars. Although legends claimed Aegon the Conqueror prayed here all night before setting out to conquer the continent, Euron believed the other theory more. This September was likely built after Aegon converted to the faith of the Seven in Old Town. However, this did not prevent the place from being filled with a heavy sense of history mixing navigation, faith, and power. Every breath seemed to inhale the past. Every exploration gave Euron a deeper understanding of this place where Targaryen power originated, and the accumulating points were a unique reward known only to him, gained from shuttling between history and reality. This ancient fortress of House Targaryen witnessed how Euron quenched his blade with sweat and determination. His strength did not grow abruptly, but combat skills had seeped into his marrow. Every block, dodge, and counterattack carried the precision and shrewdness of 1,000 temperings. If he cast aside all disguises and restrictions for a fight to the death, Euron was confident that he could defeat the Three Kings' Guard, and even Prince Rhaegar. That was not empty pride, but a calm assessment based on all his trump cards. The eerie movement technique named Kami allowed him to dodge fatal attacks like smoke, enchanting his blade with the power of the fire elemental Apollo. Even if it didn't cause burns, the leaping terrifying light was enough to shock any opponent's mind. The explosive Sora gave him extreme speed for instant closing. Tekai, though energy-consuming, could withstand a sure kill blow at a critical moment. The exquisite skill of Odin two-sword style was proficient, and the incredibly powerful dragon-slaying strike, Tajin Tatsuka, learned from legend, though he only grasped the surface, was currently his strongest killer move. More importantly, lying quietly in the space deep within his consciousness was a scapegoat straw man from the mysterious system, a tangible extra life. However, practical considerations soon outweighed the urge to test his sword. Prince Rhaegar was about to return to King's Landing, and Sir Arthur Dayne and his two companions would naturally follow. King's Landing, the Red Keep with the Iron Throne, and the Mad King Aerys II coiling upon it meant unpredictable danger for Euron. Euron had no wish to attract the attention of that extremely paranoid king due to close association with the prince, not even in the slightest. Furthermore, one couldn't judge the Mad King by common sense. It wasn't impossible for him to suddenly decide to burn Euron alive on a whim. So, on a foggy morning, Euron sat at the rough stone table and spread out a piece of parchment. He picked up his quill, thought briefly, and then wrote fluently. He wrote to Ashura Dayne, informing her of his itinerary. Training on Dragonstone has come to an end, he wrote, his handwriting carrying the unrestrained force typical of the Iron Islands. There are still 3 months until the tourney. I wish to go ahead to Dorne, to experience the scenery and passion of Sun's Pair. We shall meet in Dorne and travel to Harrenhal together. He soon received Ashura's reply, by the time you receive this letter, I will already be on my way to Sun's Pair. Upon receiving the reply, Euron also set off. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Departure for Sun's Pair. On the docks of Dragonstone, the sea wind, thick with the scent of brine, ruffled the hem of Princess Elia Martell's dress. A rare, lively glow appeared on her pale face due to anticipation. Holding Rhaenys, who babbled in her arms, she looked at Euron with a gaze full of vibrant spirit. Since Rhaenys was born, she has never been to Dorne. My brother has mentioned many times that he wants to see her. So it is settled, her voice was soft but could not hide her joy. Rhaenys and I will return to Dorne on your ship. I will first go to Sunspear to see my brother Doran. Afterward, I will travel to Harrenhal with you, Lady Ishara, and my wild brother Oberyn, whom I haven't seen in a long time. Thinking of temporarily leaving the cold, damp winds of Dragonstone to return to the sunshine of Dorne and reunite with her brother and dear friend, she felt as if even her physical weakness had lessened. A genuine smile played on her lips. I believe this will be a truly delightful journey. Euron stood beside her, his gaze sweeping over the ships docked in the harbour. He nodded slightly, his tone steady and cautious. It would be my honor to travel with you and the little princess, my lady. However, this matter still requires Prince Rhaegar's final consent. He paused, adding an impeccable reason, after all, the journey is long, and sea voyages have many variables. The prince's permission is crucial. His words not only expressed respect for royal etiquette but also implied consideration for the safety of Elia and her daughter, securely handing the final decision back to her husband. A faint but certain smile appeared on Elia Martell's pale face. She nodded gently, her tone mild but carrying an imperceptible certainty. Of course. My husband, she paused ever so slightly on the word, he will not object. During the evening banquet, she found a moment to inform Rhaegar of her plan to travel to Dorne by ship. As Elia finished speaking, Rhaegar's gaze seemed to slowly return from a distant dream. His violet eyes, as if veiled in mist, swept lightly over his wife, seeming more concerned about whether she would cause inconvenience to others than the risks of the journey itself. The journey is not short, his voice was soft but held little warmth. Would it be too much trouble for Lord Greyjoy? Hearing this, Euron, who stood nearby, leaned forward naturally not with rigid etiquette, but with a casual respect carried by the sea breeze. Your Highness worries too much, Euron interjected, his tone relaxed and sincere. Having the princess to chat with along the way would be my honor. She is knowledgeable and interesting, time will pass much faster than imagined. He smiled, looking kindly at little Rhaenys in Elia's arms. Besides, with two princesses traveling together now, this journey will surely be even more pleasant. Euron then added in a reassuringly practical tone, his consideration of details thorough, on a sea voyage, comfort is paramount. We have calculated the winds and tides. We plan to stop at Tarth for rest when the journey is halfway done. It is a good harbour with calm waters, perfect for Princess Elia and little Princess Rhaenys to go ashore, stretch their legs, and get away from the rocking of the ship. We will also take the opportunity to replenish fresh water and food, ensuring the second half of the journey to Sunspear is as comfortable and swift as possible. Rhaegar nodded absently. In the throne room of the Red Keep, shadows twisted and writhed between the pillars of light cast from high windows. Beneath the countless entangled, jagged black blades of the Iron Throne, the gaunt figure of Aerys II was sunken deep within. His fingers unconsciously scratched against a rusted blade, making faint but ear-piercing sounds. Prince Rhaegar stood quietly below, silver hair and purple eyes, his figure straight as a spear, yet seeming to bear the weight of the entire hall alone. You're back. King Aerys II's voice was hoarse, like friction from deep within a crypt. Good. Go see your mother, and your brother. He paused subtly on the word brother, wrapping it in undisguised disgust. Then he pivoted, paranoid flames dancing in his eyes. The tourney at Harrenhal. You know of it? Are you going? The tourney at Harrenhal is known to everyone in Westeros, father. It is a rare grand event for the Seven Kingdoms, naturally, I will not miss it. Rhaegar's answer was watertight and calm. Grand event? Humph. Aerys II hissed. Where did Went get so many gold dragons? Where did his money come from? Tell me. Presumably, Lord Went has his ways. It is reported that the Iron Islands will be responsible for supplying all the wine during the tourney. Rhaegar responded indifferently, stating known information plainly. The Iron Islands. The Mad King's eyes narrowed sharply, like a venomous snake scenting blood. I heard that little Kraken is on your Dragonstone. Why is he on your Dragonstone? What does he want? He will also participate in the tourney. Furthermore, he is the future brother-in-law of Sir Arthur Dane, betrothed to Ashura Dane. He merely went to Dragonstone to train together, there is no other important matter. Rhaegar's explanation was concise and clear, trying to rationalize Euron's presence. Ares too let out a sharp, cold laugh. Do you know what he did on his way to Dragonstone? Just because a few Frey knights teased his handmaiden, he exaggeratedly mimicked the word, spittle flying. He killed over a dozen Freys. Left no one alive. What a barbaric act! There is already a public verdict on this matter, Your Grace. Lord Went of Harrenhal has written to Lord Valder Frey, ruling that the fault lay with House Frey. Euron Greyjoy's actions are viewed as defending his honor. Rhaegar's voice remained steady, but a trace of very faint exhaustion passed over his brow. Honor? An Ironborn? A pirate? Never heard such a funny joke. Ares too roared, laughing madly, his voice echoing in the empty hall. What honor does an Ironborn have? Reaving is their honor. Murder is their creed. The Iron Islands are also part of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps father should not call them Ironborn or pirates. Rhaegar spoke no more, only nodding slightly, maintaining silent etiquette. He knew arguing was meaningless. After Rhaegar's figure completely disappeared behind the heavy doors of the throne room, Ares II's twisted rage did not subside, instead, it turned into an even colder, poisonous scheme. He crooked a finger. From the shadows, Varys slid out silently like a ghost, his fleshy face wearing an eternal, unsettling smile. Go, the Mad King's voice lowered, filled with malice. Send a letter to Valder Frey at the Twins. Tell him the route that little Kraken is taking after leaving Dragonstone. Be detailed. Varys bowed deeply, his expression inscrutable. As your grace commands. However, traveling with the little Kraken are Princess Elia Martell and her daughter. The Mad King waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly, interrupting him. His eyes held only hatred for the little Kraken and the thrill of revenge. As for the safety of the Dornish princess and the Targaryen bloodline, he mentioned not a word, as if they didn't exist at all. Varys asked no more. He bowed again and retreated silently into the shadows, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Freys' Murder on the High Seas. The longship set sail, heading towards Sun's Pair. The plan to rest for a night at Tarth en route wasn't a sudden whim. While Tarth's location was conveniently between Dragonstone and Sun's Pair, the primary reason was a letter from King Quellan received 3 days ago. On the rough parchment, the handwriting carried Quellan's decisiveness. The letter was blunt and mainly covered 2 things. First, the fleet must stop at Tarth. Currently, the Lord of Evenfall Hall, Selwyn Tarth, the Evenstar, was holding a celebration for the 8th name day of his only child and heir, his daughter Brienne. Our fleet often docked at his port and received much care, this was an occasion not to be missed. It was a matter of courtesy, and perhaps a potential marriage alliance might hide future opportunities. Second, your Uncle Balf and Victoria Daniels had been ordered to arrive at Tarth ahead of time. The journey was perilous, so they would rendezvous with your ship there, then travel together to the tourney at Harrenhal. This wasn't just simple companionship, it was more like a convergence of strength. At the end of the letter, King Quellan's strokes seemed particularly heavy, revealing deep concern. House Frey seeks revenge for every grievance. You took the head of Lord Valder's kin, he will not let it rest. Every step to Harrenhal may hide murderous intent. It is safer to travel with our people. Euron didn't resist the sincere concern revealed in his father's letter. He knew Quellan's worries weren't unfounded. He himself had never relaxed his vigilance, constantly guarding against cold arrows that might fly from any shadow. He accepted the arrangement. After all, on the vast and unpredictable ocean, being prepared was always good. However, even having prepared for the worst, Euron hadn't expected House Frey to be arrogant enough to openly set a death trap on the boundless sea. The ocean was the hunting ground of House Greyjoy, not the domain of the rats from the twins. On the third day of the voyage, sunlight splashed like shattered gold onto the blue velvet of the sea. Euron stood at the prow with Ashura and Princess Elia Martell, enjoying the slightly salty sea breeze. Facing the boundless expanse for days truly cleansed the mind. Even Princess Elia's pale cheeks seemed to have gained a trace of color from the wind. Just then, 3 massive, ancient sea turtles surfaced silently, slowly approaching the ship's side. Their mottled shells spoke of the ravages of time, and their eyes were extraordinary, shining with a spiritual light almost like human intelligence, as deep as the ocean itself. Princess Elia was the first attracted. She leaned against the rail, whispering in awe, "Look, they are beautiful, especially their eyes, as if they could speak, full of spirituality." She indeed sensed a silent communication between these uninvited guests and Euron. They stared at him quietly, as if urgently conveying a message. In a moment, unnoticed by anyone, an ancient and direct whisper rang in Euron's mind. He seemed to see scenes through their eyes, friendship and warning from the depths of the ocean. Ahead, ambush. The consciousness surged like a cold tide, carrying the chill of the deep sea. 3 ships with twin tower banners hiding behind the cape, reeking of slaughter. A flicker of icy sharpness passed through the bottom of Euron's eyes. His body tensed almost imperceptibly, then the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. He reached out, gently patting the rough gunwale, expressing gratitude to these messengers in a way known to no one else. The turtles nodded slightly, left the ship's side, and dove into the deep. "You are right, Princess Elia. They do speak." He turned to them, his smile still composed, but his tone unquestionable. "They told me some unfriendly guests are waiting ahead. I'm afraid I must ask Princess Elia to return to the cabin and rest for a moment. Take good care of the little princess." Then, he turned his head, his voice not loud but clearly piercing the sea wind to fall into Dagmar's ears. "Raise the Kraken banner. All hands prepare for battle. We have visitors. Look sharp, hold your blades steady, don't disappoint them. Let's see what our guests want to do." The sea wind still blew, but suddenly it carried the portent of steel and blood. The setting sun dyed the sea blood red, as if foreshadowing the coming slaughter. Just as Euron's longship was about to sail toward the harbour of Tarth, 3 longships flying the twin towers sigil of House Frey rushed out like ghosts from behind the jagged reefs of Shipbreaker Bay, surrounding his ship in a pincer formation. Every enemy ship was packed with men, roughly over 30 on each, nearly 100 pairs of malicious eyes focused on this lone Kraken ship. In comparison, counting the infant princess in swaddling clothes, there were only 11 people on Euron's ship. The disparity in strength was suffocating. Standing on the prow of the lead ship was a man with a sinister face, Simon Frey, the 7th son of Lord Valder. With revengeful pleasure on his face, he shouted, "Bastard of the Iron Islands! I've come to let you know the price of touching a Frey." Euron stood tall at the prow, the wind ruffling his hair, his expression terrifyingly calm. "If you mean the scum at the inn at the crossroads, they deserved to die. I don't care if they lived or died," Simon roared. "But they wore Frey clothes and bore the twin towers. Everyone knows you killed Freys. Not to mention, Rhaegar Frey was among them. The honor of House Frey cannot be insulted." "Rhaegar Frey?" Euron raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. "A son of Lord Valder. He was the 2nd son of Sir Aenys Frey. Sir Aenys is the 3rd son of the Lord, and his first wife Simond was eager to emphasize the deceased's identity." "Ha!" Euron let out a cold sneer, interrupting the tedious genealogy. "You Freys are as numerous as tadpoles in a river, you could birth an army by yourselves. Old Valder probably can't even remember the names if 1 or 2 die. You talk to me about the honor of House Frey? Does House Frey have any honor to speak of?" This mockery thoroughly enraged Simon. Simon Frey's gaze swept maliciously over Lisa beside Euron, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Humph, so this is the little handmaiden Rhaegar Frey and the others teased? She is indeed somewhat pretty. Don't worry, later we will take turns on her right in front of you, properly comforting her wounded soul. The cabin door opened. Princess Elia Martell walked out, her pale face bearing an inviolable dignity. Her voice was clear and firm. I am the wife of the true dragon of Westeros, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and sister of Prince Doran Martell of Dorne, Elia Martell. I order you to leave immediately. I can pretend this rude interception never happened. Simon Frey's face changed instantly, the royal name brought a flicker of instinctive fear. But a burly man behind him with a face full of transverse flesh Titos Frey let out a crude sneer. And I'm Prince Rhaegar. Humph, who are you fooling? But, this little wench isn't bad looking. He licked his lips, eyes greedily circling Elia, and said to Simon Frey, later, this princess is mine. Princess Elia Martell's face turned ashen. Looking at the enemy outnumbering them 10-1, her expression dimmed. She wasn't worried for herself, but for her daughter Rhaenys. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Arrogant opening. The play ends. The faint smile on Euron's face did not diminish. He gently patted Princess Elia Martell's tense shoulder, signaling her to be at ease, then stepped forward to stand in front of her and Lisa. His voice remained calm, even carrying a trace of pity, as he asked again, "Are you truly not going to reconsider the princess's suggestion? Leave now, and I guarantee I will treat everything as if it never happened. I will not seek revenge against you or House Frey." Princess? Even if she were a real princess, today she'll die in the sea after we brothers are done with her. On this ocean, without a soul in sight, who would know? I've played with many women, but never a princess. She must be especially moist. His answer was raucous, even more arrogant laughter from the Freys, mixed with obscenities and the banging of weapons, sounding particularly jarring under the blood-red sunset. Euron's smile faded, his expression turning into a cold solemnity. If you insist on a fight to the death. A fight to the death. Simon Frey laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. He spread his arms, showing off their absolute superiority. Are you blind, Ironborn? Don't you see our 3 ships surrounding your one? We have nearly 100 warriors, what about you? 11. Including 2 women and a suckling babe. This isn't a fight to the death, this is a slaughter. A slaughter, is it? Euron sighed deeply, almost with pity, as if his last bit of patience had run out. Fine, he whispered, his voice almost drowned by the waves but carrying the weight of final judgment. Since you insist, then all of you can die. The moment his voice fell, the calm sea surface suddenly boiled. Several golden tentacles, massive as battering rams and covered in suckers, burst from the water on both sides of the Frey ships. With irresistible, terrifying force, they slammed into and wrapped around the 2 nearest longships. Amidst the tooth-aching groans and cracking of wood, the powerful tentacles simply twisted lightly like a giant snapping a child's toy, and the 2 longships were instantly snapped in half at the waist, exploding into countless fragments and splinters. Almost at the same moment, a sea whale of unimaginable size leaped from the other side like a mountain, blocking the blood-red sun and casting a shadow of death. Then, it crashed down with devastating weight. The last intact longship was instantly smashed to pieces, turned into floating wreckage on the sea. Even more despairing was the king of the near sea. Its terrifying, scarred head shot out of the water. With a snap of its giant jaws, it swallowed dozens of men struggling in the water along with the brine. Simultaneously, countless shark fins cut deadly trails underwater like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, frantically tearing and devouring those in the water. The clear sea water was instantly dyed a thick, spreading crimson. In an instant, House Frey's overwhelming advantage vanished. The sea was left with only screams of despair and the terrifying sounds of chewing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The arrogant phrase 3 ships, 100 men gone just like that. Princess Elia Martell hadn't even mentally prepared herself. Her left hand was still gripping a dagger, ready to end her own life if she were truly captured. Euron watched indifferently as the scene before him turned into a living hell. The wreckage and spreading blood on the sea seemed like mere dust he had brushed away. Standing at the prow, he shouted an order to the feasting king of the near sea, Reaver. Those 2 who talked the loudest just now, don't let them feed the fish. Keep them alive, I have questions. The massive sea king, known as Reaver, was an ancient creature possessing intelligence not inferior to humans. It precisely understood Euron's will, dexterously probing into the boiling water and feeding sharks. It scooped out 2 struggling figures from the edge of Death's Teeth and threw them heavily onto the deck at Euron's feet, splashing salty water. Euron lowered his eyes, his gaze first falling on Simon Frey. This son of Lord Valder had lost his left hand, the stump was a mangled mess, and he was trembling violently from pain and terror. Fortunate. Only the left hand is gone, Euron commented as casually as discussing the weather. You Freys seem to hold swords with your right hands, so it shouldn't matter. His gaze then turned to Tytos Frey. His condition was much more miserable. Half the skin on his face was torn off, revealing ghastly white jawbone. One thigh had been gnawed down to the skeleton, the white femur exposed, looking particularly horrific as he twitched weakly. "Hat," Euron let out a short, cold sound, a smile devoid of warmth appearing on his face. "I'm afraid this mouth won't be saying things like 'the princess is mine' anymore." Before his voice faded, he raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly, crushing precisely between Tytos's legs. "As for this unnecessary thing," Euron's voice held a chilling calm, "I'll accept it on behalf of the drowned god." A dull crunching sound and an inhuman, shrill whimper came from the deck, followed by complete silence. Behind them, the 3 once arrogant longships had vanished completely. Only the slowly spreading, fading blood on the sea and the occasional flash of greedy shadows underwater proved they had ever existed. Those sharks seemed to have been hungry for a long time. The smell of blood on the deck hadn't yet been blown away by the sea breeze when Euron pieced together the outline of the truth from the broken, pain-filled confessions of Simon and Tytos Frey. The source of everything came from the spider's web deep in the Red Keep of King's Landing. It was a secret letter sent by Varys, the spider, directly to the twins. The letter was extremely euphemistic. First, it hypocritically expressed deep condolences for the unfortunate demise of the Frey family members at the Crossroads Inn. Then, in a royal tone stamped with some vague seal, it harshly condemned Euron Greyjoy's disregard for law and cruel methods. However, the deadliest core of this letter was cleverly wrapped beneath this official jargon. It clearly specified Euron's route after leaving Dragonstone, his expected stops, and his course toward Dorne. This seemingly casual mention was actually a borrowed knife for murder. But Euron keenly grasped the most critical point both Simon and Tytos's confessions clearly showed. In that letter, from beginning to end, not a single word mentioned Princess Elia Martell or the little Princess Rhaenys. Varys gave the bait, feeding it precisely to the vengeance-hungry House Frey, but deliberately withheld the most crucial fact that the ship carried the royal wife and daughter, a fact that would have made any house hesitate. Hearing this, the corner of Euron's mouth curled into an amused arc, and he chuckled lightly. Perhaps, that spider really didn't know Her Highness was on board. Princess Elia Martell's face instantly turned icy. She huffed coldly, her voice filled with the sarcasm of someone who sees through everything. No, he definitely knew. Varys never acts on his own, this letter must have come from Ares II's instruction. Her sneer was soaked in bitterness and anger. In 280 AC, after Rhaenys was born on Dragonstone, Rhaegar took her back to the Red Keep for an audience. Her grandmother, Queen Rhaella, embraced the infant, but her grandfather that king refused to touch the child, even complaining in disgust that she smelled Dornish. In his eyes, we were never truly family, just strangers from Dorne. Rhaenys never received his acknowledgement. Her gaze turned to the rolling waves in the distance, as if staring at those unbearable memories. He never even acknowledged me as Rhaegar's lawful wife. Shortly after our wedding, he impatiently sent his cousin Stefan Baratheon and his wife Cassina Estermont to Volantis, trying to find a new bride of ancient noble blood for Rhaegar to replace me. She paused, a trace of fatalistic irony in her tone. It's a pity fate didn't seem to stand on his side. Their ship sank near Storm's End on the return journey, burying them at the bottom of the sea. Euron fell silent. He wasn't good at comforting people, so he ended with a soft sigh. Maybe, things aren't as bad as you think. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. We should go to Tarth. As he spoke, he seemingly casually raised a foot and kicked the limp Simon Frey off the ship. The king of the near sea, Red Sever, who had been waiting alongside, suddenly lunged out of the water. With a snap of its giant jaws and the tooth-aching sound of shattering bones, only a rapidly dissipating ripple remained on the surface. Euron's gaze then fell on Tydose Frey, who had only one breath left on the deck. He turned to Princess Elia and asked calmly, "This man, how do you want to deal with him?" Tydose Frey's earlier obscenities toward the princess still rang in their ears. Princess Elia didn't answer, nor did she hesitate. A cold light flashed in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a sharp dagger shot out like a silver snake pinning precisely into the mouth of Tydose Frey, the mouth that had spewed countless insults. Euron bent down and cleanly pulled the dagger from the now lifeless mouth of Tydose Frey. The filthy blood on the blade couldn't hide its dark patterns and sharp glint. He casually tossed the corpse into the sea, completing another feeding for Red Sever. He wiped the dagger clean and handed it back to Princess Elia Martell. However, the princess only glanced coldly at the gleaming weapon. There was no attachment in her eyes, only deep disgust. "Throw it away," her voice was like the cold wind of a Dornish desert night. "This was a wedding gift bestowed upon me by Ares too." He told me. Then she paused, her words carrying bone-deep sarcasm. "That if I encountered villains humiliating me and tarnishing the royal reputation, I should use this object to end my own life, to preserve the last dignity of the Targaryens. Throw it away. This is Valyrian steel?" Euron's fingers tightened almost instinctively. This was a supreme treasure every warrior dreamed of, valuable enough to bankrupt any noble house, yet she spoke so lightly of throwing it into the sea? Princess Elia saw the fleeting surprise and unconcealed heat in his eyes. She naturally understood what a Valyrian steel weapon meant to a warrior. The frost on her face melted slightly into a tired but sincere smile. She shook her head gently. "Since you can't bear to part with it, then I give it to you. Consider it repayment for saving my life today." Hearing this, an unconcealed, almost pirate-like frank smile blossomed on Euron's face. His fingers closed, firmly gripping this heavy gift. "Then," he said briskly, his tone filled with the joy of gaining a treasure, "I gratefully accept, Princess." Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The Sapphire of Tarth Brienne. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the silhouette of Tarth a warm gold as the fleet slowly sailed into the harbour. Tarth was also known as the Sapphire Isle, not because the island abounded in gems, but because of the breathtaking azure waters surrounding it. The sea surface was calm and ripple-free. The deep blue swallowed all traces, the 3 ships and nearly 100 lives seemed to have never existed. The ocean buried its secrets in eternal silence. Only when her feet stepped onto the solid docks of Tarth did Princess Elia's heart gradually settle. The suffocating fear and the subsequent shock of the reversal intertwined, finally finding a moment to breathe. Her mind involuntarily replayed the terrifying yet spectacular scene: the massive tentacles, the leaping whale, and the king of the near sea that obeyed commands like a guardian deity of the deep. Connecting this with the ancient legends circulating in the Iron Islands and along the coasts of Westeros about the son of the drowned god, an unbelievable yet incredibly logical guess formed in her heart. Princess Elia hesitated for a moment, but eventually couldn't suppress her burning curiosity. She walked up to Euron, her voice much softer than usual, carrying a trace of careful probing. "I'm just asking casually." She paused, seemingly feeling it might be offensive, and quickly added apologetically, "Those giant sea beasts, they seem to understand your will. This must be your secret, right?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't pry." Euron turned his head, the setting sun casting a halo behind him. There was no offense on his face, only a frank smile. "It doesn't matter." Euron's voice was calm, as if speaking of an ordinary matter. "It is an innate talent. House Greyjoy descends from the Grey King of the Age of Heroes, and I seem to have awakened certain talents of the bloodline. I was born able to converse with the denizens of the sea and command them." He paused, casting his gaze toward the vast ocean that had swallowed their enemies and protected them, his tone filled with absolute confidence. "Otherwise, knowing there was an ambush ahead, how could I have led you straight into it without the assurance to keep you safe? From the moment they decided to ambush me at sea, they were destined to die in it." Princess Elia smiled and nodded, recalling her brother Oberyn's assessment of Euron, a monster at such a young age. "If you are his friend, he will be a sincere and lovely friend. If you treat him as an enemy, he will absolutely be the most dangerous enemy." Under the shroud of twilight, jagged rocks and verdant woodlands guarded the ancient castle of Evenfall Hall. Guided by attendants, Euron and his party stopped before the heavy doors of the hall. Following the ancient and sacred tradition of Westeros, they accepted bread and salt from the host's hands, tasting them solemnly. In this moment, guest right was in effect. Within this hall, they were guests protected by sacred pact. Receiving them was the head of House Tarth, Lord of Evenfall Hall and ruler of the island, Lord Selwyn Tarth, known as the Evenstar. The Lord was tall, kind, and gentle. The weathering of years and a trace of insoluble, heavy sorrow were etched between his brows. He stood there, like Evenfall Hall itself, steady and resilient. Yet, deep in the eyes looking at his guests lay a desolation only readable by those who have experienced profound loss. The fate of his children had been ill-starred. Daughters Alice Anne and Arianne had died in the cradle, his son Galladon, in whom he had placed high hopes, had been claimed by the ruthless sea at the age of 8. Now, Brienne, his only surviving child, had become the Evenstar's sole hope and sustenance, the only future heir to this castle. The doors of Evenfall Hall slowly opened. When Lord Selwyn Tarth's gaze passed Euron and landed on the pale, noble woman behind him, a clear trace of surprise flashed across his face. Princess Elia Martell's visit was evidently not in any prior notification. But he quickly recovered the composure and courtesy befitting a lord, turning surprise into a warm smile. "Your Highness, your presence brings light to Evenfall Hall." He bowed solemnly, then looked at Euron with equal warmth. "Lord Greyjoy, welcome." After the pleasantries, Lord Selwyn turned with a look of subtle pride mixed with complex emotion to introduce someone. "Please allow me to introduce the most precious treasure of my life, my daughter, Brienne." A young girl stepped forward. Brienne of Tarth. It was hard to believe that Brienne, born in 273 AC and only 8 years old, stood about 1.7 meters tall, approximate 5 feet 7 inches. She stood there like a growing poplar sapling. Her short cropped blonde hair had the color of withered straw in autumn sunlight, looking somewhat frizzy and brittle. Her frame was massive, her shoulders broad, already revealing the solid outline of a future warrior. Her face was round and rough, covered in small freckles, but her eyes were huge, clear, bright blue. At this moment, they looked at the guests with the unique innocence and directness of her age, full of curiosity. Tarth was not a wealthy place, and Lord Selwyn had never liked extravagance. Thus, this name-day feast did not invite guests from far and wide. Those present were mostly neighbouring nobles who had personal friendships with the Earl, largely members of other Stormlands houses. The purpose of this banquet was simple, to tell the lords and his liege that the heir was decided, and it would be Brienne of Tarth. As part of the Stormlands, Tarth had always been loyal to Storm's End. Therefore, the Lord of Storm's End Robert Baratheon was naturally the most honored guest at the banquet. In the great hall of Evenfall Hall, firelight danced on the stone walls, illuminating the figures of the guests. Euron's gaze swept the crowd and soon found two familiar faces: the honest Balfe, and standing beside him with a face full of reluctance, the sorrowful man-assassin, Miss Victoria Daniels. Seeing Euron, Balfe immediately raised his cup in a toast from afar, flashing a rugged grin. Victoria beside him rudely turned her head away, her bright lips pursed in displeasure, clearly still angry. After Euron approached, Balfe lowered his voice and explained with a mischievous smile, "Hee, don't be offended. Just now, a few lords asked about the girl's identity. I casually said she was your salt wife. Seems the joke went a bit too far." This immediately earned him an even fiercer eye roll from Victoria. The commotion here also attracted the most boisterous guest in the center of the hall. Lord Robert Baratheon of Storm's End was swigging from a giant horn cup, mead dripping from his beard. Seeing Euron, his bell-like eyes lit up instantly, his booming laughter drowning out the noise of the hall. "Ha! Little Kraken! You finally made it," he shouted loudly, stretching out a thick arm to pull Euron close, loudly introducing him to the curious nobles around them. "Everyone come look! This is the lad who, back in Lannisport, made that freshly knighted lion cub with eyes on top of his head Jaime Lannister lose 3 times in a row. Clean and swift defeats. Haha! Truly satisfying." This introduction made Brienne of Tarth, standing quietly aside, widen her blue eyes in surprise. She looked at Euron in disbelief. Could this boy, who didn't look as muscular as she imagined, consecutively defeat Jaime Lannister, famous for his handsomeness and swordsmanship? Robert's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. He slapped Euron heavily on the back, reeking of alcohol and battle lust. Come, lad. No point just talking. Let's have a go. Let me see just how formidable the swordsmanship that humbled the lion cub really is." Fortunately, just then, music started timely, announcing the beginning of the dance. A bold noble lady approached with a smile, taking the arm of the lusty lord. Robert's attention was immediately diverted. Laughing, he grabbed his partner's waist, instantly throwing the thought of a duel to the back of his mind, and stomped his not-so-elegant steps into the merry crowd. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, A Knight's Pact. The music of the ball echoed through the ancient Great Hall of Evenfall Hall. Robert Baratheon was undoubtedly the most popular male partner. Young, strong, and though lacking the refined handsomeness of Jaime Lannister, he exuded the bold, unrestrained aura of a warrior. His noble status as Lord Paramount made him the center of attention. Princess Elia Martell was naturally the pearl upon whom all gazes converged. Her elegance and status made her shine brilliantly. Aside from her, noble maidens from Harvest Hall, Fawn's Crag, Rook's Rest, Crow's Nest, and other parts of the Stormlands were like blooming flowers, spinning and laughing in the dance pool, their skirts flying. However, outside this jubilation, young Brienne of Tarth sat alone in a shadowy corner. Her large frame was slightly hunched with nervousness, her rough fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress tightly. Faced with the surrounding radiance, she felt deeply inferior and out of place due to her appearance. Not a single young man dared to approach and invite this lord's daughter, who seemed so different from the surrounding atmosphere, to dance. Even though today, she was supposed to be the protagonist of the feast. Euron Greyjoy crossed through the noisy crowd, stopped in front of her, and made an inviting gesture. I can't dance." Brienne's face turned beet red instantly, her heart pounding like a war drum. This sudden attention, especially from Euron, who had just been highly praised by the Lord Paramount, made her feel an unprecedented warmth of being valued. "It doesn't matter," Euron's tone was relaxed and sincere. He winked and said, "Actually, I'm not very good at it either. Why don't we imagine dancing as sword practice? Treat these steps as footwork when facing an enemy. One dance finished. Though their steps couldn't be called elegant, Brienne's tense expression relaxed significantly. She lowered her head and quickly said in a voice almost too quiet to hear, "Thank you." The lingering notes of the music still flowed in the air, but Brienne's mosquito-thin thank you fell clearly into Euron's ears. He stopped and looked down at the tall girl beside him with slight curiosity. "Thank you," Euron repeated, genuine confusion in his tone. "Why say thank you?" Brienne's cheeks flushed redder. She subconsciously tried to hide her large, calloused hands behind her back, her gaze dodging his, her voice getting smaller. Because no one has ever been willing to ask me to dance. Everyone thinks I'm not pretty, can't do embroidery, and my needlework is a mess." Her words were filled with long accumulated inferiority. Euron didn't refute immediately. Instead, he studied her seriously for a moment, his gaze finally landing on her subconsciously clenched hands. His tone became affirmative, even carrying a hint of appreciation like discovering a gem. "But what I see is different. I see someone whose swordsmanship must be quite good. Your hands are covered in thick calluses, those aren't worn out by playing with embroidery needles, but proof of gripping a sword hilt day after day. Though you are very tall, your steps just now showed your lower body is stable and your movement agile that requires practicing countless swings, thrusts, slashes, and footwork transitions every day to achieve. These things," he emphasized, looking at her with burning eyes, "are not something ordinary girls can do. Even many boys can't persist in it." Brienne jerked her head up. Her large blue eyes were filled with disbelief and a flicker of ignited light. She asked timidly for confirmation, Really? "Of course." Euron answered without hesitation. He laughed, using an incredibly vivid metaphor to give her the firmest affirmation. "Girls who can embroider, sew, and look pretty can be found everywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. But a girl who can train well with a sword and has a knight's dream burning in her heart? That is as rare and precious as a dragon in Westeros." Euron's praise made Brienne blush furiously, but it also made her drop her guard. Unable to suppress her inner curiosity and excitement, she began to fire questions like a rapid-fire ballista. Brienne asked about Euron's duel with Jaime Lannister, about the legendary Sword of the Morning, Sir Arthur Dayne, about the King's Guard Euron had met, and whether Prince Rhaegar was as perfect as the rumors said. When she learned that Euron was actually betrothed to Arthur's sister, her eyes lit up instantly. She pressed him about how superb Arthur's swordsmanship truly was, what the legendary Great Sword Dawn looked like, and how his chivalry shone. Upon hearing that Euron had trained on Dragonstone with the 3 White Knights and Prince Rhaegar himself for 3 whole months, she was so excited she became almost incoherent. It was as if she were the one who had gone to Dragonstone, not Euron. "It's a pity. I'm not a boy." Brienne's voice suddenly dropped, her massive hands clenching in disappointment. Hearing this, Euron laughed. "What does that matter? The laws and spirit of knighthood, written in black and white which clause stipulates that only men can become knights." Brienne jerked her head up, her blue eyes filled with disbelief and faint hope. Can I really? Can a woman become a knight?" "Of course." Euron's answer was decisive. "You have thick bones, innate divine strength, height, and broad shoulders. These natural gifts surpass even average men. What's more rare is that you have a heart that yearns for the way of the knight and is willing to persist for it. I believe that as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will definitely become an excellent knight in the future." "Okay." Brienne seemed to have found her direction in life, her tone becoming incredibly firm. "I must be like you, and become a respected knight." "Me?" Euron paused, then laughed, and shook his head. "No, I am not a knight. I probably won't be in the future either, no, I should say I will never be a knight." "Why?" Brienne froze in confusion. "I am an Ironborn of the Iron Islands," Euron's tone held a trace of self-mockery and frankness. "We believe in the drowned god. We reave salt, iron, and rock. Our king calls us Ironborn pirates. When have you ever heard of a pirate from the Iron Islands becoming a knight? Brienne was stunned for a moment. Then, her innocent logic began to turn, and she retorted even more firmly, you just said that even women can become knights. Then why can't Ironborn? Euron was amused by her counter-question that hit the core. Looking at the unquestionable fire of belief burning in her eyes, he finally laughed aloud. Put that way, it actually makes a lot of sense. In A Song of Ice and Fire, this Game of Thrones, there weren't many people Euron truly appreciated. Brienne was one of them, because of her persistence and consistent heart. She might not be overly clever, but she was right about one thing: the Iron Islands were also one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Who said Ironborn couldn't be knights? Euron extended his hand, laughing heartily. Good. Then let us make a knight's pact. Brienne was still a bit shy, but she nodded heavily, reaching out to grip Euron's hand tightly. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, The Path of Knighthood Training. Halfway through the banquet, when the noise was at its peak, people realized that the most boisterous guest, Lord Robert Baratheon of Storm's End, had quietly slipped away some time ago, arm in arm with several curvaceous, laughing women, his whereabouts unknown. Euron and Brienne, who should have been the star of the feast, also left the banquet hall and came to the beach. Moonlight poured like liquid mercury onto the quiet sands of Tarth. The soft white sand rustled underfoot, accompanied by the gentle sound of waves, creating a perfect practice ground. Euron and Brienne stood facing each other, their blunted training swords shimmering faintly in the cold moonlight. Brienne took a deep breath, gripping the hilt with both hands, adopting a standard knightly stance. Her swordsmanship immediately displayed distinct characteristics: broad, sweeping movements and a solid foundation. Every slash was heavy and powerful, accompanied by the whistling of wind, showcasing astonishing strength far beyond her peers. Her defensive posture was extremely steady and orthodox, her blade always blocked in front of vitals in time, showing she had undergone considerable systematic training. She focused on integrating offense and defense, like a slowly moving but unshakable tower shield. However, her flaws were equally obvious. Excessive pursuit of strength and form made the transitions between her moves insufficiently fluid, lacking adaptability and spirit. Especially when facing an opponent of Euron's style, she lacked the ability to cope with swift raids and flexible changes. After a horizontal slash, a brief gap would appear under her ribs. After a full force upward block, her lower body lacked timely follow-up protection. Her combat mode was more like executing a preset program than engaging in a dynamic game with an opponent. After their swords made contact, Euron activated the skill, Dora Key Test LV1. Brienne's personal attributes appeared before him. Brienne of Tarth, 273 AC. Strength, 15, 10. Agility, 6, 10. Stamina, 10, 10. Spirit, 8, 10. Command, 6, 10. Charm, 3, 10. At 8 years old, her strength has actually reached 15 points. No wonder even the Hound, Jaime, and the Knight of Flowers won't be her match in the future. Euron didn't resist with force. His response fully demonstrated his experience and talent. His footwork was light, like a leopard circling a giant tree, always dodging just enough to avoid the front of Brienne's strongest attacks. He rarely blocked hard. Instead, he used precise deflection and redirection. A gentle nudge with the flat of his blade could divert Brienne's heavy strike, making her waste energy. Euron's victory came from extreme observation and timing. After patiently circling for several rounds, he keenly caught a fleeting opening in her center after Brienne exhausted the momentum of a vertical chop. Euron's figure instantly shifted from extreme stillness to extreme motion. With no superfluous movement, his blunt sword thrust straight in like a flash of lightning. The tip stopped steadily an inch in front of Brienne's breastplate, precisely illustrating a one-hit victory. Brienne stared at the sword tip at her chest. She froze for a moment, then lowered her sword, somewhat unwilling but convinced. In her azure eyes, the frustration of defeat was quickly replaced by a burning desire to become stronger. Simultaneously, the system notification rang clearly in Euron's mind. For this instructive victory, he gained, defeated Brienne of Tarth. Gained points, 30. After the spar, the sea breeze gently cooled their warm skin. Brienne panted slightly, her eyes fixed on Euron, filled with a thirst for guidance. Euron stuck the blunt sword into the sand. His tone was peaceful but pointed straight to the key issues. Your strength and basic defense are excellent, Brienne. You are solid as a rock. But to become a truly top-tier warrior, not just a sturdy fortress, you need to hone more. Euron stepped forward, pointing out specifics. Most importantly, your footwork. He drew a few lines in the sand with his foot. Your strength is rooted in the earth, but your feet are like they're nailed in place. Powerful strength needs flexible steps to carry and unleash it. From tomorrow, don't just swing your sword at a wooden stake. Practice moving quickly, stopping abruptly, and changing direction on the beach, on pebble ground, on smooth hall floors. Make your steps light and agile like a leopard, yet able to root instantly like a battering ram. Remember, your feet carry your sword to fight, not the sword dragging your body. Secondly, pay attention to rhythm and deception. Euron continued, making a simple thrust motion, then flicking his wrist extremely fast, the tip instantly slashing in another direction. Your attack intent is too obvious. Every swing uses full force, leaving no reserve. It's like you're shouting where you're going to hit, the enemy can easily judge your next move. Learn to incorporate feints, combine fast and slow. A seemingly full-force chop can be a feint, with the real killing move hidden in the light, swift thrust that follows. Let your sword moves have breath and a heartbeat, making you unpredictable to the enemy. Finally, observation and anticipation. He pointed to his own eyes. You are too focused on executing the standard moves in your mind, but you haven't truly used your eyes to read your opponent. A slight movement of my shoulder, a slight shift of my center of gravity, could all signal the direction of the next attack. Learn to catch these subtle signals and predict the opponent's intent before they strike, instead of hurriedly blocking when the sword is in front of your face. This isn't talent, it's instinct cultivated through countless spars. Euron concluded, strength is your shield and hammer. That is good, keep it. But now, you need to equip yourself with more dexterous wrists, swifter legs, and eyes that can see through the enemy. When you combine these three with your strength, few will be able to defeat you easily. Brienne listened with immense focus. The light of understanding shone in her blue eyes, as if every word Euron spoke opened a new door for her. She nodded vigorously, imprinting this precious guidance deep into her mind. Thank you for your patient guidance. This is a form of inheritance. Just like the sword of the morning Arthur Dane, Sir Oswell Went, the White Bull Sir Gerald Hightower, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, they also instructed me unreservedly when I asked for advice. Perhaps in the future, you will also pass on your experience to the next person worthy of guidance. Am I the person worthy of his guidance? Brienne responded happily, yes. I definitely will. It's still early. Let's practice a few more times. Watch your body movement. Yes, my lord. Dash. Behind a towering reef far from the beach, two tall figures stood like silent sentinels, their gazes never leaving the young people sparring on the sand. It's a pity, Lord Selwyn Tarth's voice was low, carrying a trace of imperceptible regret. Euron Greyjoy is already betrothed. Otherwise, with his strength and status in the Iron Islands, he would be a rare match for marriage. His gaze was complex, appreciating Euron's talent while silently weighing his daughter's future. Beside him, the Master-at-Arms Goodwin crossed his arms. The old warrior's assessment was more direct and professional. That iron-born lad, his foundation is ridiculously solid. His swordsmanship is tricky and ruthless, but what's rarer is his unique insight. Those pointers he gave Brienne hit the nail on the head every time. Those are things only realized through life and death combat. Their conversation was slightly disjointed, each talking about their own concerns. A short but clear laugh from Brienne rang out from the beach after a clever block. Lord Selwyn's expression softened. Relief and emotion passed over his usually stern face. It has been a long time since I saw Brienne talk and laugh so naturally with others, showing such an expression. Goodwin turned to look at his lord and old friend. A determined look appeared on his rugged face. My lord, I might have had doubts before. But today, seeing the light in that child's eyes, I think Miss Brienne might truly be able to walk that path no one else has walked. He paused, his tone becoming incredibly serious. Starting tomorrow, I intend to stop teaching her only foot combat swordsmanship. I will teach her everything I know: horsemanship, lances, how to charge and kill on horseback, everything a true knight should know. Lord Selwyn didn't answer immediately. He just gazed from afar at his daughter swinging her sword under the moonlight. After a long while, he nodded heavily. The sea breeze blew past, bringing new hope and the promise of change. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Finding You a Wife, Victarion Greyjoy. The morning mist had not yet been fully scattered by the sea breeze, but the docks of Tarth were already busy. Barrels of fresh water were rolled onto the deck, and baskets of fresh food completed the resupply. Euron's fleet was ready to set sail again. Sailors skillfully adjusted the rigging of the two longships. The sails swelled slightly, yearning for the breath of the sea. On the dock, Brienne of Tarth's figure appeared particularly upright. She was no longer the shy girl from the night before, her eyes shone with determined anticipation for the future. Goodbye, Brienne, Euron called out from the ship's rail. We will meet again at the tourney at Harrenhal. Brienne immediately turned her head, casting a gaze filled with plea and resolve toward her father beside her. Lord Selwyn Tarth looked deeply at his daughter, then at Euron on the ship. Finally, he nodded steadily and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I will take you with me. To Harrenhal, to see the world, to see the finest knights of Westeros. It will surely be of great benefit to your future path as a knight. I will definitely be there." Receiving her father's permission, Brienne's face instantly bloomed with bright radiance. She responded loudly to Euron, like the morning sun finally breaking through the clouds. The mooring lines were tossed back onto the ship. The longship slowly left the dock, cutting into the sparkling sea surface. Brienne stood on the shore, gazing for a long time at the receding sails until they turned into two tiny white specks on the azure horizon. The morning sea breeze carried a chill, brushing against Princess Elia Martell's slightly pale cheeks. Standing beside Euron, she watched the shrinking but still upright figure on the dock. Suddenly, she nudged Euron gently with her elbow, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous and gentle light, teasing in a low voice, "It seems the Sapphire of Tarth favors you quite a bit." Her tone was brisk, carrying a hint of triumph at seeing through a secret. Hearing this, Euron couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, his gaze still on the distance. "You overthink it, Princess. That was purely the appreciation of one swordsman for another, and a pact regarding the way of the night, nothing more." "Oh? Is that so?" Elia drawled, the smile in her eyes deepening. "Don't worry, I'm not a loose-lipped person. I'll keep this discovery a secret from Ashura for you." She thought it was just a joke, but saw Euron suddenly suppress his smile, revealing a look of contemplation. He rubbed his chin as if a brilliant idea had just crossed his mind. "Now that you mention it," he spoke slowly, his tone becoming serious and pragmatic, "I suddenly remembered that my brother Victarion Greyjoy still has no betrothal." He turned to look at Elia, his eyes flashing with shrewd calculation. Though House Tarth is not exceedingly prominent, Lord Selwyn's family values are upright. Miss Brienne herself is an unpolished gem. She possesses a resilience and purity of heart beyond ordinary people. In the future, she will not only be a true knight but also a loyal and powerful partner. If possible, this might be a marriage worth facilitating. Princess Alia's eyes widened slightly. She completely hadn't expected that her casual joke would be like a key unlocking Euron's precise calculations regarding marriage alliances and strategy. Watching him instantly switch into serious mode, she was first stunned, then couldn't help but smile, nodding thoughtfully. This young master of the Ironborn truly thinks differently from ordinary people. What made her laugh even more was Euron's nature of acting on thought immediately. With almost no hesitation, Euron turned and walked to the desk in the cabin, spread out parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began writing on the spot. The content of the letter was concise to the point of bluntness, cutting straight to the core. To father, proposing marriage for brother Victarion. Object, Brienne of Tarth, daughter of House Tarth. This woman is a good match, beneficial to the family. Details to follow. Euron. Princess Elia watched his swift and decisive operation, almost like panic buying, and finally couldn't help but cover her forehead and laugh out loud. The image of Brienne tall, upright, and completely different from ordinary noble ladies floated in her mind. She thought, Brienne of Tarth, with that unique stature and physique, does he really think if he writes the letter a quarter of an hour late, someone else will snatch her up? For a moment, she even suspected if this guy was so eager to market his brother just to quickly prove his loyalty to Ashura far away in Starfall and draw a clear line. Dash. On the azure narrow sea, Euron's two longships cut through the waves. A sight they had grown accustomed to, yet remained incredibly magical, accompanied them constantly. Schools of silver-flashing swordfish, pods of playful dolphins, colorful moray eels, cutlass fish, and even venomous lionfish surrounded the longships like a loyal honor guard, leaping and swimming joyfully, as if greeting the master on the ship in their unique way. Those on board had gotten used to it, attributing it to the young master's innate mysterious charisma. However, just as the jagged outline of the stepstones gradually became clear on the horizon, Euron suddenly raised his hand and issued a clear command. Drop sails. Halt advance. The sails fell in response. The ship's speed slowed until it floated quietly on the gently rippling sea. Everyone cast puzzled looks at their young leader. Euron stood at the prow, his gaze deep as he looked toward the stepstones, as if he could penetrate the wind and distance to perceive the chaos happening in those waters. He turned and explained calmly to the crew, "Friends of the sea just gave me a warning. In the waters near the stepstones, dozens of warships are currently locked in a chaotic battle, the fighting fierce." He paused, his voice carrying undeniable decisiveness. "That water has become a boiling pot of blood. We need not go in and disturb them." Princess Elia beside him showed a puzzled expression. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the man who could command deep-sea behemoths, and questioned softly, "You can summon giant beasts like fortresses at sea, overturning warships like a child playing with shells. Let alone dozens of ships, even a fleet of hundreds. What do they amount to before you? Are you afraid of getting involved in such a fight?" Euron finally withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to Elia, the corner of his mouth curving into an indifferent yet profound arc. His answer held no anger at being offended, only a near-transcendent rationality. "Not afraid, Princess. It is unnecessary." Euron emphasized, his tone steady. "Do I look like the kind of person who revels in senseless slaughter and finds joy in watching others die?" He spread his hands, his posture casual but exuding powerful confidence. "If they haven't provoked me, and I have no reason that I must kill them, then why waste energy rushing into that sea of blood to look for trouble? Let the vultures and sharks deal with their grudges. Our course should avoid foolish quagmires." Princess Elia murmured, "Revels in senseless slaughter, finds joy in watching others die. Are you insinuating an accusation against someone?" Euron coughed dryly twice. He certainly wasn't going to take the bait on that statement. His serious demeanor made Elia laugh heartily. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, the Stepstones. The Stepstones, an archipelago scattered like broken fangs from east of Dorne to the disputed lands, was the most notoriously treacherous place on the narrow sea, a den of pirates, sellswords, and ambitious schemers. Among the hundreds of barren reefs, only 2 islands had names due to the countless bloodshed and deaths they bore: Bloodstone and Grey Gallows. Their very existence was a footnote to the eternal turmoil of these waters. Bloodstone, its name originated from a terrifying legend that chilled the spine. It was said that over thousands of years, countless brutal battles had erupted on this island and its surrounding waters. So much hot human blood had been spilled that it had soaked deep into every inch of the island's soil, staining the texture of every rough stone red. Under the scorching sun, those dark red patches covering the beaches and rock layers seemed never to dry, still emitting the heavy scent of rust and death. Grey Gallows was another embodiment of fear. Countless rough, tall gallows stood like a withered forest, covering the island's capes and highlands, emitting tooth-aching creaks in the sea wind. The lives they swallowed were uncountable, ranging from once famous pirate kings, fallen sellsword captains, and madmen claiming to be kings of the Stepstones, to even more nameless pawns and wronged souls. Their corpses once swayed here in the wind, becoming terrifying totems warning latecomers, making the island itself a synonym for despair and ultimate punishment. The Stepstones had never known true peace. War, plunder, and betrayal were the only laws here. The title King of the Stepstones, a hollow crown watered with blood, changed hands constantly amidst endless infighting and slaughter. The free cities Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh had once joined forces to establish the fragile kingdom of the Three Daughters to vie for control of this strategic location, only to tear it apart in the end. This place attracted the remnants of House Blackfire, the sharpness of Dorne, the iron hooves of the Golden Company, and even the gaze of the Iron Throne. One after another, countless powers were drawn into this eternal arena, turning it into a millstone of ambition and greed. Now, it had once again fallen into a power vacuum, a masterless land, becoming a bloody paradise where pirates ran rampant. Euron's gaze, like a circling sea eagle, had long locked onto this chaotic sea filled with danger and opportunity. But he knew well that he was far from the only predator coveting this piece of meat. Euron's fleet waited quietly in place. Sailors took turns eating and resting to regain strength. About 2 hours later, those loyal friends sent a message again through invisible bonds. The cruel melee in the distance had finally settled. Receiving the confirmed signal, Euron then ordered the sails raised. The 2 longships cut through the blue sea once again, heading toward the Stepstones. When they truly crossed the narrow waters between the islands, the scene before them was like a painting of hell. The sea water was no longer azure but dyed a thick, ominous dark red, as if the entire ocean had become a giant bowl of blood soup. Broken limbs and unrecognizable scraps of flesh floated like foul foam with the waves. Even more corpses drifted silently with the tide. Even more palpitating were the crude small boats shuttling like vultures among the floating bodies. The people on the boats, a profession unique to the Stepstones known as corpse looters, were mechanically and skillfully performing their work, using hooks to drag swollen corpses closer, nimbly stripping them of anything potentially valuable: rings, necklaces, coins, even decent clothing, then tying heavy stones to the stripped bodies and coldly pushing them back into the deep, as if handling common cargo rather than lives that were once their own kind. When Euron's 2 well-equipped longships with grim-faced crews sailed into these waters of death, the movements of all the corpse looters paused. They looked up in unison, sizing up the outsiders with gazes mixed with vigilance, greed, and ferocity. However, when they saw the forest of blades on the ships, the faces that were clearly not kind, and the golden Kraken banner flying high at the prow, the few evil thoughts they had just kindled were instantly extinguished. They quickly lowered their heads, their dim eyes refocusing on their gruesome livelihood, as if they had never looked up, knowing deeply that in these lawless waters, some people were destined to be untouchable. When Euron's longship was half a day's journey from Sun's Pair, the silhouette of a warship suddenly appeared on the vast horizon. It was sailing toward them, the banner at its prow particularly striking on a yellow field, a golden spear pierced a red sun sharply. It's our sigil. It's a ship from Sun's Pair. Princess Elia Martell recognized the flag instantly. The melancholy that had always lingered on her brow seemed blown away by the sea breeze, replaced by a near maidenly excitement and joy. She almost jumped as she grabbed Euron's arm, pointing into the distance, her voice trembling slightly with emotion, like a child away from home finally seeing familiar lights. From afar, one could see two figures, a man and a woman, standing at the prow of that ship, waving their arms vigorously in their direction, their movements full of undisguised enthusiasm. Princess Elia immediately rushed to the bow, leaning half her body out over the gunwale, disregarding the danger, waving her arms forcefully in response. She shouted back to Euron excitedly, "It's my brother! It's Oberyn! He's here!" Euron squinted, trying to look into the distance. To him, the two figures were just blurry shapes, hard to see clearly. At such a distance, you can barely tell man from woman. How can you be sure it's him? Princess Elia turned back, her face beaming with immense pride and confident laughter. The sea breeze blew her hair as she spoke decisively, with the unique certainty of blood and kinship. Of course. We are siblings connected by blood, and closest friends. I would never mistake him. The banner flapping in the sea wind, a golden spear piercing a red sun on a yellow field, unquestionably belonged to House Martell, the symbol of Sun's Pair. There was no possibility of mistake. Euron's gaze remained sharp as a hawk, scanning the deck, the spear shafts, and every visible detail of the opposing ship. He didn't relax his vigilance in the slightest because of the flag. A low, clear command quickly spread through the ship, "Everyone, weapons ready. Stay alert. Do not move without my order." This instinctive, almost paranoid caution clearly stung Princess Elia Martell's feelings. Seeing Euron distrust her judgment and her family so much, the joyful smile on her face cooled instantly, turning into a layer of frost. She jerked her head away, letting out a very soft but disdainful humph through her nose. She lifted her chin slightly, revealing the unique pride and annoyance of a Dornish princess, as if greatly insulted. Caution is never wrong, no matter when. Euron remained unmoved. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Oberyn Martell. The approaching ship undoubtedly belonged to House Martell. As the two vessels drew closer and the figure at the prow became distinct, it proved Princess Elia's certainty was completely correct. The man leaping and waving at the prow was none other than her brother, the Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell. Euron couldn't help but marvel. Perhaps a mysterious connection transcending the five senses truly existed deep within blood ties. Oberyn Martell couldn't even wait for the two ships to fully dock and stabilize. The moment the gunwales were about to touch, with waves still pushing the hulls, Oberyn leaped. Agile as a desert scorpion, he landed precisely and lightly on Euron's deck, making almost no extra sound. His gaze locked onto his sister immediately. In the next moment, he strode forward, spread his arms, and pulled Princess Elia Martell into a tight, solid embrace. It was a hug filled with worry, longing, and the ecstasy of reunion, as if trying to melt all the concerns of their time apart into this powerful embrace. Following Oberyn over the gunwale was a graceful woman with captivating eyes, his paramour, Ellaria Sand. Sand was the surname given to noble bastards in Dorne. Ellaria Sand was the bastard daughter of Lord Harmon, a Dornish noble. She was a sea buckthorn flower growing in the shadows yet blooming wantonly. There were many rumors about her. The most striking was that she had once squandered her youth in the pleasure houses of Lys, an experience that plated her with a lingering, mysterious, and exotic charm. There were also rumors that she devoutly worshipped a Lysane love goddess, whose doctrine advocated the freedom of carnal pleasure and eros. Prince Oberyn himself never shied away from praising Ellaria's uninhibited views in that regard, often hinting with playful pride that Ellaria's charm was like the richest wine, enough to intoxicate admirers of any gender. Exotic flair and unconcealed sensuality constituted her unique attraction. Standing beside Oberyn, she was not a simple accessory but a dangerous and charming treasure that complemented his temperament, naturally seizing all surrounding gazes. Elaria's lower abdomen was visibly swollen, showing that a small life was being nurtured within her. Prince Oberyn Martell's gaze finally looked past his sister's shoulder and landed on Euron. He sized up this partner with whom he had spent 3 years across the narrow sea, a familiar smile curling his lips. "Ha! You bastard brat!" He released Elia and gave Euron an equally warm, powerful hug, slapping his back hard. "Haven't seen you for a year, and you're almost taller than me." Enduring this Dornish enthusiasm, Euron smiled back. "Haven't seen you for a year, and you're about to become a father." His gaze glanced pointedly at the smiling Ellaria Sand nearby. Meanwhile, other companions on Oberyn's ship appeared one after another. Castor Daniels leaned lazily against the rail, a cynical smirk on his face, calling out teasingly to his sister, Victoria Daniels, on Euron's ship, "Yo, look who it is! Isn't it my dear sister who unfortunately got caught? I warned you long ago, licking blood from a sorrowful man's blade doesn't suit you. Finding a good family to marry into and have children is the right path." Victoria Daniels instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorting without weakness, "Shut up! Disgrace to the family! My business isn't for you to dictate." Ashura Dane and Arianne Martell didn't jump over like Oberyn. The two ladies stood elegantly side by side at the prow, arm in arm. Ashura Dane looked at Euron from afar, a gentle smile in her azure eyes as she nodded slightly to him. Arianne Martell, standing beside her, leaned in to whisper something mischievously in Ashura's ear, clearly teasing her friend about her relationship with Euron. This caused Ashura's cheeks to flush slightly as she gently nudged the Dornish princess with her elbow. Euron raised an eyebrow at Oberyn and asked directly, "Why did you suddenly run out to such distant waters?" Oberyn shrugged, his tone casual but carrying unmistakable concern. "I calculated your itinerary long ago and expected you to arrive these days. But this morning I received news that those two gangs of stupid pirates in the Stepstones were killing each other again. I was afraid you wouldn't know the depth of it and would crash headfirst into that meat grinder." A signature playful smile curled his lips. "Mainly worried about you. If the little Kraken accidentally died on Dorne's doorstep, we'd have a hard time explaining it." Euron chuckled, clearly not buying this excuse. "Worried about me? That doesn't sound like the Red Viper's style." Oberyn nodded readily, his eyes flashing cunningly. "More accurately, worried that after you died, that pack of wolf-like relatives from the Iron Islands would come to Dorne for revenge. You know, the Flames of the Arbor is currently the most popular ballad in Dornish taverns. How would we dare provoke the Iron Islands that can ignite such fireworks?" His tone was exaggerated, full of jest. Euron heard the teasing in his words and deliberately put on a stern face to play along. He huffed coldly, "So, are you scared?" "Scared? Of course I'm scared." Oberyn laughed loudly, clapping Euron heavily on the shoulder. "The noise you made this year was truly not small. Sweeping the arbor, doing business so prosperously. I heard your ice and fire caravan is so busy their feet don't touch the ground. Even the horse lords on the grasslands are using the ironware you sell. All trivial matters, not worth mentioning." Euron brushed it off lightly. "But the most hateful thing is," Oberyn pivoted, slinging his arm around Euron's neck, his tone becoming heartbroken as if accusing him of a heinous crime, "you quietly plucked the brightest star in our Dornish sky, Ashura. And you dare to come to Dorne, to Sun's Pair, so brazenly." "Not plucked," Euron corrected helplessly, though his eyes held laughter. "We are merely betrothed." "Then you'd better be fully prepared," Oberyn dropped his joking expression. Though his eyes still smiled, his tone carried a serious warning. "The lads in Sun's Pair who adore Ashura could line up from the Tower of the Sun to the Water Gardens. You, the Star Plucker, are likely to have endless trouble knocking on your door." "Ha!" Euron let out a short laugh, his eyes calm as a windless sea. I've always hated trouble. He paused, looking meaningfully at Oberyn, a cunning arc returning to his lips. However, with you, the Prince of Dorne and the Red Viper himself, holding the ground nearby, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Oberyn laughed heartily, with a hint of schadenfreude. Whether I'm there or not, the rules are the same. If someone openly challenges you with this reason, even as a prince, I cannot overtly intervene with partiality. Oberyn changed the subject, holding up 3 fingers. He spoke seriously, yet sounded like he was reading game rules. What I can do is, at most, ensure every challenge is fair and just. For example, the challenger must be of orthodox noble birth, bastards won't do. Their age must be similar to yours, we can't let experienced veterans bully a young man. It must also be a public, formal duel. One person gets only one chance, and you accept at most 1 challenge a day. How about that? Generous enough? Euron narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you serious? Why do I feel like you aren't helping me, but deliberately arranging an exhibition match schedule for me? Oh my, you figured it out a little. Oberyn admitted grinningly, then lowered his voice to reveal another key reason. Actually, part of this is also because of my precious niece. Euron showed a puzzled expression. Arianne, Oberyn jerked his chin toward his own ship. Her suitors could line up from the water gardens to the Broken Arm. That little girl is cunning. For peace and quiet, she pushed all her troubles onto your head. She declared publicly that anyone who wants to qualify to court her must at least first defeat the man she once rejected, Euron Greyjoy. Me. Euron instantly felt the absurdity of being shot while lying down. When did I ever provoke her? And when did I court her? Humph, even more impossible that I was rejected. Truly, a man sits on a ship, and disaster falls from the sky. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Prince Doran Nymeros Martell. The fleet slowly sailed into the harbour of Sun's Pair. The blazing sunlight poured unreservedly onto the land of Dorne, the air filled with the unique scent of spices interwoven with the sea breeze. On the dock, 2 distinct figures stood solemnly waiting: the captain of the Martell Guard, Ario Hota, known as the Bearded Priest, and his deputy, Sebastian Fernandez. Both were burly men with thick, knotted beards covering half their faces, dressed in light Dornish scale armor, their expressions as steady and resolute as ever. Euron jumped off the gangplank first, walking into the heatwave. His gaze swept over his 2 old friends, a teasing smile curling his lips. It seems the fierce sun and fine food of Dorne truly nourish people. It hasn't been that long, but your beards can barely hide the roundness of your chins. Hearing this, the corner of Ario Hota's mouth hidden under his thick beard seemed to twitch slightly. Sebastian responded with his voice low as muffled thunder, even far away in Dorne, your name pours into our ears like the hot wind of this desert. The flames of the arbor our ears are calloused from hearing that song. Neither of the 2 bearded warriors was good with words, but they didn't retort immediately. Their tightly pursed lips gradually parted to reveal sincere, joyous smiles surrounded by beards, their eyes shining with the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. The 2 big men gave Euron a warm hug, everything was understood without words. They were truly happy to see this source of trouble from the Iron Islands again. During the 3 years of travel, Euron had become not just their employer, but their friend. About 3 miles west of Sun's Pair, Prince Doran Nymeros Martell's private residence, the Water Gardens, nestled quietly by the beach. This was not a solemn military fortress, but a paradise for House Martell to escape the world and rest, famous for its cool fountains, shallow pools, and shaded citrus groves everywhere. Tormented by severe gout, Prince Doran had extreme difficulty moving and relied on a wheelchair long-term. At this moment, he sat in his wheelchair under the shade of trees rather than handling official business in the throne room, waiting for the arrival of his family. When Princess Elia Martell's figure appeared, Prince Doran's face, usually tight with pain, instantly radiated heartfelt joy and warmth. He opened his arms and warmly embraced his sister, who had returned from afar, an embrace filled with a brother's care and comfort. Then, he carefully took his niece Rhaenys from Elia's arms, gently holding the babbling little princess on his lap, his eyes revealing an elder's benevolence. Next, Prince Doran turned his gaze to Euron. Though trapped in a wheelchair, his demeanor maintained the calm and majesty of the ruler of Dorne. Prince Doran's voice was gentle and solemn. "Welcome to Dorne, welcome to Sun's Pair, Euron Greyjoy. Your arrival adds a different sound of waves to this place." He paused slightly, a sincere smile appearing on his face. "At the same time, please allow me, as a friend of Lady Ashura's brother and as the ruler of Dorne, to extend my most sincere congratulations. Your betrothal to the Pearl of Starfall is a joyous event worth celebrating." Euron stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart in a solemn bow. His manner rarely restrained his usual sea-wolf wildness, appearing proper and respectful. "Thank you for your hospitality, Prince Doran. The fame of the Water Gardens spreads across the Seven Kingdoms. Seeing it today, it surpasses rumors. It is my honor to be received by you here." Standing beside Euron, Ashura Dane lowered her head slightly. Sunlight filtered through the citrus leaves, casting dappled shadows on her fair cheeks, unable to hide the faint blush rising quietly. She whispered, "Thank you, Prince Doran." Her voice was soft as a murmur, carrying obvious shyness, adding a touch of moving tenderness to her usually cool and demure appearance. How could Arianne Martell, who had been holding Ashura's arm, let slip such a perfect opportunity for teasing? She immediately nudged her friend gently with her elbow, her bright Dornish eyes darting between Euron and Ashura, flashing with mischievous light. Lowering her voice but ensuring those around could hear, she said, "Oh my, look at our Pearl of Starfall. This dazzling glow almost outshines the sun of Dorne. Is it a certain little man here who makes you blush more than us old friends?" At these words, Ashura's cheeks turned red as a ripe pomegranate. She cast a reproachful glance at Arianne, only eliciting a more cheerful, triumphant giggle from the other girl. This interaction full of maidenly spirit added a fresh, lively color to the solemn meeting. Prince Doran reunited with his sister Elia and brother Oberyn after a long separation. The siblings naturally had countless words to share. Doran greeted Euron warmly, arranging to host him at the evening banquet, then entered the quiet, cool depths of the old palace with his siblings, heading to his private study. The heavy door closed gently, temporarily shutting out the world, leaving a rare private space for the core of House Martell. Meanwhile, the lively Princess Arianne Martell naturally assumed the role of guide. Smiling, she took Ashura's hand and winked playfully at Euron. "Come, let me show you the spine and soul of Dorne." The two bearded guards acted as escorts, following 3 paces behind the trio, their great glaives held tight. Arianne first led them toward the towering spear tower. This ancient tower stood tall and sharp, like a giant spear piercing the blue sky. Its rigid lines and aggressive aura were symbols of House Martell's generations of martial prowess. Next, they arrived at the Tower of the Sunday. In stark contrast to the sharpness of the spear tower, the overall shape of the Tower of the Sun was warm and magnificent. The massive gold foil dome atop the tower shone brilliantly under the fierce sun, like an eternal sun radiating light and heat. It solemnly spoke of the origin of House Martell's maternal bloodline, the royal traditions and ancient glory from the Royne. Arianne's voice carried pride. In her vivid explanation, the cold historical stone walls seemed to come alive again, silently telling the legend of the spear and the sun that ran through House Martell's history. As the 3 stepped into the market streets of the Shadow City built of mud and straw, emitting the rich aroma of spices and flatbreads, a rather spectacular procession unknowingly gathered behind them. Most were young Dornish nobles, following the figures of Princess Arianne Martell and Lady Ashura Dane as if drawn by a magnet. Within the crowd, several prominent young nobles were particularly eye-catching. Roger Allyrion of God's Grace. His sigil was a golden hand on a red and black Gyrony field. The motto "No foe may pass" seemed carved into his sharp eyes. He walked at the very front, his posture proud. Penrose Briar of Briar White. His family sigil was a fierce black vulture grasping a pink infant on a yellow field. His appearance was always accompanied by a trace of imperceptible grimness. Gerald Dane of High Hermitage. He was Ashura's kinsman, possessing unforgettably handsome features. Above a clean-shaven chin was a prominent aquiline nose, with high cheekbones and a strong jawline outlining determination. A thick mane of silver hair was parted by a striking streak of black, his unique trademark. His very existence seemed to speak his family motto, soared as meteor. Fern Jourdain of the Tor. His family sigil was a golden quill on a checkered field of dark and light green. The motto "Let it be written" hinted at wisdom and strategy. He observed quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Simon Sant Agar of Spotswood. His sigil was a spotted leopard with a golden axe on a blue and white field, displaying strength and agility. Tremond Gargallan of Salt Shore. His sigil was a red cockatrice with a black snake in its beak on a gold field, strange and striking. This group of young, spirited followers didn't make a noise, but formed a silent yet powerful aura, making the bustling streets of the Shadow City clear a path for them, undoubtedly attracting countless curious and odd gazes. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, A Beauties Favor Enemies Without Cause. The gazes the young nobles cast upon Arianne and Ashura were fervent and full of admiration, as if chasing the two most dazzling stars in the desert. However, when their eyes shifted to Euron, walking beside the two ladies, the temperature plummeted to freezing point, transforming into undisguised jealousy and hatred. It was as if a sea monster had intruded upon their holy land and stolen Dorne's most precious treasure. Silent hostility permeated the air, taut as a drawn bowstring. Were it not for the two bearded guards, Ario Hota and Sebastian Fernandez, standing behind the trio like stone statues, were it not for the great glaives in their hands and the striking martel sigil on their chests constantly reminding these love-struck youths that this visitor from the Iron Islands was a most honored guest personally acknowledged by Prince Doran. If not for this layer of inviolable protection, these jealousy-blinded Dornish youths probably wouldn't have cared that they were on a bustling street. They would have drawn the curved blades or spears at their waists long ago and challenged Euron to a duel to the death. Ario Hota's eyes, hidden under thick brows, slowly swept over the crowd. His hand remained on his massive longaxe. That silent deterrence was more effective than any words, temporarily suppressing the brewing conflict. Euron felt the hateful glares behind him that almost seemed to pierce him, but the corner of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. There was not a shred of worry in his heart. Challenges? When had Euron ever feared a challenge? Euron's opponents were already peak figures renowned across Westeros: Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning who wielded dawn with godlike skill, the highborn and supremely skilled Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and the steady, experienced White Bull Gerald Hightower. Even in lesser spars, he had dealt with unpredictable opponents like the Red Viper Oberyn Martell, or honed his skills in real combat with fierce warriors like Balf and Balon. These Dornish noble youths crowding the streets of the Shadow City, though each posing with arrogant disdain and resentment, were not much different from moving targets on a training ground in Euron's eyes, merely walking, spare defeat points. Their hostility wasn't even enough to make Euron's heart beat half a beat faster. Although they couldn't challenge Euron directly, this didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the Dornish youths to curry favor with Arianne and Ashura in every possible way. They crowded around the two ladies like peacocks fanning their tails, vying to display themselves. Sugary compliments flowed endlessly like Dornish mead, carefully prepared gifts of all kinds, local sweet pastries, chilled mellow wines were frequently presented. Some even began loudly boasting of their martial exploits, which famous knight they had defeated, which distant city-states they had travelled to, what strange sights they had seen. The noise and attentiveness almost drowned out the street. While Euron maintained an indifferent air of detachment, Princess Arianne beside him frowned impatiently first. She suddenly stopped, turned her pretty face with undisguised disgust, and waved her hand. "So noisy! A bunch of chattering followers, stop following us!" She paused, her eyes rolling cunningly as if she suddenly changed her mind. Her tone became kind. Humph, forget it. Seeing how loyal you are, this princess will personally take you to see the quarters arranged for Euron and Ashura. She deliberately dragged out her tone, adding slowly, I picked out the best room for them. A room. This word was like a boulder thrown into a still lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves among the youths. The suitors looked at each other in dismay, their faces flushing red. The hands of several impulsive young men on their sword hilts trembled slightly from shock and anger. Their eyes darted back and forth between Euron and Ashura Dane in disbelief. Ashura Dane's cheeks turned crimson instantly. She hurriedly tried to clarify, No. No. We aren't yet. Her words were flustered with shyness. Seeing the prank's effect achieved, Arianne could no longer hold it back and burst into triumphant, clear laughter. Ha ha! Fooled you! Look at you lot! Come on, I'll take you to see their respective rooms. Princess Arianne led Euron and Ashura through the intricate corridors of Sun's Pair, finally settling them into their arranged quarters. Though not in the same room, their chambers were separated only by a corridor laid with gorgeous Dornish carpets, neighbors, so to speak. That night, the old palace of Sun's Pair was brilliantly lit. Noise and music replaced the usual solemnity. A grand evening banquet was held in the main hall beside the fountain courtyard. The air was interwoven with the scent of roasted meat, the freshness of lemons, and the rich fragrance of unique Dornish spices. Prince Doran Nymeros Martell sat in his wheelchair, placed at the seat of honor. Despite being plagued by illness, he was dressed solemnly, his expression gentle yet majestic. When the guests were mostly seated and the music paused, he raised his hand slightly. The gaze of the entire hall converged on him. Prince Doran's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a steady power that commanded quiet listening, spreading clearly through the hall. Friends, kin, he began, his gaze slowly sweeping over every honored guest present, finally landing affectionately on his sister Elia. First, we gather here tonight to celebrate. To celebrate my dearest sister, Elia, returning safe and sound after a long journey. Sunshine will eventually dispel the gloom. Her smile lighting up the water gardens again is Dorne's fortune, and my greatest comfort as a brother. To celebrate my niece Rhaenys, the little princess, safe and healthy. He paused slightly, allowing the warm applause and blessings welcoming Elia and the little princess to echo. Then, he turned his gaze toward Euron and Ashura, continuing, Secondly, we are here to welcome a guest from the Iron Islands, Euron Greyjoy. His courage in crossing the narrow sea and the flames of the arbor are no secret even in Dorne. His tone held a trace of imperceptible evaluation, but immediately turned into clearer approval and affirmation. And what brings even more joy is that he has contracted a betrothal with our most cherished pearl of Starfall Lady Ashura Dane. He raised the bejeweled goblet symbolizing Dornish rule, his voice rising slightly, full of sincere blessing. Let us raise a toast together. To the joy of reunion, to the guest from afar, and even more to this brave young couple and their future happiness. May their future be as brilliant as the sun of Dorne. Cheers! As Prince Doran's voice fell, the entire hall resounded with enthusiastic responses, cheers! Cheers! The clinking of glasses, and the resumed joyous music instantly pushed the banquet's atmosphere to its climax. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Challenge Battle for Betrothal. The warm atmosphere following Prince Doran's toast had not fully settled when a completely different, provocative voice rang out from the banquet tables. Betrothal. A young noble deliberately dragged out his tone, raising his voice to cut clearly through the music. That means they are not yet formally married. This remark was like lighting a fuse, instantly drawing numerous echoes. Well said. The Pearl of Starfall is also the Pearl of Dorne. How can she be plucked so easily? At least let us see if this Kraken from the Iron Islands is worthy of our pearl. Exactly. To take away our Dornish treasure, one must follow our ancient Dornish rules. Hearing this, Ashura's slender fingers tightened slightly. Concern appeared in her eyes as she subconsciously looked at Euron. However, Arianne beside her quietly grabbed her hand, giving her a cunning look that said, "Watch the show." On the other side, Prince Oberyn Martell sipped his wine leisurely. Instead of worry, his face wore a smile of expectation. Euron felt the challenging gazes instantly focusing on him from all directions. He knew this was not the time to show weakness. He slowly put down his goblet, the corner of his mouth curling into a calm but unyielding arc. He asked loudly, "Oh? Dornish rules? I am willing to hear the details." The young noble who spoke first immediately replied, "Our Dornish rule is for every true wedding, if there are no warriors who genuinely admire the bride stepping out to snatch the marriage, then it cannot be considered complete. Anyone who holds admiration for the bride may challenge the groom-to-be." He paused, emphasizing his tone, "If the groom loses, the betrothal is void." Euron's gaze swept over the many eager young faces present. His tone remained steady but carried the chill of the sea breeze. "I see. Then, I wonder, who wishes to be the first to try tonight?" As soon as his voice fell, with a whoosh, more than a dozen hot-blooded young nobles stood up from their seats all at once. Their hands rested on sword hilts or spear shafts, their eyes burning with the flames of fighting spirit and jealousy. Prince Oberyn Martell coughed lightly. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrating power, instantly quieting the restless hall. Swirling the wine in his glass, a playful smile on his lips, his gaze swept over the eager young nobles. His tone was languid but every word was clear. "What, do you brave warriors intend to swarm him all at once? Or do you plan to line up and fight a wheel war until our little Kraken from the far-off Iron Islands is exhausted to death?" Oberyn's question was like a probe, accurately piercing the sense of honor that Dornishmen valued most. Sure enough, someone immediately shouted a rebuttal, filled with the indignation of having their honor questioned. "Prince Martell, we warriors of Dorne know nothing of taking advantage of others' danger. Nor do we deign to bully the few with the many or wear down an opponent with a wheel war." Before his voice faded, a young man stepped out from the crowd. He was robust, wearing exquisite soft armor, with a mop of thick, dark brown curly hair atop a slightly freckled round face. Wearing a cheerful and confident smile, he first bowed toward Oberyn and Prince Doran, then looked at Euron with burning eyes, announcing loudly, "Roger Allyrion of God's grace. I shall be the first challenger today." He paused, looking around, confidence overflowing. "And I assure you, I will also be the last one today." With the challenger stepping forward, the atmosphere in the banquet hall tightened instantly. Without needing an order, the guests tacitly moved back, quickly clearing a circular space in the center of the hall large enough for two to fight. Firelight and candlelight flickered, illuminating this makeshift battlefield brightly. Euron and Roger Allyrion stepped into the circle, standing opposite each other. Euron didn't immediately assume a stance. Instead, he spoke calmly, his voice exceptionally clear in the silent hall. "Swords have no eyes. I wonder, for this contest, do we use sharpened live steel, or blunted practice swords?" Hearing this, a trace of mockery mixed into Roger's cheerful smile. He said loudly, If the little Kraken is afraid of seeing red, of course you can choose practice swords." His words were full of provocation. Euron didn't get angry. He only responded faintly, his tone carrying a matter-of-fact calmness. "I am afraid that if I am careless, I won't control my strength and will hurt you." "Humph! Useless talk." Roger was provoked even more by this calm confidence. "Hero or coward, come, let our hands reveal the truth." Just as the two were tit-for-tat and the atmosphere was about to explode, Prince Doran, sitting at the head seat, finally spoke. His voice was gentle but carried unquestionable authority, instantly suppressing the restlessness in the hall. "Young men, put away your tempers. I do not wish for my living room to be stained red with blood, that would spoil the guests' mood for wine. Prince Doran raised his hand slightly. Attendants, bring them practice swords. With the practice swords in hand, Euron casually twirled a sword flower, feeling the weight and balance of the blade. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the tip pointed diagonally at the ground. He made a concise please gesture to Roger Allyrion, his demeanor so composed it seemed he wasn't in a duel, but a daily practice session. Roger Allyrion huffed coldly, angered by this almost dismissive composure. With a low shout, he raised his sword and attacked. His moves were broad and sweeping, following orthodox knightly training. There were no obvious flaws in his technique, showing a solid foundation. However, in Euron's eyes, he was too slow. His footwork was sluggish, and the power behind his swings was mediocre. Euron didn't even need to use the Irikami technique. Relying solely on basic dodging and subtle footwork adjustments, he strolled leisurely, effortlessly evading over a dozen of Roger's full-force slashes. His figure wove through Roger's storm-like attacks without even a corner of his clothes being touched. Finally, after a seemingly fierce thrust was deftly sidestepped by Euron, a momentary stagnation and opening appeared in Roger's offensive. Euron's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura he had been restraining suddenly exploded. Everyone felt their vision blur. Euron's figure cut in abruptly. In the next second, the blunted tips of two practice swords were precisely and coldly pressed against Roger Allyrion's vitals simultaneously, one against his Adam's apple, the other steadily stopped at his heart. Silence fell over the arena, leaving only Roger Allyrion's heavy, disbelief-filled panting and the cold touch of the practice sword tips against his vitals. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Who else? I want to fight 10. Euron slowly withdrew his twin swords, his tone calm but carrying a trace of mocking laughter. It seems your mouth is far sharper than your sword. This sentence was the final straw that crushed Roger's pride. His face flushed beet red with shame and indignation. He slammed his practice sword onto the ground with a crisp clang, then without a word, turned and pushed through the crowd, striding out of the banquet hall with his head lowered, a wretched figure. Prince Oberyn Martell, seeing this, coughed lightly to break the silence. Wearing a playful smile, he tried to smooth things over according to the previously agreed rules. It seems our little Kraken has successfully kept his betrothal. As agreed, 1 challenger per day. Today's contest ends he. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Euron. We won't stay in Dorne for long, Euron's clear voice rang out, drowning the end of Oberyn's sentence. He looked around at the young nobles whose faces still bore expressions of defiance and eagerness. We will depart for Harrenhal in 10 days at most. If I only accept 1 challenge a day, I'm afraid many people will miss their chance. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a near-arrogant smile, and continued, besides, that warm-up just now didn't cost me much effort. Before his voice faded, an invisible yet terrifyingly majestic aura suddenly exploded outward from him as the center. It wasn't magic, yet it was more oppressive than any spell the House Hoku Haki, Conqueror's Haki, of a king. Though not fully unleashed against anyone specific, it dimmed the candlelight in the hall and caused the hearts of everyone who felt it to sink heavily, suffocating their breath. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Euron struck his twin swords together, emitting a soul-shaking clang. He stood tall, his voice exploding like thunder throughout the banquet hall. So, next. Who else? Prince Doran Nymeros Martell frowned slightly. In his view, Euron's aggressive posture was nearly a senseless provocation to the dignity of all Dornish warriors, too arrogant, and completely unnecessary. Prince Oberyn Martell wore an amused smile, wondering why the usually cautious, humble, and low-key little Kraken had suddenly become so arrogant. Suddenly, the sorrowful man Caster Daniels leaned over and chuckled, I heard the little Kraken signed up for the single combat at Harrenhal. He's using these rookies for practice. Hearing this, a flash of understanding passed through the eyes of both Prince Oberyn and Prince Doran. Oberyn resumed his cynical expression, though the worry between Duran's brows did not fully dissipate. "Don't worry. Even I couldn't say I'd definitely beat the little Kraken back then. Let alone these cubs." At this moment, the Dornish youths in the hall had been thoroughly ignited by Euron's shout of "Next! Who else? Too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. This Ironborn simply doesn't put us in his eyes." The surging hostility almost solidified. That night, Euron stood like a tireless god of war in the center of the makeshift arena, accepting challenges from dozens of Dornish warriors in succession. The sounds of clashing blades, shuffling feet, and the gasps and sighs of the audience rose and fell. It wasn't until the 10th challenger fell in defeat that Prince Oberyn Martell finally stood up laughing and called a halt. "Enough! Enough!" Oberyn's booming voice drowned out the noise in the arena, his face showing satisfaction. 10 consecutive victories in one night. This is an astonishing record. If we continue, even if our little Kraken can still fight, we Dornishmen would be winning dishonorably. It would sound like we used a wheel war to take advantage of him. Tonight, it ends here. Oberyn's announcement put a period to this sudden chain of duels and quietly preserved the last shred of face for the Dornish side. Though the banquet continued, music played again, and wine was refilled, the atmosphere was starkly different. The small area where Euron sat seemed to form an invisible, cold barrier. No Dornish noble was willing to step forward and chat with him. The gazes directed at him were a mix of annoyance, apprehension, and cold exclusion. Almost single-handedly, he had offended the entire hall of Dornish nobles in an instant. However, amidst this deliberate isolation, a figure strode through the indifferent crowd. House Greyjoy, grinning with undisguised appreciation, walked up to Euron, rudely pulled out a chair, sat down, and gave him a big thumbs up. "Hee, lad," he laughed gruffly, his booming voice jarring against the surrounding whispers. He raised his goblet and clinked it heavily against Euron's without explanation, the force splashing crimson wine. "That just now was what I call a damn man. Satisfying." In Balf's simple and direct values, though Euron was usually powerful and calm enough, he always lacked a bit of the blood and arrogance belonging to a young man. But tonight, this sharp display of dominance, fighting 1 against 10, truly fit his definition of a real man. Just then, Victoria Daniels walked over quickly. Gone was her usual teasing or dissatisfaction, replaced by a hawk-like scrutiny. Ignoring the awkward atmosphere, her gaze locked onto Euron, and she asked bluntly, "Those last few thrusts and that strange sliding step you used just now, what was that? Why did those moves look so much like the techniques of us sorrowful men?" Euron met her probing gaze and answered with unusual frankness, hiding nothing. "Not like, Victoria. Those are the techniques of the sorrowful men." Victoria froze instantly, her blue eyes widening in shock, seemingly unable to digest the answer for a moment. Seeing her stunned expression, Euron acted as if he just remembered, adding in a tone as casual as discussing the weather, "You forgot? Your brother Castor spent 3 years with me across the narrow sea. He taught me. Of course, I paid plenty of gold dragons for it." "Gold dragons? That traitor!" Victoria's cheeks flushed red with rage instantly, feeling betrayed by the person she trusted most. She squeezed those 3 words through her teeth, no longer caring to question Euron. She spun around violently, her murderous gaze immediately scanning the crowd for her brother Castor Daniels, clearly intent on settling the score for leaking family secrets. Euron chuckled, happy to have found some fun for Castor Daniels, that disgrace among the sorrowful men. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The War of Honor. Ashura and Arianne walked gracefully through the crowd, hand in hand. Ashura's face overflowed with irrepressible joy and pride. Though she knew Euron's swordsmanship was superb and that he had undergone months of grueling training with her brother Arthur on Dragonstone, witnessing his valiant figure defeat 10 Dornish warriors in a row still made her heart surge. Her violet eyes sparkled with moving radiance. Arianne wouldn't miss a chance to tease her friend. She nudged Ashura gently with her elbow, her voice low but loud enough for those nearby to hear, her tone full of cunning banter. Look at someone. She was so nervous just now she almost tore her dress, terrified that if someone slipped up and lost, she'd be forced to consider candidates for remarriage tomorrow. 2 clouds of red instantly flew onto Ashura's cheeks. She glared at Arianne shyly but didn't deny it. Hearing this, Euron showed a hint of curiosity. He looked at Ashura and asked seriously, so, if I really had lost just now, according to Dornish rules, would our betrothal truly be void? Of course not. Ashura shook her head immediately, explaining softly, that's just what challengers say. Usually, at that point, the bride's family like my brother, or Prince Doran would step in and announce, this man has proven himself with strength and courage, though defeated, he retains honor. The betrothal remains valid. It's just a traditional rhetoric to motivate the competitors while keeping the final decision firmly in the family's hands. Euron deliberately let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this, putting on an annoyed expression of I suffered a huge loss. He laughed ruefully, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have fought so desperately just now. Losing a couple of rounds casually wouldn't have mattered. His lazy joke immediately made Ashura chuckle, and Arianne let out a string of crisp laughter. After the banquet ended and the noise faded, Euron and Ashura bade each other good night at the end of the corridor and returned to their respective rooms. Warm steam filled the bathroom. Euron leaned against the edge of the tub, eyes closed, relaxing his body after the intense battles. Lysa knelt behind him, wiping his broad back with a soft cloth, water sliding down the lines of his tense muscles. Her movements were gentle. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, her tone carrying a trace of imperceptible worry. Your actions tonight were a bit too reckless. You almost offended all the Dornish nobles. Euron didn't open his eyes or answer. He simply reached back, his arm precisely wrapping around Lysa's slender waist. His wet palm habitually caressed her smooth skin with a hint of lazy possessiveness. Lysa's body stiffened slightly, then she gently but firmly grasped his restless hand. Her voice dropped even lower. No. You just formally met Lady Ashura today. You can't do this. She paused, advising sincerely, right now, you should go find Lady Ashura. Euron finally opened his eyes and turned to look at her, a knowing smile pulling at his lips. Find her? Ashura is of House Dane, strictly adhering to etiquette. She would never agree to any transgressions before marriage. I'm not asking you to go do. Lysa's cheeks flushed red in the misty steam, explaining hurriedly. I mean, you should go chat with her, talk to her. She is your future wife, the noble Pearl of Starfall. And I. Her voice dropped, filled with resigned submissiveness. I will only be your salt wife. No. Euron's voice suddenly became clear and firm. He turned around, water splashing. Cupping Lysa's face, he forced her to look at him, his gaze burning and unquestionable. Listen well, Lysa. Not a salt wife. Euron's thumb gently caressed her jaw, every word landing with weight. You are my woman. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Moreover, you will be one of the queens who ascend to the peak with me. I will never let you suffer injustice. In the hazy steam, Euron's promise was scorching and solemn. Although Lysa's heart was filled with indescribable emotion, she firmly suppressed the ripples within. She clearly knew the boundaries of her identity and position, and understood Euron's true heart even better. Thus, she advised Euron softly but earnestly again, telling him not to worry about her, but to go to Ashura's side and spend time with her. Euron heeded this well-intentioned advice. In the dead of night, he arrived outside Ashura's door and knocked gently. The door opened, and Ashura's figure appeared under the soft light. Without many words, the two walked tacitly to the stone steps of the balcony outside the room and sat down. The cool Dornish sea breeze blew gently, ruffling their hair and taking away the day's noise. Shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, they conversed in low voices in the quiet night. From the rich red wine of Dorne to the cold, damp wines and arduous training on Dragonstone, from Prince Rhaegar's melancholy to the thrilling flames and naval battle at the Arbor, Euron narrated calmly, and Ashura listened intently. As she listened, a blush quietly rose on Ashura's cheeks under the moonlight. Whether it was the wine, the night breeze, or the comfort brought by the person beside her, she didn't know. Gently, almost naturally, she leaned her head on Euron's broad shoulder, finding the most comfortable position. The evening breeze, whispers, snuggling, everything was just right. Early the next morning, the sandy square outside the water gardens, usually used for training, had already gathered numerous unwilling Dornish swordsmen. They weren't waiting quietly. Instead, they deliberately swung their swords with force, banging blades violently against shields, creating clanging, ear-piercing impacts and shouts. The huge noise broke the garden's tranquility, their intent simple and direct: to prevent that arrogant Ironborn from sleeping peacefully after last night and force him to come out of the castle immediately. However, they didn't know that this sky-shaking provocation sounded like the most wonderful invitation to Euron's ears. Euron was just pondering that the points harvested yesterday were far less than expected. This group of challengers delivering themselves to his door was simply exactly what he wished for. Since they delivered themselves, might as well take them. With this thought, Euron appeared unhurriedly. The result held no suspense. Like a replay of the previous night, only faster, 10 confident young Dornish nobles were defeated one after another, falling into the sand, their faces written with disbelief and humiliation. To harvest these self-delivered points more sustainably and efficiently, Euron didn't hesitate to display his superb acting skills. After victory, Euron didn't end things simply. Instead, he deliberately revealed just the right amount of humiliation. It was an unconcealed, supercilious gaze, as if defeating the opponent was merely brushing away a speck of dust. Accompanied by the disdainful, arrogant back view as he turned to leave, every detail was like a cold file, ruthlessly grinding down the honor Dornish nobles valued most, making them burn with shame and indignation, almost crushing their teeth. Continue tomorrow if you have the guts. The humiliation of defeat turned into the most direct letter of challenge. Facing the invitation, Euron accepted calmly, the infuriating arc on his lips never disappearing. Thus, the nature of these daily duels outside the water gardens quietly changed. It was no longer about romance, no longer about Ashura Dane or Arianne Martell. It evolved into a pure war of honor to defeat Euron Greyjoy and reclaim face for the entire younger generation of Dorne. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, 10 Days. The undefeated god of war. The sandy square outside the water gardens seemed to have transformed into a miniature Dornish martial arts exhibition. Young nobles from House Manwudi, House Greyjoy, House Will, House Dalt, House Sant Agar, and many other Dornish vassals took turns entering the arena, holding various weapons and bearing the determination to wipe away their shame. This was no longer a contest of single longswords. One could see the swift thrust of spears, the steady block of shields, the tricky curves of scimitars, the air-tearing crack of whips, the whistling meteor hammers, the heavy force of poleaxes, and even the dangerous close-quarters daggers. A dazzling array of weapons was displayed here, each challenge bringing a completely new combat experience. For Euron, this was by no means a simple battle of wills, but an excellent practical training ground. In clashes with different opponents, he hungrily absorbed experience in dealing with various weapons and fighting styles, constantly integrating and perfecting his own combat system. His dual-wielding swordsmanship became increasingly proficient. His footwork and body movement became more agile and unpredictable when dealing with strange weapons. He even attempted to integrate his control of Conqueror's Haki into duels, using momentary bursts of aura to disturb his opponent's mind. The most jaw-dropping moment for the audience was when faced with a heavy meteor hammer whistling toward him, he didn't dodge or evade. With a low shout, the muscles all over his body instantly tensed like iron tekkai, iron body. Euron took the blow forcefully with his chest. Thud. After a dull, heavy sound like beating leather, Euron merely slid back half a step before stabilizing his figure. He gently rubbed his chest as if only lightly pushed, but his eyes flashed with the calm light of a successful test. He was personally testing the limits of his body's resistance to blows. This daily arena had become the best furnace for tempering himself. By the third day, the scene outside the water gardens had thoroughly evolved into a frenzied open competition. Euron's thirst for points and combat experience grew stronger. Under constant fighting, as if some warlike blood in his body had been activated, he authorized the complete breaking of all rule restrictions. Identity restrictions were lifted first, not just nobles, but lords from all over Dorne, sellswords, hedge knights, even bastards. Anyone who believed they had some skill could step up to challenge. Barriers of gender and age disappeared along with it, whether man or woman, young and impetuous or old and experienced. As long as they dared to step onto this sand, they could gain the opportunity to cross hands with Euron. The scale of challenges expanded rapidly. The original limit of 10 matches a day was completely abolished, replaced by a nearly endless wheel war, 10 matches in the morning, 10 in the afternoon, and even another 10 lined up after nightfall. From sunrise to starry skies, the sandy square was packed tight with crowds. The sharp ring of clashing metal, the exclamations and cheers of the audience, and the unwilling gasps of the defeated as they left the field almost never ceased. Euron stood in the center of the storm like a tireless martial addict, or a deep-sea kraken greedily absorbing combat experience, welcoming various challenges from all directions. On the 9th night of Euron's arrival in Dorne, the sand arena outside the water gardens welcomed an unprecedented grand occasion. Crowds attracted by the news squeezed into every inch of standing space, the roar of noise pressing straight toward the high walls of Sun's Pair. This unprecedented fervor was all due to the earth-shattering friendly spar at dusk. Euron Greyjoy engaged in a hearty battle with the Red Viper Prince Oberyn Martell. Under the eyes of everyone, with an exquisitely brilliant strike, he actually knocked the terrifying spear from Prince Oberyn's hand to the ground. Although neither side used their full strength, resembling more of a skill display and tacit probing between top experts, this result was enough to ignite the passion of all spectators. More critically, news had long spread. Tomorrow morning, this Iron Island's young master, who had won consecutively for days and whose limelight was unmatched, would depart. Tonight was the last chance to challenge him. Once missed, who knew what year or month it would be before one could seek a match with him again. Therefore, the surroundings of the arena were lit as bright as day by torches. Voices boiled over, everyone wanted to witness this final madness with their own eyes, or attempt to leave their name on this Dornish sand on this last night. On the 9th and final night, Euron's attitude underwent a complete transformation. The previous deliberate arrogance and superciliousness vanished without a trace. After cleanly defeating an opponent, he no longer left a disdainful back view. Instead, he proactively stepped forward, extended his right hand to the opponent on the ground, and pulled them up forcefully. Moreover, Euron would always sincerely praise the opponent's shining points: good skill. Your footwork is as agile as a desert rattlesnake, or amazing strength. That blow just now numbed my arm, or incredible speed. Like a pouncing leopard. Until no one stepped up to challenge any more, the arena fell into a strange silence, with only the crackling of torches and the sound of the sea breeze. Euron took a deep breath, walked to the center of the field, faced all the surrounding Dornish warriors and nobles, and bowed deeply. Euron raised his head, his voice clear and sincere, spreading throughout the arena. Please forgive my rudeness and offense these past days. His gaze swept over the faces he had defeated, faces he had once deliberately angered. I am about to go to Harrenhal to participate in the tourney, knowing well that strong enemies surround me. My posturing was not out of contempt, but from an urgent desire to accumulate more actual combat experience before the assembly, and to witness the style of true Dornish warriors here. Euron paused, continuing with a tone carrying a trace of imperceptible fatigue and utter sincerity. Only by behaving detestably enough could I arouse your greatest fighting spirit, allowing me to face an endless stream of challenges. This was undoubtedly a despicable exploitation, and for this, I am deeply sorry. At the same time, I am immensely grateful for everyone's tolerance and unreserved instruction these days. Every match with you has benefited me greatly." As his words fell, silence reigned over the arena. The previously accumulated hostility and anger seemed to begin melting quietly in this sudden frankness and respect. Sometimes, the turning of human hearts is just that wondrous. The interval between extreme loathing and heartfelt admiration might be separated only by a sentence of sincere confession. The more detestable Euron's deliberately arrogant posture was before, the more admirable his courage to admit it and apologize openly was now. Once, how many people secretly cursed this arrogant Ironborn, wishing he would be fed to the fish soon. But now, looking at the youth bowing in apology in the center of the field, frankly admitting he used all of them to hone himself, a complex and indescribable emotion surged in everyone's hearts, a realization of being used, yes, but even more, an awe for absolute strength, and respect for his ultimate choice of honesty. Hatred dissipated quietly, replaced by sincere well wishes. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, A Night of Passion. Who did I sleep with? Someone shouted first, "May you take the champion's crown at Harrenhal. May your martial fortune flourish." These wishes quickly triggered resonance, converging into a wave of goodwill. In this moment, they genuinely hoped that this young man, who had carved a name of invincibility upon the Dornish sands, could snatch the ultimate glory at that grander tourney for everyone who had witnessed his brilliance. This unique Dornish crusade against Euron tourney concluded in a way no one expected. Just as the atmosphere was most heated, Prince Oberyn Martell waved his hand timely. Servants immediately brought out dozens of barrels of chilled Dornish vintage and wine from the reach. Handmaidens flowed like water, presenting mountains of delicacies, fragrant, spicy lamb legs sizzling with oil, various dainties garnished with olives and lemons. In an instant, the tense battlefield transformed into a grand carnival banquet. People raised their cups one after another, paying tribute to Euron. At this point, Euron naturally couldn't refuse this enthusiasm that melted away past grudges. Laughing heartily, he accepted the cups and drank freely with everyone who approached. Even more impressive was that, despite cup after cup of fine wine going down, Euron's shrewd merchant instinct, deeply rooted in his blood, never went offline. With a flushed face, his arm around a Dornish warrior's shoulder, he didn't forget to enthusiastically promote the Iron Islands specialty. "Hey, brother! If you get the chance, you must try our House Greyjoy's Kraken red wine. It's got way more kick than this Dornish sweet wine. I guarantee after you drink it, all other wine will taste as bland as seawater. Dornishmen drink Dornish wine. We only love summer wine. No sales pitches allowed here, thanks." The atmosphere of revelry lasted deep into the night. The clinking of cups and hearty laughter didn't cease for a long time. In the end, Euron's memory became as blurry as a reef shrouded in sea fog. He completely forgot how he left that noisy sand arena, or how he stumbled all the way back, finally collapsing onto his bed. Between haze and trance, Euron only felt a soft, warm body supporting him. A strand of elegant, unfamiliar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, like a night blooming cereus under moonlight, tempting one to drown in it. The subsequent memories were like broken tides, blurry and intermittent. He seemed to be helped into a room, the door closing gently behind him. Then, fiery breaths intertwined, fingertips traced shivers across skin, indistinguishable whispers and gasps in the dark. What was bound to happen, happened inevitably, like being pushed by the tide, and what shouldn't have happened, also quietly occurred in the entanglement of drunkenness and desire. Early the next morning, sharp sunlight pierced the window lattice, nailing the headache of a hangover ruthlessly into Euron's mind. Euron struggled to open his eyes. The first thing that came into view was his naked body and the messy bed beside him. The velvet sheets were crumpled into a ball, and most glaringly, several dried but still shocking dark red marks lay there, like red plum blossoms fallen in snow, silently telling of the madness that happened last night which he had forgotten. Euron struggled awake from deep drunkenness, his head splitting with pain. The sunlight piercing through the window stung his eyes open. The fragmented memories of last night rushed in chaotically like a tide, the noise of the carnival, the clinking of cups, and a warm, soft figure. He sat up abruptly, looking around, trying to piece together that blank space. However, no matter how hard he tried, the woman's face, her voice, everything about her was thoroughly swallowed by thick fog, vanishing without a trace. Who was it last night? The first face that floated into his mind was naturally Ashura Dane's clear, beautiful features. However, this guess collapsed the moment he pushed open the door. Ashura was standing under the corridor in crisp travel attire, sunlight plating her with a golden edge. Hearing movement, she turned her head. Those famous violet eyes were clear to the bottom, carrying a hint of urging smile. Awake? Hurry and pack, we are leaving soon. Her expression, movements, and tone were all natural and open, showing not a trace of the shyness or anomaly of having had intimate contact with him last night. The itinerary had long been set. Everyone would board ships at Sunspear's harbor, cross the vast blue sea of Dorne, and land at Vulture's Roost. Then they would switch to land travel, heading north past Blackhaven, paying respects at the ruins of Summerhall, the former summer palace of House Targaryen, then crossing through Griffin's Roost, or similar route, arriving at Tumbleton in the Reach. From there, the group would step onto the Blooming Rose Road. Finally, near the capital, King's Landing, they would switch to the King's Road and head straight north to reach the destination Harrenhal. According to this carefully planned route, traveling leisurely and unhurriedly, they expected to arrive at least 7 days before the tourney officially began. The lineup heading to Harrenhal this time was extremely massive. From Dorne alone, hundreds of lords, nobles, hedge knights, and sellswords eager to make a name for themselves joined the group. Riding sand steeds and flying various family banners, they formed a mighty, colorful procession. The sound of hooves and clamor shook the Dornish land as they marched north. On the journey, amidst the chaotic sound of hooves, Euron seemed somewhat absent-minded, constantly trying to capture that blurry, warm figure from last night in his mind. Finding an opportunity, he asked Lisa privately, "What happened to me later last night?" Hearing this, a trace of helplessness appeared on Lisa's face. "You drank too much last night, my lord. I advised you to go back and rest, but you insisted on drinking more. Prince Oberyn was there too," he laughed and said you'd be fine with him, telling me to rest assured and go back first. "You also told me to leave, so I went back." "And after that?" Euron pressed, trying to find a clue. "After that?" Lisa shook her head, a slight blush of embarrassment appearing on her face. "I also drank some wine and fell asleep as soon as I returned to my room." "My lord, asking like this, did something special happen later last night?" Euron rubbed his still throbbing temples, muttering vaguely, "It seems, a woman entered my room in the middle of the night." Lisa's eyes widened slightly, asking subconsciously, "And then?" "And then?" Euron said with certainty. "Of course, find out who she is." Lisa was silent for a moment, then softly asked the most critical question. "After finding out, what then? What do you intend to do?" This question made Euron freeze instantly. "Right, after finding out, what then? Is there anything more to do? My betrothed is Ashura Dane. What happened last night was just a drunken romantic accident. I am not someone stuck on worldly etiquette, there seems no need to entangle endlessly over this. Do I have to take responsibility for it?" Euron pondered for a moment, finally sighing deeply. The corner of his mouth pulled into a helpless arc as he said to Lisa, "You're right." Euron seemed to temporarily put the mystery of last night behind him. Just then, Prince Oberyn Martell ran over excitedly, dragging him into the ship's cabin, mysteriously wanting to discuss a newly developed, supposedly throat-sealing strange poison. The two hid in a cabin room, doors tightly shut. No movement was heard for a long time, only a few suppressed but thoroughly wicked chuckles leaking through the crack of the door occasionally, chilling anyone who heard. At the other end of the deck, Princess Elia Martell walked slowly to Lisa, who was gazing at the sea. The sea breeze brushed her slightly flushed cheeks. She hesitated for a moment, her voice so soft it almost melted into the sound of waves. "Thank you." Lisa didn't turn her head. Her gaze remained calmly on the distant horizon, her tone indifferent yet certain. Nothing should have happened to begin with. So, last night, nothing ever happened. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Elia seemed to unload a heavy burden. She nodded gently, repeating, her voice soft but firm, "Yes, nothing ever happened." Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Sea of Dorne. 10 consecutive draws. Despite saying he wouldn't investigate further, Euron's gaze still meticulously swept over every possible person on the ship who might know something. His eyes first landed on the hot-tempered, sorrowful man-lady. However, after just one extra glance at Victoria Daniels, she glared back viciously like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, growling in a low voice, "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out those peepers right now and use them for fish bait." The fierceness in her eyes was entirely genuine. Euron immediately concluded, absolutely not her. If it were really her, there's no way I'd wake up in one piece, I'd probably already be a corpse at the bottom of the Dornish Sea. There were also several beautiful Dornish handmaidens traveling on the ship. Many of them looked at Euron with unconcealed admiration and shyness, their eyes full of spring. Euron thought, if it was one of them, it wouldn't be much trouble. Euron's thoughts then drifted to Princess Arianne Martell. He suddenly realized that since early morning, he hadn't seen the usually lively and uninhibited Dornish princess. Just then, Euron happened to see Ashura walking out of the cabin. He approached casually and asked probingly, "Why haven't I seen your inseparable good sister?" Ashura's expression remained normal as she replied briskly, "Arianne isn't feeling well, she's resting in her cabin." Then, she gave Euron a slightly coquettish glare, blocking his follow-up questions. "It's women's business, don't ask so much." The fleet of 6 ships, 2 sleek longships belonging to the Iron Islands and 4 Dornish warships flying the Martell banner of the spear piercing the sun smoothly bypassed the desolate Broken Arm and cautiously traversed the treacherous waters of the Stepstones once again. Perhaps the aura of this mixed fleet was intimidating enough, as no blind pirates came to court death. The voyage was safe and uneventful, so calm that only the harmony of waves and sails remained. It wasn't until the next day that Euron finally saw Arianne Martell, who hadn't shown her face for a long time, on the deck. She seemed to have returned to her usual self, wearing her signature teasing smile with a hint of seduction, chatting and laughing with other Dornish nobles. However, whenever Euron tried to approach or their eyes met, she would always look away naturally and seamlessly, gazing elsewhere. Euron finally found a relatively private moment, walked up to her, and lowered his voice. That night, Arianne didn't let him finish. She turned around, a smile still on her face, but her eyes held a trace of unquestionable sobriety and freedom. She spoke frankly, "Listen, we in Dorne don't have as many tedious rules as you do. We are descendants of the warrior queen Nymeria of the Rhoyne, men and women are equal. Like is like, dislike is dislike." She paused, her gaze lingering on Euron's face for a moment. "You were very charming that night, and I did like it. But it was limited to just that one night." Euron seemed to want to say more. "Then in the future." "In the future." Arianne took over the conversation quickly, her tone becoming clear and distant. "In the future, I am still Ashura's closest friend, and you are still Ashura's rightful fiancé. And we are just friends." Her arrangement was clearly beyond doubt. Euron seemed to still hesitate. "Then we Scram! The smile on Ariane's face vanished instantly. She threw him a crisp word, then immediately reverted to her cynical demeanor, as if the sharpness just now had never existed. I will treat it as if nothing ever happened, and I won't tell Ashura. She turned to leave, dropping a final sentence with a hint of warning. I don't want a smelly man like you affecting the bond between us sisters. Since she's put it this way, her stance so clear and free, if I continue to pester and overthink, wouldn't I look like an indecisive fool? Euron watched her retreating figure, finally shaking his head helplessly and exhaling a long breath, as if to expel all the haze and warmth of that night along with the sea breeze. Fine. Let it be a beautiful but fleeting dream during the voyage. Now that the dream is over, it's time to look forward. Euron returned to his cabin and opened the one-piece system. During the 10 days in Dorne, Euron lost count of how many nobles, swordsmen, and sellswords he had defeated. There were few memorable opponents, but the final points obtained were solidly presented before his eyes, 10,680 points. Rokushiki Tekai, Iron Body. LV2 upgraded to LV3, consuming 1,000 points. LV3, Tekai, Steel, strengthens defensive power on the basis of Tekai to withstand opponent attacks. Constitution +1. LV3 upgraded to LV4, consuming 2,000 points. Body defense enhanced. LV4 upgraded to LV5, consuming 2,000 points. LV5, Tekai, Wolf Fang, allows continuous movement while maintaining the Tekai state. Strength +1. LV5 upgraded to LV6, consuming 2,000 points. Body defense enhanced. LV6 upgraded to LV7, consuming 2,000 points. Body defense enhanced. LV7, Tekai, Convergence, gathers all the power used to activate Tekai into the fist, unleashing hardness like Tekai, Steel rapidly. The enemy will not only suffer significant damage but also be sent flying by the powerful attack force. Constitution +1. One-piece system bound host, Euron Greyjoy. Synchronizing world laws adapting to low magic plane loading complete. For every set amount of points consumed, free attribute points are awarded, 12,000/14,000/16,000/18,000/20,000. Remaining free attribute points, 13. Remaining points, 80. Current progress, 3,000/12,000. Strength, 14, 10. Agility, 18, 10. Stamina, 17, 10. Spirit, 17, 10. Command, 12, 10. Charm, 18, 10. Other skills, items, bloodlines omitted to save space. The remaining points were insufficient to upgrade skills further, so Euron decided to do a 10 consecutive draw to see if he could pull anything good. Image dial source, Skypiea. Effect, can record and play back images. Pet, sea cat, a giant sea beast with the upper body of a tanuki and the lower body of a fish. It brings you good luck. Pet, steel-scaled sawshark, a sea king creature 400 meters long, body covered in metallic scales, dorsal fin serrated, retractable barbs on tail, mouth full of serrated sharp teeth capable of biting steel into pieces, dorsal fin can easily saw through ship keels. Romantic pink sakura snow source, Dr. Kurha. Sprinkle in the sky to turn snow into cherry blossom pink. Effect, when pink sakura falls, your charm towards the opposite sex increases by 120 points. Rokushiki Shigan, finger pistol, LV1 source, Marine headquarters concentrates full body strength into the index finger, releasing a strike with a hardened finger in a flash. Rokushiki Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, LV1 source, Marine headquarters rapidly contracts and extends leg muscles to generate kinetic energy, then kicks out rapidly, a powerful kicking technique. Sakazuki's Boutonniere, Rose, source, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Akainu, a golden rose badge worn on the left chest, representing absolute justice. Trait: indestructible. Borsellino's sunglasses. Source: Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru. Lenses resist strong light backlash, immune to the blinding effect of own glint fruit in battle, also hides eye movements. Effect: wear them, and your eyes won't fear the sun. Buster Call, Golden Den Mushy. Source: World government sends a signal for indiscriminate destructive attacks on a specific area to completely wipe out threats to world government rule. Normally limited to admirals. World will intervention. This item is changed to a main unit, capable of maintaining calls with other Den Mushy. Can receive calls from the extension unit and make calls to the extension 3 times a day, 10 minutes per call. Buster Call, Silver Den Mushy. Source: World government receives signal and locates attack coordinates. World will intervention. This item is changed to an extension unit, capable of communicating with the main unit. Can call the main unit once a day for 10 minutes. 2 pets. Euron quietly released them into the sea, having them stay near the waters of the stepstones for now. The sunglasses and the rose boutonniere looked incredibly ugly, so Euron casually gave them to the Red Viper. Unexpectedly, Oberyn was delighted. Once he put on the glasses and rose, his image immediately felt significantly more wretched, sleazy/comical. Euron sized up Oberyn's current image, then pulled out the pink flamingo feather coat. Sure enough, Oberyn fell in love at first sight, happily putting it on immediately, raising his wretched temperament to another level. 2 Den Mushy. He would definitely use the main unit himself. He hadn't decided who to give the extension unit to yet, so he stored it. The image dial was absolutely an era-transcending item. Its existence could only be explained by magic. Although it had many usage restrictions, it was definitely a useful item. Romantic pink Sakura snow, absolutely a tool for wooing women, stored for now. Shigen and Rankyaku greatly improved Euron's unarmed combat capabilities once again. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Moonwalk. The Rokushiki completed. Euron looked at the Shigen, finger pistol, and Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, from the 6 powers, Rokushiki. He suddenly realized that his current Rokushiki skills, apart from Jeppo, Moonwalk, were almost complete. He still had 680 points. Originally, he hadn't planned to use them, but now he wanted to try his luck to see if he could complete the Rokushiki set, so he decided to draw 6 times directly. Rokushiki Jeppo, Moonwalk, LV1. Source: Marines. By kicking the air with powerful leg strength to produce strong buoyancy, one can walk in the air as if climbing stairs. Cannot stay in the air for too long. LV1, can be used once per day. Consumes 10 stamina points. Movement distance is 2 meters. If stamina drops below 2, weakness. Below 1, coma. At 0, near death. The Empress's hairpin. Source: Boa Hancock. The hairpin of Boa Hancock, the current Empress of the pirate nation Amazon Lily on the Isle of Women, and captain of the Kuja pirates, recognized by the world as the most beautiful woman in the world. Special antidote. Source: Tony Chopper. Effect: after consumption, cures any poison. Amudake mushroom, a highly toxic mushroom growing in the Drum Kingdom. Chopper mistook it for a panacea that could cure all diseases, but it is actually a deadly poison mushroom. To appreciate Chopper's intention and not disappoint him, despite knowing it was poisonous, Chopper's adoptive father Hyrilluk drank the soup made from it, shortening his life from 10 days to just half a day. Effect: after consumption, your life will be shortened to half a day. Senbei, rice crackers. Source: Garp. The snacks of marine hero Garp, who once set a record of eating 156 donuts consecutively. Pork hormone soup. Source: Sanji. A vitality recipe Sanji learned on Momwaro Island, Kamabaka Kingdom. It can strengthen a patient's constitution and allow the weak to recover stamina quickly. Good luck, he drew one of the Rokushiki on the first try. After collecting all 6 powers, the one-piece system prompted, when all Rokushiki skills are upgraded to LV10, the skill Life Return, Kikan, can be awakened. Getting all 6 skills to LV10 was still a long way off, but at least he saw the direction for the next improvement. The special antidote was a life-saving item and had to be kept safe. Except for the senbei, which was crunched and eaten, the other items were stored for now. The fleet docked slowly at the port of Will. This castle belonged to House Will. Its sigil, a black adder biting its own heel on a yellow field, was clearly visible flapping in the wind. Lord Derek Will personally welcomed them at the port with impeccable etiquette. However, the number of Dornish nobles, warriors, and retinues accompanying them was simply too vast, far exceeding the castle's reception capacity. Most people could only pitch tents in the designated area outside the city, forming a spectacular, continuous campsite. After arriving, Euron deliberately stayed away from the noisy drinking parties. Euron had just completed a 16-draw streak, 10 from previous chapter plus 6 here, gaining skills including 3 of the Rokushiki. He knew well that these powerful abilities couldn't be mastered out of thin air, he had to seize every moment to train hard. Tekai, Iron Body, had been upgraded to LV7, increasing strength by 1 and constitution, stamina/body, by 2. These suddenly increased attributes also required time to adapt. The only way to adapt was through hard work, constant exercise, and relentless tempering. At the edge of the temporary camp outside Will, Euron raced against time to throw himself into a new round of ascetic training. Shigan, finger pistol fingers held together like a knife, condensing all the body's strength and speed into the fingertips, stabbing suddenly towards hard rocks or wooden training stakes with astonishing explosive power. Every thrust carried a sharp whistle of breaking air, his slender fingers seemed to turn into drills capable of destroying anything. Although he was still far from the supreme realm of piercing metal and stone, if a body of flesh and blood were to take a direct hit, being easily poked full of holes would be the norm. Rankyaku, Tempest kick sinking his hips and twisting his body, perfectly combining leg strength with the kinetic energy of the waist twist, he whipped out a fierce, blade-like arc kick. Wooden training stakes as thick as a bowl and wide as a palm often snapped at the sound. Jeppo, moonwalk leaping into mid-air, relying not on magic or wind but on his feet rapidly stomping the air at a frequency hard for the naked eye to catch. Every stomp triggered a dull sonic boom. Relying on this reaction force, he could change direction and move briefly in the air with difficulty but reality. It could only be used once a day, so he could only test it this once, but Euron was very satisfied with the skill's effect. In actual combat, this single opportunity to suddenly change direction could often alter fate. At the edge of the vast temporary camp outside Will, the noise and feasting were isolated in the distance. Euron discarded all distracting thoughts, throwing himself into a grueling training regimen. To him, the taste of sweat rolling down and strength increasing was far more attractive than the flowing wine and noisy chatter in the tents. In the open area nearby, Ashura Dane and Lisa did not join the excitement afar. They stayed quietly by the side, their gentle gazes following the figure sweating under the moonlight and dust. A quiet, satisfied smile played on Ashura's lips, while Lisa's eyes overflowed with silent support and relief. They watched over him quietly, as if every bit of his progress, every drop of his sweat, transformed into an unspoken happiness permeating the cold night sky. In the brightly lit center of the banquet far away, Ariane Martell was like the most dazzling star in the night sky, indisputably becoming the focus of the entire ball. Dressed in a brightly colored gown fitting Dornish style, Ariane spun, her skirt blooming like a desert flower. Her naturally seductive smile and confident, soaring gaze possessed a magnetic magic, naturally attracting countless young nobles to cluster around her like stars holding up the moon. They vied to invite her to dance and offered gallantries just to win a moment of the Dornish princess's favor. Laughter and vitality always overflowed around Ariane, forming a sharp contrast with the silent, ascetic training scene at the edge of the camp. The next day, the group continued north along the ancient boneway winding between hills and desert, arriving at the ruins of Summer Hall. This was no pleasant tourist destination. It was once the summer palace of House Targaryen, but now only scorched, broken walls and desolate courtyards met the eye. The air still seemed filled with the scent of invisible ash and sorrow, silence suffocating the place. These ruins bore the weight of a profound kingdom tragedy. In the past, a king, along with his many knights and nobles, perished here in a sudden, terrifying fire during a celebration. Even more ironically fated, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the silver-haired prince who seemed born carrying prophecies and heaviness, was born on the very night this catastrophe occurred. His first cry rang out simultaneously with the collapse of the palace and the wails of countless people. Life and death completed a grotesque overlap here. When the tragic past of Summerhall was mentioned, and those around were immersed in the heaviness of history and the sorrow of fate, Princess Elia Martell's face showed not the slightest ripple. Elia's exquisite features were like a mask covered in frost, shrouded in indifference. It was as if the glory, disaster, and fate of House Targaryen were merely ancient legends of a distant foreign land, having absolutely nothing to do with her, or with Dorne. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Chance Encounter the Lannisters. The procession advanced along the flower-filled Rose Road and unexpectedly encountered another extremely prominent convoy. Flying high on their banners was a golden lion roaring on a crimson field, the massive retinue of House Lannister. At the head sat Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Shield of Lannisport, and Warden of the West. He sat straight on his horse, his expression as cold and stern as rock. Beside him rode his most trusted sibling and right-hand man, Kevan Lannister. His children were also all present: Lady Cersei Lannister, beautiful but sharp-eyed, Sir Jaime Lannister, golden hair shining and full of heroic spirit, and young Tyrion Lannister, observing everything with eyes that were overly intelligent for his age. This encounter caused the faces of Oberyn Martell and Arianne Martell to darken almost instantly, poorly concealed aversion flashing in their eyes. This hostility was rooted in the past. Back in 273 AC, when they were still youths, they had visited Casterly Rock with their mother, the ruling princess of Dorne. At that time, their mother hoped to arrange betrothals between Oberyn, Elia, and Tywin's twin children, Cersei and Jaime. However, the timing was extremely unfortunate. It was just after Tywin's beloved wife, Joanna Lannister, had passed away, and all of Casterly Rock was immersed in grief. Lord Tywin not only rudely rejected the marriage proposal but also suggested that the infant Tyrion be betrothed to Elia instead of Jaime, a proposal Oberyn's mother viewed as a huge insult to House Martell, causing them to part on bad terms. Since then, Tywin Lannister had been pushing hard for a marriage between his daughter Cersei and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, attempting to bring his family into the core of power. Unexpectedly, Aerys II, the Mad King, out of suspicion toward Tywin, flatly refused and instead had Prince Rhaegar marry Elia Martell. This decision undoubtedly deepened Tywin's grudge and dissatisfaction with Dorne. Now, two families bearing old grievances reunited on the Rose Road, invisible sparks crackling in the air. Despite the unpleasant history, there were no other irreconcilable direct conflicts between House Lannister and Dorne. Superficial etiquette had to be maintained thoroughly. As representatives of Dorne, Oberyn Martell and Arianne Martell, along with Euron Greyjoy representing the Iron Islands, rode forward proactively to greet and bow to Lord Tywin. Their demeanor was impeccable, as if the past discord had never happened. Cersei Lannister remained incredibly beautiful, like a meticulously carved piece of cold jewelry. However, deep within her emerald eyes, a difficult-to-dissipate anger was constantly suppressed. Shortly before departing for Harrenhal, she learned news that made her burn with rage. House Lannister was about to form a marriage alliance with House Tully. Her perfect twin brother, Jaime, was arranged by their father to marry the second daughter of Hoster Tully, Lord of the Riverlands Lisa Tully. She had fiercely objected to her father. The result was predictable: she received only Tywin's cold rejection and harsh mockery. When did Jaime's marriage become yours to decide? What right do you have to object? Useless brain! Unlike his sister's gloom, Jaime Lannister appeared very happy to see Euron. The golden-haired young knight's eyes shone with excitement when talking about the upcoming tourney at Harrenhal, eager to try his skills. Tyrion Lannister squeezed forward impatiently. Not only was he happy about the reunion, but he also eagerly mentioned the book Euron had given him, The Miracles, and asked with glowing eyes when the next sea adventure would begin. He couldn't wait to see the vast world across the narrow sea again. The two groups with the same destination, one representing the blazing sun and spears of Dorne, the other symbolizing the lions and gold mines of the Westerlands, naturally merged and traveled together, winding along the Rose Road toward Harrenhal. During the noon feast that day, exquisite food and fine wine were laid out on long tables under a temporary luxury tent. At the table, Lord Tywin Lannister sat at the head, his posture as cold and majestic as ever. Unexpectedly, the Warden of the West didn't exchange many pleasantries. Instead, he steered the conversation directly to the battle that had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, landing precisely on Euron Greyjoy at the table. His voice was steady. "Greyjoy, I am quite interested in that encounter you commanded near the waters of the Arbor not long ago." He deliberately chose relatively neutral words, but every word carried heavy weight. "I wonder if you are willing to share some details? For example, how did you end the battle so efficiently, given that your forces might not have had the advantage?" The atmosphere at the table seemed to condense slightly. Everyone understood this was no ordinary casual curiosity. What Lord Tywin was truly evaluating was the military talent, tactical style, and the maritime threat or potential represented by the young Ironborn before him. Facing Lord Tywin's inquiry, Euron remained composed, responding concisely and logically. "First, we held the absolute moral high ground in this battle. The Arbor plundered our merchant ships first, insulting the honor of Greyjoy. We were forced to counterattack." His tone was calm but carried undeniable weight. "Before the battle, we gave them ample time to admit their mistake and return the property, but at the same time, we made full preparations in case they insisted on fighting." He paused briefly, continuing to expound on his tactical core. "Victory in a naval battle does not equate to the end of the entire campaign. To truly destroy the Arbor's will to resist, a fatal blow had to be dealt from within. Therefore, before the fleets engaged head-on, I personally led an elite squad to infiltrate quietly from the rear, entering their core castle ahead of time." Euron didn't want to dwell on this matter. He pivoted, skillfully guiding the topic toward Tywin, his words carrying just the right amount of respect. "In fact, Lord Tywin, you have always been a model I study in military strategy. Many ideas for this operation drew inspiration from your classic campaigns of the past." An extremely subtle ripple seemed to pass over Lord Tywin's stern face. He keenly caught Euron's hint and slowly added, "including that song which is now widely circulated, The Flames of the Arbor." Hearing this, Euron didn't hide anything. Instead, he laughed openly, his smile frank and unrestrained. "You jest, my lord. An impromptu work, merely to boost morale. Naturally, it cannot compare to your classic The Rains of Castamere." Cersei Lannister suddenly clapped her hands lightly a few times. The crisp sound was particularly abrupt at the somewhat dull table. She raised her beautiful face, which carried a trace of deliberate provocation. Her voice was like smooth silk. "I always feel this luncheon lacks some entertainment. Where are our musicians?" Her gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on her father's face. The corner of her lips curled into a shallow smile. "Come, play and sing a song for our honored guests, The Rains of Castamere." Lord Tywin's ice-sharp gaze immediately turned to his arrogant, beautiful daughter. His rock-like expression didn't change in the slightest, but deep in those cold green eyes, a profound exhaustion and helplessness flashed almost imperceptibly, as if sighing heavily in his heart for this untimely provocation filled with metaphors. "That song is not meant to be played during a meal." Chapter 150, Chapter 150, the reigns of Castamere. Who do you think you are? The Lord declares proudly, you must bow down to me. Different colors, but equal in power, each showing their true strength to settle the score. The red lion fights the yellow lion, claws and teeth sharp, showing no mercy. Every strike is deadly and ruthless, and who are you to forget, and who are you to forget? Oh, that's what he said, that's what he said, the Lord of Castamere said that. But now, every rainy season, the rain weeps in the hall, yet there's no one inside. But now, every rainy season, the rain weeps in the hall, yet there's no soul left. As the last heavy, warning-filled note of the rains of Castamere faded, the echoes seemed to linger in the tent. Dash. Dash. Euron's expression didn't change a bit. He spoke calmly, with a touch of pure admiration in his tone, this is the song I've heard the most times, and it's also the most powerful version I've ever heard. Euron shifted the conversation slightly, his gaze deepening as he continued, but it's not just a song. It's more like an invisible, incredibly sharp sword. Duke Tywin Lannister's body leaned forward almost imperceptibly, a faint spark of interest flashing in those piercing, cold eyes that could see through anyone. He responded in a low voice, "Oh? How so?" Euron met his gaze steadily and said frankly, "Fear itself is a powerful weapon." He explained his view clearly, this song that's sung across the Seven Kingdoms makes everyone in Westeros understand the Lannisters better. It silently declares a fact, anyone who dares to oppose Casterly Rock must first think about the fate of House Rain, think about the end of Castamere. Duke Tywin's pale green eyes, as if embedded with flecks of gold, were fixed unblinkingly on Euron. After hearing Euron's analysis, his face showed no hint of pleasure or anger, he just replied flatly, "I've dealt with plenty of Ironborn from the Iron Islands. They usually put more faith in the axes in their hands and prefer the simplest, most direct way of talking. You, Euron, are an exception." His tone was even, it seems the future of the Iron Islands is bound to shock everyone in Westeros. Euron didn't take those words as flattery that needed humble denial. He simply accepted them and responded with facts, his gaze sincere and unwavering. The greatness of House Lannister today started with your iron fist and foresight, Lord Tywin. And in my view, the Lannisters' future will reach even unshakable heights because of Sir Jaime Lannister's unmatched bravery and daring. He paused, glancing at the imp nearby, his tone without a hint of hesitation, and Tyrion Lannister's wit and intelligence that far surpass the ordinary. Prince Oberyn Martell burst into a loud laugh upon hearing this, slapping the table hard and teasing without holding back, "Haha! Euron, that flattery was way too direct and loud." Euron wasn't fazed by the jab. His face stayed calm, but his tone was unusually firm, "That's not flattery, Red Viper. What I said is just the plain truth." Sitting nearby, Tyrion Lannister felt a slight jolt in his small frame when he heard Euron openly mention his wit and intelligence in front of his father and the Westerlands nobles, even linking it to the family's greatness. He looked up, his complex gaze mixing disbelief with a rare touch of being publicly acknowledged. Duke Tywin's eyes also swept over his two sons, a rare, deeply complicated expression flickering across his rock-hard, stern face. Euron was right, Jaime had unmatched valor and charm, while Tyrion inherited all the Lannister cunning and wisdom. But fate was cruel, these outstanding qualities hadn't come together in one person. And the younger son, with the mind to carry the family's future, had been born in the form Tywin hated most and refused to accept. Cersei Lannister's face turned extremely ugly the moment she heard those words. She could tolerate the praise for Jaime, but for him to skip over her, the rightful Lannister eldest daughter, and instead hype up that dwarf brother she despised as wise, that was a massive insult. He'd overlooked her, as if she were invisible. Wasn't she, Cersei, the perfect blend of beauty, bravery, and wisdom? Cersei let out a cold snort, shifting the topic with a sharp, acidic tone to vent her anger elsewhere. "I don't care about the Iron Islands' future. All I know is, ever since certain people caused that mess, it's been impossible to get good arbor red wine anymore. She pushed away the wine cup in front of her with disgust. These substitutes taste so bad they make me sick. Facing this sudden redirected fury, Euron just smiled faintly and replied smoothly, "No need to regret it, Lady Cersei. Once we get to Harrenhal, there'll be top-shelf red wine from the Iron Islands. I guarantee its unique, rich flavor will surprise you. It'll be so good you won't want to put the cup down." Cersei smirked with extreme disdain at that, letting out a contemptuous hum. "Red wine brewed in the Iron Islands? That's the biggest joke I've heard." Her gaze swept over Euron, full of mockery. "I remember your Greyjoy words are we do not, so raiding and fighting are your specialties. I've never heard of any Ironborn having the patience for the fine art of winemaking." She raised her voice on purpose, making sure everyone around could hear. "That so-called big surprise? Better not be some sour slop only fit for feeding pigs." Before Euron could respond, the usually gentle Princess Elia Martell frowned first. Cersei's contempt for Euron and his family, along with her arrogance, had angered Elia. Her voice was soft but clear. "Ignorance isn't an excuse for reckless judgment, Lady Cersei. Just because you haven't seen or heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist or that it's inferior." She lifted her chin slightly. "I've actually tasted Kraken red wine, and its richness far outshines anything from the arbor." This direct rebuttal made Cersei's pretty face flush red instantly, green eyes blazing with anger, looking ready to explode. At that tense moment, Prince Oberyn Martell let out a cold chuckle, jumping in to break the standoff. "Arguing about taste is the most boring thing in the world. Good or bad, let your tongue decide fairly." He glanced playfully between Cersei and Elia. "Lucky for us, I happen to have a bottle left with me." He snapped his fingers and ordered a servant, "Go get that bottle from my bags, the one with the golden Kraken emblem. Today, let's have these Westerlands nobles taste for themselves what Iron Islands pig slop really tastes like." The servant returned quickly, holding a bottle. This was no ordinary wine bottle, its shape was unique, clearly custom-made. The whole thing was a deep glassy blue, but under the light, it shimmered with dark gold flows. On the body, a fierce and majestic golden Kraken pattern was intricately carved, tentacles coiling, details so lifelike it seemed like it might burst out any second, full of power and mysterious beauty. The overall packaging was incredibly refined, from the cork to the label, every detail showing exceptional craftsmanship and pure artistry. It was less like a bottle of wine and more like a collectible work of art. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Sales Pitch Kraken Wine. The attendant uncorked the bottle deftly. A rich, complex aroma of fruit and oak silently escaped instantly, permeating the air. He respectfully poured wine for Lord Tywin, Prince Oberyn, and others present. The liquid displayed a deep ruby red color, shimmering with gorgeous luster under the light. Lord Tywin Lannister did not rush to taste it. Following the etiquette of wine tasting, he steadily lifted the goblet, swirling it gently to observe the tears clinging to the glass. Then he moved the goblet under his nose and inhaled deeply. The aroma was rich in layers, the fruity sweetness of ripe black cherries and plums, mixed with a trace of unique mineral scent and the sharpness of sea breeze. The finish carried the smokiness and spice brought by high-quality oak barrels. Just by observing the color and smelling the aroma, Tywin's usually impassive face showed an almost imperceptible twitch of the brow. With his fastidious taste and experience, he had already concluded this was no ordinary fine wine, it might even surpass many renowned top-tier vintages. Although Cersei Lannister still wore a look of disdain, when she subconsciously mimicked her father's action and smelled that unusually complex and charming aroma, a trace of imperceptible astonishment flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. Everyone slowly raised their cups, taking a sip of the deep ruby liquid according to etiquette. The wine lingered in their mouths for a moment as they felt its delicate tannins and complex flavors bloom on their tongues. After a brief silence, heartfelt praise rang out around the table. Only Cersei Lannister pursed her lips tightly, looking displeased, as if she had drunk vinegar instead of fine wine. Lord Tywin Lannister slowly put down his goblet. The corners of his usually cold, hard mouth seemed to soften into an almost undetectable arc. He evaluated, full-bodied, solid structure. Though the tannins are strong, they are smooth as silk. The aftertaste has a rare sense of minerality and power. This is not the work of a few years. Lord Greyjoy, your investment and patience in winemaking are impressive. His praise was calm and precise, more like a weight assessment report. Prince Oberyn Martell laughed heartily, sparing no praise. Haha! Good wine. The entry is unrestrained fruitiness, but hidden behind it lies the heat of our Dornish sun and the sharpness of the sea breeze. There is an unyielding spirit in this wine, just like its owner. Euron, I must order a few more barrels from you. Tyrion Lannister swirled his glass, took a small sip, and his witty eyes lit up instantly. Marvelous! This aroma reminds me of those aged leather tomes filled with the fragrance of wisdom in the Citadel Library of Old Town, yet the taste is such a young and vibrant berry storm. Contradictory. Charming. This is definitely a flavor worthy of being written into poetry. Sir Kevin Lannister also nodded slightly, expressing his approval concisely. Mellow taste, excellent balance. A rare fine wine. As Tywin's staunchest deputy, his affirmation carried equal weight. Even Jaime Lannister added with a smile, carrying his characteristic knightly demeanor, the sense of power in this wine is enough for a knight to drink a cup before a charge. Good wine. Princess Elia Martell smiled at Euron, her voice gentle but clear. I said long ago, this is truly fine wine. Its quality is enough to silence any prejudice. The atmosphere at the table heated up due to this unexpectedly superb wine. Heartfelt praises rose one after another. Only Cersei remained aloof, her silence forming a stark contrast with the surrounding acclaim. Lord Tywin Lannister took another careful sip of the deep liquid, allowing the complex and robust flavors to fully bloom in his mouth. A moment later, he slowly set down the goblet. His pale green eyes, flecked with gold, looked sharply at Euron as he gave a weighty evaluation. The quality of this wine indeed surpasses the best vintages of the arbor. He pivoted to the most practical question, his tone holding the pure prudence and pragmatism of a merchant. Can such fine wine be mass-produced now? This concerned not just taste, but potential commercial value. A confident smile appeared on Euron's face. He had been waiting for this question. Of course, my lord. Our cellars are fully prepared. After the tourney at Harrenhal, the Golden Kraken will officially set sail to be sold across the Seven Kingdoms and even to the free cities across the Narrow Sea. He followed up, his tone respectful yet dignified. At that time, we will need Lord Tywin's care to open the market in the Westerlands for our fine wine. Without almost any hesitation, Lord Tywin nodded steadily, making a decision that both acknowledged the quality and showed great commercial insight. Certainly. For this Golden Kraken, book the first batch of 50 barrels for Casterly Rock. Euron continued to introduce calmly, like a merchant displaying treasures. In fact, the Kraken series of red wines produced by the Iron Islands is far more than just this Golden Kraken. According to grape variety, brewing process, and aging time, we divide them into 4 grades: White Kraken, fresh and crisp, suitable for women and children; Blue Kraken, mellow and lingering, similar in taste to the arbor wines of old; Purple Kraken, deep and complex, adding another layer of flavor, slightly cheaper; and the Golden Kraken you just tasted is the top-tier collection, the culmination of all, and naturally the most expensive. Each possesses distinct flavors and personalities, enough to satisfy various occasions and tastes. Hearing this clear, strategically sound introduction, a distinct smile rarely seen actually appeared on Tywin Lannister's rock-like face. Mixed with appreciation and surprise, he evaluated in a low voice, "Greyjoy, you really know how to do business." Hearing this, Euron sighed softly, the sigh carrying heaviness and a wry smile. "It is a helpless move, my lord. You must know well the poverty and harshness of the Iron Islands. If we don't want our people to rely solely on the ancient way of paying the iron price, reaving, for generations to survive, we must open new paths. Prosperous trade is a foundation more solid than any fleet. His fiancée, Ashura Dane, sat quietly by Euron's side throughout. Her dark hair flowed like a waterfall, making her skin appear even fairer and more translucent. Especially those unforgettable violet eyes inherited from House Dane of Starfall. At this moment, they clearly reflected Euron's figure, flowing with unconcealed admiration and heartfelt respect. Lord Tywin Lannister's gaze swept over the tightly clasped hands of the young couple. His usually severe face actually revealed a near gentle expression, as if seeing his younger self and Joanna. He spoke steadily, his tone carrying an elder's approval. Sir Arthur Dane not only has swordsmanship that crowns the continent, but his judgment of people is equally unique. It seems now that he has found a truly matching and ideal husband for his beautiful sister, Lady Ashura. Feeling everyone's gaze, Ashura did not lower her head in shyness. Instead, she held Euron's hand tighter. She raised those moving violet eyes, her voice soft but full of happiness and firmness. "Yes, Lord Tywin. I feel very lucky." This sincere confession and the harmonious scene before them caused the three Lannister siblings opposite to have different expressions, casting complex gazes upon the lovers bathed in love. Unsuppressible jealousy and unwillingness burned in Cersei's eyes. Everything she desired but could not obtain seemed to be stinging her. Jaime's gaze held a mix of yearning and faint melancholy, perhaps a momentary touch of pure emotion. Deep within Tyrion's world-wise eyes lay a bitter but sincere blessing, a distant and gentle glance cast toward a beauty he hardly dared to hope for. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Arrival at Harrenhal. The three massive contingents led by the crimson banners of House Lannister, the golden kraken of the Iron Islands, and the spear-piercing the Son of Dorne did not hesitate at the intersection of the Rose Road and the King's Road. Instead of turning southeast toward King's Landing, they stepped straight onto the King's Road to continue north. These three powers each had their reasons, but tacitly chose to avoid the capital. Lord Tywin Lannister had long since completely fallen out with the Mad King Aerys II, and the dignity of Casterly Rock would not allow him to set foot in that place of humiliation again unless it was under different circumstances. Euron Greyjoy held no respect for the Iron Throne or its owner, couldn't be bothered to waste travel time feigning politeness, and didn't want to be inexplicably burned to death. The Dornish contingent, due to the cold treatment and disdain Princess Elia Martell had received at the Red Keep, collectively showed resistance to King's Landing, preferring to bypass it directly. This mixed legion, gathering the strength of the Westerlands, the Iron Islands, and Dorne, with its massive momentum and prominent banners, invisibly became a beacon for those who followed. Many smaller groups, hedge knights, freeriders, and merchant caravans also heading to Harrenhal flocked to the rear of this massive column, like streams merging into a great river. The further north they marched, the larger the procession grew. Amidst flying dust, the sound of hooves and clamor shook the land along the way, like an unstoppable torrent surging toward Harrenhal. On the final stretch of the road to Harrenhal, a figure in pure, dazzling white stood quietly by the roadside waiting. It was Kingsguard Sir Arthur Dane. He was there specifically to welcome his sister Ashura Dane, as well as Prince Rhaegar's wife and daughter, Princess Elia Martell and Princess Rhaenys. Sir Arthur Dane first exchanged solemn greetings with Lord Tywin Lannister, sharing brief pleasantries. Then, his gaze turned to the dashing Jaime Lannister beside him, the young knight he had personally knighted. He nodded slightly to Jaime, casting a look of acknowledgement and greeting. After handling the necessary etiquette, Arthur's primary concern remained his sister and the princesses he needed to escort. He walked toward the carriage just as Princess Elia Martell leaned out gracefully, holding her daughter. But seeing no sign of his lovely sister, Arthur politely asked Princess Elia about her whereabouts. Hearing Arthur's inquiry, a gentle, slightly teasing smile appeared on Princess Elia's pale face. She answered softly, "Naturally, she is with her fiancé. Those two are getting along very well." Her gaze turned to Euron and Ashura standing together in the distance, her tone carrying a hint of good-natured banter. Sticking together all day, either watching the stars and moon side by side or strolling and whispering, enjoying all the romance. You can rest assured, your precious sister is being taken care of meticulously. Not waiting long, after someone announced them, Euron and Ashura hurried over. When Arthur saw Euron and Ashura walking side by side, fingers interlaced, a gentle smile appeared on the handsome face of the Sword of the Morning. Arthur Dane didn't look at Euron but spoke directly to his sister, his tone carrying the unique, slightly teasing doting of an elder brother. "All right, my dear sister, time to return to your brother's side for a while." He sighed with feigned melancholy, though warmth shone in his eyes. "The days ahead are still long. While you aren't officially married yet, spend more time with your poor brother. Otherwise, once you're married, I'm afraid there won't be room for me in your eyes anymore." This joke made both Euron and Ashura laugh. A faint blush rose on Ashura's cheeks. She gently let go of Euron's hand, and like an obedient, shy rabbit, walked quickly to her brother's side, affectionately taking his arm and whispering coquettishly, "Brother." Before the sun sank into the shimmering waves of the God's Eye, this massive coalition army finally reached the journey's end, Harrenhal. This colossal fortress was the ultimate embodiment of the mad ambition of Harren the Black, the self-proclaimed king of the Isles and the rivers. He built this castle to commemorate his immortal achievements, determined to make it the grandest, most awe-inspiring castle in all of Westeros, to look down upon all other kings. To build this fortress, he spent 40 whole years realizing this cruel dream. Thousands of captives from other kingdoms exhausted their lives in quarries or died of exhaustion on the scaffolds building the 5 skyscraping towers, their flesh and blood were part of the wall materials. Countless ancient weirwoods were felled to become rafters and beams supporting the halls. Harrenhal was built before Aegon's conquest, located in the Riverlands, leaning against the north shore of the God's Eye. It was undoubtedly the largest fortress in the 7 kingdoms. But since the War of Conquest, when Harren and his line were incinerated in dragon fire, this place had always been shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, like a gigantic, scarred ruin. The castle possessed 5 extremely massive towers and matching walls that were unbelievably thick. These walls were thick enough for giants to live comfortably within rooms inside them. Its scale was so huge that almost no comparable building could be found. The stables could easily accommodate 1,000 war horses, its godswood was as vast as a small forest, covering 20 acres, and its kitchens were even comparable in scale to the entire Great Hall of Winterfell. However, most areas of Harrenhal today had fallen into deep decay. The current holders, House Went, used only the lower 2/3 of the 5 high towers. The upper levels and many areas of the castle had been abandoned for decades, left to gradually crumble and become nests for bats and shadows. Harrenhal's thick, steep walls rose from the ground like cliffs. Looking up from the ground, the trebuchets between the battlements atop the walls looked as tiny as bugs. Its gatehouse was incomparably massive, though the stones on it were cracked and faded. Looking from outside the gatehouse, the towering walls blocked most of the view. Only the spires of the 5 giant towers could pierce above the perimeter wall, grimly entering one's sight. Before even formally arriving under the massive shadow of Harrenhal, the scene before them deeply shocked the visitors. Outside the colossal fortress, the originally open fields had been completely covered by a boundless ocean of tents. There were simply too many families coming for the grand event. Nobles, knights, squires, and freeriders flocked from everywhere in countless numbers. Even with its staggering scale, the ancient Harrenhal could not accommodate such a surging tide of people at this moment. As far as the eye could see, various colorful family banners flapped in the wind like a rolling ocean of tapestries, declaring the presence of lords from all over the 7 kingdoms. Countless tents were densely linked together, spreading to the end of the horizon. Among them, many were formed by multiple luxurious tents cleverly arranged into a square or circle, leaving a private communal area in the middle, with tent doors opening inward. They formed self-contained, heavily guarded temporary small manors, highlighting the status and strength of their owners. The grandeur and bustling atmosphere of this temporarily formed city of tents itself constituted the most breathtaking spectacle before the tourney even began. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Kick You Flying. Karstark. As Euron's convoy approached the vast city of tents, a carefully arranged spectacle appeared before them. The densely packed tents seemed to possess a life of their own, automatically parting to the sides to create a path wide enough for two horses to pass side by side. Even more astounding was that the sides of the path were ingeniously lined with bottles of the Iron Islands Kraken series red wine, white, blue, purple, and gold. They were stacked to form a colorful, unique makeshift guardrail, glittering dazzlingly under the sunlight like a brilliant corridor of gems. At intervals, a beautiful young woman dressed in uniform attire stood gracefully. They held exquisite trays on which 4 goblets filled with wines of different colors sat steadily, corresponding to the 4 varieties of Kraken wine. With charming smiles, they elegantly offered the cups to every newly arrived guest for free tasting. While the guests tasted, the women would use gentle, pleasant voices loud enough for those around to hear, delivering advertisements at just the right moment. Honored guests, welcome to Harrenhal. All banquet wines for this tourney are generously sponsored by House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. White Kraken, fresh and crisp. Blue Kraken, mellow and lingering. Purple Kraken, deep and complex. Golden Kraken, exclusive collection. There is always a Kraken that can conquer your noble taste buds. At the end of this luxurious promotional corridor, Maester Qyburn, clad in grey robes, had been waiting for a long time. Standing quietly, his gaze passed over the noisy crowd and locked precisely onto the approaching Euron Greyjoy, like a steward awaiting his master's inspection of extraordinary results. Euron nodded with satisfaction at the scene Qyburn had meticulously arranged, praising, "Very well done. Hard work." Qyburn bowed slightly with humility, his voice steady and respectful. "Everything was done according to my lord's instructions. Not disappointing my lord is the best result." He then stepped aside, making a guiding gesture. "My lord, please follow me. King Quellan and Lord Balon have been waiting for you at the Iron Islands quarters for some time." Just as Euron, Balf, Dagmar, and the other elite Ironborn were about to follow Qyburn into the castle, an untimely voice filled with jealousy and anger rang out abruptly from the side. "Why do these Ironborn get to swagger into the castle while we Karstarks have to eat dust and wind out here?" Euron's steps paused. His cold gaze swept toward the speaker, quickly identifying the other's sigil, a white sunburst on a black field. The corner of his mouth curled into an arc devoid of warmth. His voice, clear and chilling, instantly suppressed the surrounding noise. "The reason is simple. Because House Greyjoy are kings of the Iron Islands, while you Karstarks are neither Starks nor kings of the North." The young noble named Torrhen Karstark was thoroughly enraged by these words. He burst into a fit of furious laughter. "Ha ha! A pirate living by plunder dares to arrogantly call himself king before us northern nobles. If this were the North, you Krakens would have frozen to death on the ice plains long ago. With that frame of yours," he looked Euron up and down contemptuously, waving a thick arm, "I could take you down with one hand." Balf and Dagmar glared instantly, ready to step forward and teach this insolent northerner a lesson, but Euron stopped them with a simple gesture. Euron didn't get angry. Instead, he turned his head and asked Qyburn beside him, "Qyburn, around Harrenhal these days, if a fight breaks out or someone is accidentally killed, how is it usually handled?" Qyburn immediately understood the implication. A strange smile appeared on his usually expressionless face. He shrugged, his tone relaxed. "Answering my lord, in this place nowadays, if there aren't 8 or 10 fights a day, or 7 or 8 deaths, it simply doesn't count as a complete day. Lord Went's men are too busy just clearing the grounds, they have no time to investigate deeply." Only then did Euron turn slowly toward Torrhen Karstark, who stood nearly 2 meters tall and was built like a bear. He stopped in front of the man, calmly looked up to meet the angry gaze, and said faintly, "Come, try it. I am very curious how you plan to take me down with one hand." Tekai, iron body. Seeing that Euron was just over 1.8 meters tall and far from burly, a hideous sneer appeared on Torrhen's face. He reached out with a large hand, grabbing Euron's collar fiercely, intending to lift him easily like a chicken and throw him out. However, when he exerted force, he found the opponent was like an iron statue rooted to the ground, motionless. He couldn't shake him even a fraction. The smile on his face froze instantly, turning into astonishment. Fishman karate, skillful force. In the instant of Torrhen's shock, Euron's hand had clamped onto his wrist like lightning. Seemingly without much force, just following the momentum with a twist and a pull, leveraging the opponent's strength, a clean shoulder throw sent the giant's massive body flying into the air. Bang! The heavy body smashed onto the hard ground 3 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. When had Torrhen Karstark ever suffered such humiliation? Spitting out the sand in his mouth, he let out a roar of rage, leaped up from the ground, and pounced again like an enraged wild bull. Triple kick followed by Rankyaku, Tempest kick. Euron's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Swift as the wind, 3 consecutive low kicks struck Torrhen's knees and shins precisely, dismantling his momentum while causing severe pain and instability in his lower body. Immediately following, in the instant the opponent lost balance and leaned forward, Euron twisted his waist and whipped out a fierce Rankyaku like a blade, kicking directly into his chest and ribs. Thud! With a muffled sound, Torrhen Karstark's massive body, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, was kicked flying backward by the invisible impact force. He crashed heavily onto the ground again, several bloody teeth flying out. He lay on the ground, left with only painful groans. Seeing Torrhen instantly defeated, the Northerners were immediately filled with indignation. With a clamor, they surrounded Euron and the Ironborn behind him, the atmosphere instantly becoming volatile. Euron remained composed. His cold gaze swept over the surrounding Northerners, his voice steady but carrying undeniable oppression. "What, lost a duel and planning to swarm us?" Just as conflict was about to erupt, a steady voice rang out from outside the crowd, "Make way." Hearing the voice, the northern warriors subconsciously parted a path. Eddard Stark pushed through the crowd and strode in. His tall, upright figure carried a convincing majesty. Frowning slightly, his gaze swept over the scene, and he asked in a deep voice, "What happened here?" Euron spat on the ground and jerked his chin upward. "You should ask that Karstark still lying on the ground." At this moment, Torrhen Karstark, struggling to sit up, had a face flushed red from both pain and shame. He shouted gruffly to his liege lord, "Ned! This has nothing to do with you all, stay out of it. I provoked him first. The duel. I lost. Let them go." He still retained some of the Northerners' toughness, admitting defeat when beaten. Eddard looked down at Torrhen, his tone serious and admonishing. "Remember who you are, Torrhen. Do not bring shame to the North here. If you want to prove your courage, there will be plenty of time for you to bleed at the tourney." Then, Eddard turned to Euron, his attitude frank and fair. "Lord Greyjoy, I apologize for his rude provocation. The Karstarks are just like this, their voices move faster than their brains." Euron accepted the apology. He nodded, his tone indifferent. "It doesn't matter. He has received the lesson he deserved. Lord Eddard, see you at the tourney." With that, he entered the castle. After watching Euron enter the castle, Eddard paused, lowering his voice but ensuring those around him could hear. "His swordsmanship is better. Even Jaime Lannister was once defeated by his hand. If you're unconvinced, fight him in the arena." The Northerners watched Euron's retreating figure, hoping to defeat him in the arena to wash away this shame. Read more in Pat. Cave Leather. Please vote. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Single Combat. The Trial. Euron stepped into House Greyjoy's temporary residence at Harrenhal, and a familiar, rough atmosphere hit him. His father, King Quellan Greyjoy, sat at the head. His older brother Balon, younger brother Victarion, and nephew Roderick were all present. It was very much a small family gathering. Seeing Euron enter, Balon was the first to grin, his eyes twinkling with unconcealed teasing. "Yo, our great hero returns. Where is your Pearl of Dorne, Lady Ashura? Didn't bring her along?" Euron was long accustomed to his brother's banter and responded indifferently, "She is naturally with her brother, Sir Arthur Dayne." Hearing this, the smile on Balon's face became even more mischievous. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and chuckled in a tone of tacit understanding between men. "All this way, from Dorne to here, spending so much time together, didn't you find a chance to do that?" He deliberately dragged out his tone, winking and making rude, obscene gestures with his hands. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. This blatant teasing finally made the usually calm Euron roll his eyes in annoyance, too lazy to bother with his unreliable brother. "Shut up, Balon!" King Quellan Greyjoy's voice was deep and full of pressure, echoing in the stone room. His sharp, hawk-like gaze locked onto Euron. He already knew of Euron's decision from their letters and now wanted to confirm it face to face. "Have you made up your mind? You're going to participate in that damned single combat?" His tone carried unquestionable paternal authority as he raised an eyebrow. "You should know, your brother Balon also wanted to go, and I flatly refused him. Tell me, why do you think I would allow you to take this risk?" Although he knew this son had travelled to Dragonstone and undergone 3 full months of rigorous training under the Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dayne and even Arthur himself had personally admitted to him that Euron's swordsmanship was exquisite and his movement agile, making him one of the favourites to win. But these things didn't seem to fully dispel the concerns and paternal stubbornness in the heart of the ruler of the Iron Islands. Euron straightened his back, his face beaming with unconcealed confidence. "Strength," his voice rang clearly in the stone room. "I have crossed swords with Arthur Dayne and sparred with Prince Rhaegar. I know my own weight clearly. In single combat, I will never lose." King Quellan was not moved by this confidence. His thick fingers tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze deep. "Sparring on the training ground and fighting for your life with real steel in the arena are not the same thing." Balon beside him immediately sneered and chimed in, "Exactly. Heaven knows if they were just going easy on you for the sake of an alliance or other sentiments." Euron turned sharply to Balon, a confident smile curling his lips, his words poking straight at his brother's sore spot. "Going easy? Then when I crushed you, I didn't need anyone to go easy on me, did I? Do I need to help you recall who was beaten until he scrambled all over the floor looking for his teeth last time, my dear brother?" "Bullshit!" Balon jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face flushed red with rage. He roared, "That was just casual play, I didn't get serious at all." "Oh!" Euron raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward, his eyes flashing with provocative light. "Since you're unconvinced, let's go now. We'll find a place and have a real fight. Let facts speak, how about it?" The atmosphere in the room tightened instantly, filled with the smell of gunpowder. King Quellan pondered for a moment. His sharp eyes scanned back and forth between Euron's confident face and Balon's angry, unconvinced expression. Finally, he huffed heavily and slapped the table. "Good. Then fight." His booming voice made the decision, carrying unquestionable authority. "Listen, I have one requirement: give me 100% of your strength, no holding back." His gaze became unusually serious, sweeping over every son and commander present. "Getting hurt now means lying down for a few days at most. But if soft-heartedness now leads to a misjudgment of his true strength, the price of losing in the real arena could very likely be death. Anyone going easy on him now is harming him. Consider this a rehearsal for the single combat Euron's trial of combat. Quellen's decision was made. In the ensuing contest, Euron indeed did not disappoint his father, proving he wasn't boasting. Balon Greyjoy roared and attacked first. His blows were heavy and powerful, his moves ruthless. Clearly, he was truly angry and using his full strength. However, before Euron's swordsmanship, which fused eerie footwork, precise anticipation and sharp counterattacks, Balon's fierce assaults were repeatedly thwarted. Facing Balon's first violent charge, Euron didn't choose to block the heavy axe cleave capable of splitting stone. Just as the axe edge was about to land, his body seemed to lose weight, sliding sideways in a strange, near-ground arc kami, paper art, while his footwork changed swiftly soru, shave, instantly cutting into the opening under Balon's ribs exposed by his full-force swing. The unsharpened training sword in his hand turned into a cold star shigan, finger pistol concept applied, stopping precisely at Balon's vital armpit. The entire process was fast as lightning. Balon's brute force hit nothing but air. Once, twice, 3 times. Balon was defeated successively, each time more wretchedly than the last. His heavy panting and the disbelief on his face became the most direct proof. Balon leaned on his battle axe, sweat mixed with dust sliding down his forehead, his chest heaving violently. Looking at Euron's calm, ripple-free face, a fire mixed of humiliation, shock, and extreme unwillingness burned in his heart. How is this possible? His strength is clearly less than mine. Those eerie dodges, those terrifyingly precise thrusts. This is not the swordsmanship or footwork of a water dancer at all. I can split any enemy's skull at sea, but I can't even touch the corner of his clothes. I actually lost, 3 times in a row. Subsequently, the renowned brave warriors Balf and Dagmar stepped forward to challenge in turn. Their axes and swords carried the wildness and killing intent unique to the Iron Islands, but before Euron, they still gained no advantage and were defeated one after another. Finally, Euron even proactively requested Balf and Dagmar to enter the field together. Facing the pincer attack of 2 men, Euron still appeared at ease, his figure weaving freely through the crossing shadows and cold light. Against Balf and Dagmar's combined assault, he combined technique and strength to the extreme. First using Kami and the exquisite footwork of the sorrowful men, he leaped out from the gap in their encirclement like a ghost, causing their weapons to nearly clash together. Immediately, in the instant Dagmar couldn't retract his move, Euron closed in on his side. A heavy elbow strike fused with the power generation technique of fishman karate slammed fiercely into his chest and abdomen, instantly dismantling his combat capability. Following closely, he turned to parry Balf's horizontal slash, used the momentum to pull, tripped his feet, and easily laid him flat on the ground. When facing their combined lunge, he didn't even move much. In the nick of time, he shouted low-tech high, iron body, and took Balf's side kick head-on. His body remained immobile as a mountain, instead jarring Balf into stumbling back. Then twisting his waist, a fierce low-rank Yaku, tempest kick, swept out, hitting both their lower bodies precisely, knocking them to the ground simultaneously. In the end, he remained the victor standing steadily in the field. Silence reigned over the arena, leaving only the heavy breathing of the defeated. Balf, a man proud of his bravery, looked at his slightly trembling, numb wrists, his face full of disbelief. He thought secretly, my full-force chop was deflected so lightly. Like smashing into cotton with all my might, and then I was hit in the vitals by force coming from nowhere. Damn it, what on earth did this guy learn on Dragonstone? King Quellen stared at his son standing in the center of the field, sword sheathed and breath steady. His gaze was deep, and he didn't speak for a long time. Euron, King Quellen called his son's name, his tone unusually solemn. Your sword has exceeded the understanding of the Iron Islands. King Quellen paused, as if making a major decision, finally exhaling heavily. Fine. You have proven your strength, and your ability to survive. I allow it. Single combat, go. But remember, his voice suddenly turned sharp, carrying iron-like coldness. A Greyjoy can die in battle, but cannot be disgraced. Either come back with the championship, or don't come back at all. Euron nodded with a smile, brimming with confidence. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, King's Pyre Tower. The Might of Dragonfire. Early the next morning, Euron walked through the gloomy and somewhat secluded corridors of Harrenhal, arriving at a small, temporarily furnished hall that was relatively comfortable. Here, Sir Arthur Dayne was gathered with Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, Princess Elia Martell, and his sister Ashura Dayne, conversing in low voices. Euron approached, first bowing respectfully to Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia. Then, he turned his gaze to Arthur, speaking sincerely but politely. Sir Dayne, forgive my intrusion. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Lady Ashura to tour this legendary castle together? Its scale and history are truly astounding, and I wish to share this awe with her. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's violet eyes, tinged with faint melancholy, flickered almost imperceptibly upon hearing Euron's request. His gaze swept over the unconcealed anticipation in Euron's eyes as he looked at Ashura, then quickly glanced at Elia beside him, his wife in name, yet separated by an invisible distance. An extremely complex expression mixed with envy, wistfulness, and even a trace of bitterness flashed swiftly across the depths of his eyes. Rhaegar seemed to see something he yearned for but never truly possessed, the freedom to draw close purely out of love, without scruples. But he soon recovered his usual calm and elegance, only nodding slightly to acknowledge he heard, saying nothing more, perfectly concealing all emotions under the reserve of a prince. A gentle, slightly sentimental smile appeared on Princess Elia Martell's pale face. She looked at the young lovers whose eyes held only each other, then at her noble but distant husband beside her. An indescribable envy and longing surged in her heart. Perhaps what Elia longed for wasn't Euron himself, but that visible, burning love and the freedom of companionship. She hugged her daughter tighter, as if drawing a sliver of warmth from her, silently lamenting the chasm between political marriage and true feelings. But she maintained her excellent breeding, turning that sentimentality into a soft, kind phrase. Go, Ashura. Such an experience is indeed worth sharing. Sir Arthur Dayne watched his sister's cheeks flush instantly and her eyes light up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily, his smile diluting the gloom of Harrenhal. He patted Euron on the shoulder, his tone full of teasing and brotherly affection. All right. My sister was just sitting here restless and distracted, turns out she was waiting for you? We've only been apart for a short while, and you're already so impatient to take her away from me. Arthur deliberately sighed, shaking his head as he said to Rhaegar and Elia, look, a grown girl can't be kept at home. It seems I, the brother, will soon be ranked second. His teasing diluted the subtle atmosphere just now and made Ashura's face even redder, though she glowed with happiness. Ashura didn't speak. She just ran to Euron's side, took his hand, and ran out quickly. Euron and Ashura strolled side by side in the massive, eerie courtyard of Harrenhal, eventually walking beneath the shadows of the 5 skyscraping towers. This castle itself was a heavy parable about arrogance and destruction. King Harren the Black once boasted to all monarchs that this colossal fortress, into which he poured 40 years of effort and countless lives, was impregnable. Euron's voice echoed in the empty courtyard as he pointed to the twisted, charred, massive walls. In a way, he was right. No traditional siege engines or armies could shake it in the slightest. Euron paused, his gaze turning to the hideous silhouette of the tallest tower, his tone carrying a trace of fatalistic mockery. But he miscalculated one thing: Aegon the Conqueror, and his dragons. Dragons cannot be stopped by any walls or towers in the world, Ashura interjected softly, the charred traces of the tower reflected in her violet eyes, as if she could see the catastrophe from 100 years ago. Correct. Euron nodded. Thus, Harren and all his sons and followers were trapped inside this fortress he thought was indestructible. Aegon's dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, simply descended from the sky. With dragon fire hot enough to melt rock, he turned this stone tomb into their infernal furnace. Heron himself was roasted alive in that tallest tower. He pointed to the most terrifying high tower. So, it is now called King's Pyre Tower. The closer they got, the more they could feel the horror of that ancient disaster. The extreme heat had not only devoured lives but permanently altered the form of the castle. In many places, the stone presented an eerie state of having been scorched, melted, and then re-solidified like black candle wax that had flowed and suddenly frozen, shocking to the eye. Among the 5 giant towers, even if the shortest one were cut in half at the waist, it would still far exceed any building in the Iron Islands. However, not a single tower was intact. They looked as if twisted by divine force, the tower bodies were warped, giant stones cracked, and many places still retained the hideous scars and glassy crystallization left after being melted by Targaryen dragon fire centuries ago. Standing before these ruins caused by inhuman power, the two fell silent for a long time, their hearts left with only deep sighs for the destructive power of dragon fire. No matter how magnificent a fortress, before true power, it is but a futile struggle. Euron finally whispered, his words dissipating in the howling wind of Harrenhal. Ashura leaned gently against Euron, looking at the charred, twisted wreckage of the giant tower before her, sighing softly. Yes, but now, there are no dragons left in the world. Sturdy castles have also lost their true natural enemy. Hearing this, Euron blinked cunningly. He lowered his head and laughed in her ear with a tone akin to sharing a secret. Who says? Dragon eggs still circulate in the world. When I traveled across the narrow sea, by a stroke of luck, I bought 2. Ashura looked up, laughter and a hint of reproach for his whimsicality in her eyes. I've heard those rumors too. But everyone says those are dead eggs, turned to stone over too many years, never to hatch again. Your gold dragons were swindled. Yes, Euron's tone was relaxed but meaningful. Most people think so. But, who can say for sure? His gaze cast into the distance, as if staring at some possibility of the future. Ashura followed his gaze, speaking rationally. Even if dragons could really break out of their shells, they need dragon riders. Ancient bloodlines are the key, only the blood of the true dragon can control them, just like Prince Rhaegar. Her voice carried off her ancient legends and the power of bloodlines. Dragons, such magical and terrifying creatures, made them both fall silent in unison, imagining their massive figures and terrifying pressure in their minds. Euron thought, if my Conqueror's Haki reaches the top level, could I make a dragon submit to me? Or, make it faint and fall from the sky? Chapter 156, Chapter 156, See you in the arena, the victor will surely be me. Dragons, this legendary creature that inspired both longing and fear, caused both of them to fall into silence in unison. It was as if the massive, hideous figure and the terrifying pressure that incinerated everything had crossed time and space to weigh heavily on their hearts. King's Pyre Tower, a structure permanently etched into the history and scars of Westeros, naturally never lacked visitors. When Euron and Ashura recovered from their reverie about dragons, they found several familiar visitors had joined them beneath the tower. Brandon Stark of the North was gesturing boldly, commenting on the tower's structure. Beside him stood Tyrion Lannister, brimming with curiosity about ancient and modern legends. Somewhat surprisingly, the 2 Tully sisters Catelyn and Lysa were also among them. It turned out that Lysa had wanted to invite Sir Jaime Lannister to tour together, as they were already betrothed. However, Jaime, the knight famous throughout the 7 kingdoms for his looks and swordsmanship, showed little enthusiasm for Lysa. His twin sister Cersei made no secret of her disgust for this marriage alliance. Neither of them showed up. Instead, Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf with a keen interest in history, legends, and architecture, yearned to see this place and came along with the Starks and Tully sisters. Tyrion spotted Euron and Ashura at a glance. He immediately moved his short legs, nimbly weaving through the crowd to run over. Looking up, wearing his trademark smile mixed with wit and self-mockery, he said loudly, "Look who it is. Do you two know that sticking together like a golden boy and jade girl every day is simply torture for this lonely dwarf? It makes me itch with hatred for you." Euron couldn't help but laugh. He looked down at Tyrion, his tone gentle and sincere. "You are still young, Tyrion. With your wisdom and heart, you will surely meet a girl you love deeply who loves you deeply in return. I have no doubt about this." Just then, Brandon Stark let out a burst of loud, hearty laughter. He slapped the charred wall bricks beside him forcefully, his voice echoing between the towers. "Seeing a place like this, I really have to be thankful the Mad King Aerys doesn't hold a dragon in his hand." He restrained his smile slightly, his tone carrying the directness and lingering fear typical of Northerners. If he really had that thing, heaven knows what even crazier things he'd do. I'm afraid he'd really burn a castle a day, clamoring to roast everyone he finds unpleasant into charcoal. Thank the gods that kind of disaster didn't happen. Hearing this, Euron frowned slightly and immediately lowered his voice to warn, "Careful with your words." His gaze swept vigilantly over the towering, charred walls around them. Behind every wall, ears may grow. Varys, the spider of King's Landing, it is said his little birds are pervasive, spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. He is right beside that person now. Before his voice faded, a crisp female voice carrying a hint of reproach came from behind the crowd. Before the person arrived, the voice reached them first. "Exactly. Stupid brother, can you just say things like that here casually? No, you can't say them anywhere. Shut your mouth quickly." Everyone looked towards the voice. Lyanna Stark was walking over quickly. She inherited the Stark family's signature long face, long brown hair, and resolute grey eyes. The famous wolf blood boiled in her, making her willful and stubborn, brave and fearless, with a temper as fiery and direct as the northern wind. She was not alone. Accompanying her were Robert Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, her brother Eddard Stark, and the loyal Crannogman Howland Reed. As soon as Robert Baratheon arrived, his eyes were immediately drawn to Euron and Ashura standing hand in hand. He burst into hearty laughter. He immediately turned, opening his large hand to pull Lyanna beside him into an embrace, mimicking that intimacy. However, Lyanna dodged nimbly with a smile like a gust of wind, leaving Robert grasping at empty air. He could only stand there puffing his beard and staring, shaking his head helplessly, though his face still wore a doting smile. Robert Baratheon kicked and slapped left and right, showing not a bit of interest in these broken stones. He huffed gruffly, waving his large hand impatiently. "A broken, charred stone castle. What's there to see? Nothing but dull stories." Brandon Stark expressed deep agreement. Crossing his arms, his gaze swept over the twisted tower body, his tone carrying the pragmatism of a warrior. "The age of dragons is thoroughly over. To be honest, when there were dragons, this world didn't need so-called warriors at all. I heard one dragon could rule the entire sky, 10,000 elite warriors before it were nothing more than a few mouthfuls of dragon fire." There was even a trace of relief in his voice. "It's better this way now. Without those monsters, the era has truly arrived for us warriors to show our value." Hearing this, Lyanna Stark cast a disgruntled glance at her brother and Robert, her grey eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. "Is your men's brains filled only with war and fighting? Do you crave bloodshed that much?" Robert was stunned by her words, then laughed loudly, trying to infect her with his enthusiasm. "If not war, there are tourneys and contests. Just like this tourney, the best warriors of the 7 kingdoms gathering together, fighting for honor. Doesn't that make your blood boil? Honor?" Lyanna scoffed, hitting the nail on the head. "I think most people come for those shiny gold dragons. You're a woman, what do you know about the honor warriors pursue?" Robert, choked by her words, waved his hand somewhat annoyedly, trying to use gender to cut off the topic. This sentence thoroughly ignited Lyanna's anger. she retorted without backing down, her stubbornness fully revealed. What's wrong with women? Are women born only to stay at home or lie in bed birthing children? Humph, don't forget, the same stark wolf blood flows in my veins. Give me a horse and a sword, and I can go into battle just the same. Robert clearly didn't want to continue arguing with her on this issue and wisely chose to change the subject. He looked around at the men present and asked loudly, all right, to business. What events did you all sign up for this time? Brandon responded first, counting on his fingers with heroic spirit. The joust is definitely indispensable. Also the single combat, and the melee of the 7. We Northerners will definitely not be absent. Haha, good. Same as me. Robert slapped his chest forcefully, making a dull thud, appearing extremely excited. He looked at Euron. What about you, little Kraken? Euron answered calmly, the same. Hearing this, Robert was overjoyed. Strong fighting intent burst from his eyes as he shouted, haha. Wonderful. Then it's settled, see you in the arena. My warhammer won't show mercy then. Brandon also grinned. Giving it our all is the only way to be worthy of a warrior's honor. Just wait and see. I won't hesitate to take you down. A confident arc curled on Euron's lips as he responded concisely, using full strength is only proper. However, the one standing in the arena at the end will definitely be me. Tyrion Lannister stood aside, listening to everyone discuss combat and honor with such high spirits. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, his voice carrying a loneliness and self-mockery unsuited to his age. Sigh, this honor you discuss. I reckon it will have nothing to do with this dwarf in this lifetime. Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment, then burst into a wave of well-meaning but slightly crude laughter, not thinking too deeply about the bitterness in his words. Only Euron didn't join the laughter. With a knowing smile, he looked calmly at Tyrion, his tone sincere and profound. There are many kinds of honor, Tyrion. Martial force is just the most direct, but perhaps also the cheapest kind. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the burly warriors around them, continuing, but the respect and achievements won by using wisdom are the highest, most lasting honor. These words caused the laughter to gradually subside. Lyanna Stark immediately chimed in loudly. Her sharp grey eyes swept over those who had just laughed, her tone carrying unconcealed disdain. Exactly. Well said. Ignore them. Gaining a sense of superiority by mocking others' physical defects is the most shameless and cowardly behavior in the world. Lyanna stood firmly on Tyrion's side, the sense of justice in the wolf blood fully revealed at this moment. Physical defects. Tyrion was speechless. It seems among those present, only you are mocking me. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Small Council. Inside the throne room of the Red Keep, the air was thick enough to suffocate. A small council meeting, pivotal to the future of the realm, was underway. Gathered around the long table was the core of the kingdom's power, Master of Coin Carlton Chelstead, Master of Law Simon Stanton, Master of Whisperers Varys the Spider, Hand of the King Lord Owen Merryweather, Grand Maester Pycelle, and sitting under the shadow of the horrific Iron Throne with an erratic expression, King Aerys II Targaryen. The focus of their discussion was the hot topic currently sweeping the Seven Kingdoms, the tourney at Harrenhal. Master of Coin Carlton Chelstead spoke first. His voice carried its usual sycophancy, yet intended to provoke the most sensitive old wound. Your Grace, recall the defiance of Duskendale. That traitor Dennis Darkland dared to kidnap you and threaten the hand of the king at the time, Tywin Lannister, saying that if he dared make a move, he would harm your Grace. Chelstead paused deliberately, allowing the memory of fear to spread. Dennis might have eventually acted, or perhaps not. But according to reliable rumors, Lord Tywin Lannister pointed at Prince Rhaegar and responded, if he acts, we shall have a better king. He looked meaningfully at the king. Given such a dangerous precedent, I strongly advise your grace to forbid Lord Went from holding this tourney. Master of Law Simon Stanton followed closely, his tone harsher and more direct. Your grace, this is by no means baseless. There is reason to believe the Prince and Tywin Lannister might have colluded back then. Their storming of Duskendale was likely to force Lord Darkland to harm you. Thus, Prince Rhaegar could ascend the Iron Throne, and Lord Tywin could marry his daughter Cersei to the new king as he wished. He concluded, to eliminate all hidden dangers, I beg your grace to ban all tourneys. Just then, Varys's voice drifted over, light as a feather yet sharp as a dagger. Oh, my lords are clamoring, yet perhaps none have touched the true core. Varys turned to King Aerys, wearing a mask of concern. According to my little birds, Prince Rhaegar has little interest in the game of riding horses and tilting lances itself. His true intention is likely to use this opportunity, where nobles from all over gather, to convene an informal great council. He paused briefly, letting the most terrifying guess ferment in the air. The topic of the council will be discussing how to handle, forgive my bluntness, your grace, how to handle your increasingly distinctive style of rule. The conclusion could very likely lead to forced regency, or even deposition. He added seemingly inadvertently at the end, moreover, the prince is very close with Sir Oswell Went of the King's Guard, Lord Went's brother, which makes one think. Amidst the voices calling for a ban, the hand of the king, Lord Merryweather, offered a relatively pragmatic view. Your grace, such a grand gathering is a rare celebration and solace for the people. Banning it without cause will only lose you more of the already fragile public support. House Went's intention is merely to display their wealth and glory, using this chance to show off their magnificent castle and outstanding children to all Westeros. He sighed. Are we perhaps overthinking this? Varys chimed in softly, his words like sweet poison. Lord Merryweather has a point. Perhaps your grace attending the grand event in person, displaying your majesty before the masses, is the perfect opportunity to win back their love. Opinions clashed fiercely. In the end, amidst suspicion and calculation, Aerys too made a decision that shocked everyone. He would personally travel to Harrenhal. He would let everyone know who the King of the Seven Kingdoms was. He would reclaim the people's love and the awe and respect of all nobles there. Aerys too was full of confidence in the final outcome of this trip. Above the vast encampment outside Harrenhal, thousands of banners flapped in the wind, like a rolling, colorful ocean. Under this rare spectacle, Euron Greyjoy, Ashura Dane, and Tyrion Lannister agreed to stroll leisurely together through the noise and prosperity. Look! This is simply a living fossil forest of Seven Kingdoms heraldry. Tyrion Lannister pointed excitedly, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge, acting like the most enthusiastic tour guide. Usually, you can't recognize so many families in one place. Just being able to name all these and their stories is enough to be a maester in the Citadel. Euron smiled. Then I assume you must know them all. Of course. Tyrion began pointing them out as if enumerating his family valuables. See that one? A mangled, bloody boar's head on a black field house va. It's said their ancestor killed a raging giant boar alone in the forest but lost half his face. So their motto is blood for tusk. Crude enough, right? And over there, a pile of crooked white stones on yellow and green stripes house Smallwood. They claim their ancestor was a foreman moving stones for Brandon the Builder, so their motto is from these beginnings. But I think their biggest contribution now is producing terribly sour wine. Ashura chuckled at his description. Euron pointed to a blue and white banner depicting a giant lobster and asked, "Test for you, what's the background of this one?" "Can't stump me." "House Celtigar." Tyrion slapped his thigh and laughed. Small players on Claw Isle, living by catching lobsters and occasionally moonlighting as pirates. Their motto implies hidden strength under a hard shell. But I guess they have a lot of grievances because they eat lobster every meal. Ashura laughed. What about the one with 3 squirrels? Tyrion patted his chest proudly. 3 dead squirrels on a white flag. That's an insignificant branch of House Piper. The Pipers of Squirrels. Denmark legend has it their ancestor got land for saving a starving lord because he was good at catching squirrels. Their motto is stock well supplied. Truly, ambitious. And that one, a skinny dog gnawing a bone on a grey field house. Ally Ryan of Bonebridge, note, likely a minor invented branch or similar, as Ally Ryan is Dornish and usually no foe may pass with a hand sigil, but sticking to Tyrion's funny description. Poor as church mice. Motto loyal bone gnawers, meaning give them a bone and they'll follow. Heard they rented out half their family crypts last time to save money. Tyrion's commentary was humorous and sharp, full of various obscure gossip and satire. He not only pointed out major houses like the Lannister Lion, Stark Dire Wolf, Tully Fish, Tyrell Rose, and Martell Sun/Spear, but also turned the banners and backstories of countless minor houses, whether glorious or laughable, upside down. Euron listened, occasionally commenting, remembering these families is useful. At least know which ones you can provoke, and which aren't even worth provoking. Ashura focused more on the beauty and symbolism of the patterns themselves. Euron narrowed his hawk-like eyes and pointed into the distance. As the sun set, at the end of a golden field, 3 ferocious black dogs flapped in the wind. 3 black dogs on a yellow field, a playful smile curled his lips. That's the sigil of House Clegane, right? I recall they are bannermen to your House Lannister. Tyrion's brow nodded, his gaze following the fluttering banner. House Clegane's history isn't glorious. Tyrion's voice dropped low. Old Clegane was originally just the kennel master at Casterly Rock. One autumn, when Lord Tiddos was hunting, he was chased by a lioness. It was old Clegane who released all the hounds, trading the lives of his 3 most loyal dogs and one of his own legs for the Lord's life. He paused, taking a sip of wine as if needing alcohol to wash away the bitterness of the memory. As a reward, Lord Tiddos granted him a piece of land, a tower house, and took his son as a squire. Those 3 dogs were forever embroidered onto the family banner. Tyrion turned, looking solemnly at Euron. But you must know, Gregor Clegane, people call him the Mountain, is absolutely not one of those loyal dogs. If you meet him in the arena, you must be extremely careful. The dwarf's voice grew even lower. That is no ordinary opponent. He is like a moving mountain of steel. Wherever he goes, no grass grows. Euron nodded, a strange light flashing in his eyes, like a shark smelling blood. I really want to meet him. The Mountain. The 3 seemed to be strolling through a living encyclopedia of heraldry narrated live by Tyrion, enjoying a visual feast full of knowledge and fun unique to this grand event. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Mercenaries don't seek death. In the distance, a row of unfamiliar banners flapped in the wind, not the sigils of any known noble houses, but several rare and dangerous battle flags of mercenary companies. The 3 of them stopped in unison, their gazes scanning alertly over the patterns symbolizing money and bloody blades. Euron locked onto one of the banners, on a black and white field, a hideous black goat with blood dripping from its horns. That's the brave companions, some also call them the bloody mummers. Euron's voice held a note of disdain. Composed of exiled knights, criminals, and outlaws, they are notorious for brutality and capriciousness. They have no honor to speak of, a group of thorough traitors and butchers. The corner of Euron's mouth curled slightly into a sneer. They're called the Bloody Mummers not just because they're bloodthirsty, but because they dress like a comical troupe when they fight, if you consider performances of severing hands and feet comical. He paused, adding, their captain is Vargo Watt, a tall, thin man from Qohor who speaks with a lisp. His favorite thing is to chop off captives' hands and feet piece by piece. Ashura Dane spoke up softly, her gaze landing on another flag embroidered with a knight and a lance. The Company of the Cat, she said. Often active around the Stepstones. The ownership of those islands is undecided, and war never truly ceases there. They might fight for Lys today, and raise banners for Tyroji tomorrow. Sir Osmond Kettleblack once said he was knighted there for his bravery in battle. Tyrion's gaze was drawn to a simple broken sword banner. "The Second Sons," he said hoarsely. "Founded in the Free Cities. Their history isn't short, but their reputation isn't exactly glorious." Finally, Tyrion's gaze froze on the most striking and disturbing banner, a gilded skull impaled on a spear, reflecting blinding luster under the setting sun. "The Golden Company." Tyrion's voice sank, carrying a tone of disbelief. "Their motto is beneath the gold, the bitter steel. Their battle cry is beneath the gold, the bitter steel. Founded by Agar rivers, bitter steel for a century, they have been House Targaryen's staunchest enemies." He looked up, his eyes complex as he glanced at the two beside him. "They dare to come here." Euron narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold, hard arc pulling at his lips. "That was a long time ago." He smiled and said, "During the tourney, everyone registered under a name as a guest of House went at least within the fenced grounds. But once they step out of the arena, into some deserted alley, or some dark forest, whether someone causes them trouble is another story." He raised his hand, pointing at the flamboyant mercenary banners, a trace of amusement in his tone. Euron chuckled lightly. "But I must say, they have guts. For a few gold dragons, they dare to cross the ocean to muddy these waters." He turned, his gaze sweeping gloomily over Tyrion. "Just don't know if they'll live to spend their blood money, or end up as unclaimed dry bones rotting in foreign mud." Tyrion swirled the wine in his cup, the amber liquid reflecting his furrowed brow. In Westeros, Tyrion's tone was steady but every word clear. "We follow the code of chivalry. Knights fight for honor, for liege lords, for vows." He looked up at the noisy mercenaries, unconcealed scrutiny and contempt in his eyes. "But in the eyes of most nobles, including my father, mercenaries are just a pack of hyenas selling their lives for money, with no honor to speak of. He often calls them hired labor. Except they sweep the battlefield not with brooms, but with swords." Tyrion sipped his wine and chuckled. "Then let us wait and see if this group of laborers has the fate to collect their wages in the end. Besides those renowned or rather, notorious mercenary companies, there were more unfamiliar banners never seen before, crowded messily at the edge of the camp like wild mushrooms after rain. These were groups temporarily cobbled together by wandering sellswords, fallen knights, and freeriders seeking fame, a mixed bag of good and bad. Their banners lacked any order, some crudely embroidered with twisted beasts, some just a few pieces of different colored cloth barely stitched together, some even drawn directly on dirty cloth with charcoal and symbolic signs. These makeshift patterns fluttered weakly in the wind, as if telling the equally uncertain fate of their owners. However, though the banners were humble, unmasked ambition burned in every pair of eyes gathered beneath them. This was the iron law of warriors. In literature, there is no first; in martial arts, there is no second. Standing in the arena, no one would think they were born to be a loser. Whether a champion shaking the four directions or a novice just emerging, the same heart yearning for victory beat in every chest. Everyone who walked into this venue held on to the same conviction: win the match, win honor, win the gold dragons enough to change destiny. They rubbed their weapons, checked their saddles, and the gazes cast at competitors were a mix of assessment, vigilance, and unconcealed confidence. The air was filled with steel, leather, and a nearly scorching expectation, as if a single spark could detonate it completely. Just as the three turned to leave, a sharp scream suddenly pierced the noisy air, coming from the direction of the brave companions' camp. Euron's gaze shot over like an arrow. He saw the young girl who had been delivering Kraken wine to the various mercenaries, usually wearing a sunny smile, now being tightly clamped in the arms of a burly brave companion's mercenary. The man's dirty hands groped roughly over her body, ignoring her cries and struggles, brutally dragging her toward a dark tent. Euron's brows locked tight instantly. Without turning back, he said to Tyrion and Ashura beside him in a calm but unquestionable voice, "Stand here. Don't move." With that, he strode alone toward that place of trouble. His steps were steady and full of threat, like a shark smelling blood. Let her go. Euron's voice wasn't loud, but it cut coldly through the surrounding noise. The mercenary looked up. He was bald, with a beard braided into an ugly plait, and 2 streaks of black grease paint under his eyes. He sized up Euron coldly. Instead of letting go, he deliberately squeezed the girl hard again right in front of Euron. And if I don't, he sneered, spittle flying from between his teeth. If you want a woman, there are plenty of whores outside the camp. Euron's tone was calm, but a storm lurked beneath. She is hired by my House Greyjoy, responsible only for promoting and distributing wine, not for you to play with casually. The mercenary let out a burst of exaggerated laughter. Don't worry, my lord. After I'm done playing, I'll tip her a copper. The line of Euron's jaw tightened. He spoke coldly. I am speaking to you nicely. He spat out each word, his voice dropping to freezing point. You'd best listen obediently. Don't seek death. Before his voice faded, the other brave companions members who were watching the show gathered around, wiping the smiles off their faces, forming a dangerous semicircle with unkind expressions. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, The brave companions kill them all. Leave none alive. Safety in numbers, fearlessness in arrogance. The bald mercenary grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Instead of shrinking back, he spat even more arrogantly. What now, little iron bastard? Let's see who's seeking death. You. Euron's answer was a single word, yet it was more biting than glacial ice. In the instant before his voice faded, blade light flashed like a venomous snake. No one saw how he drew his swords. They only heard 2 almost simultaneous, toothache tearing sounds, followed by erupted screams of agony. The 2 nearest mercenaries had just gripped their sword hilts when their hands fell to the muddy ground along with their weapons, blood spurting wildly from severed wrists. Almost in the same breath, Euron's figure swirled like a ghost before the bald mercenary. The mockery on the mercenary's face hadn't even faded before it froze forever. A cold arc of light swept across his neck. A second later, that head covered in grease paint and a shocked expression left the body, rolling onto the ground. The headless torso stood stiffly for a moment before collapsing heavily, blood gushing from the neck cavity, dyeing the ground beneath red. Euron didn't care about the warm blood splattered on his face. He reached out and pulled the terrified, blood-spattered girl over, gently pushing her toward safety. His voice was unquestionable, go. Conqueror's Haki activated. The blood-stained twin swords, Odo and Kagurashi, were flicked lightly by Euron. Drops of crimson blood drew 2 sharp arcs, splattering onto the sand with a pat, leaving shocking dark red marks. Euron stood proudly among the corpses, a cold flame burning in his single eye. His voice exploded like thunder, those who insult the Iron Islands, die. The mercenaries of the brave companions were thoroughly overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. Each face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Though they held weapons, their hands trembled uncontrollably, and their feet involuntarily shuffled backward, as if facing not a human, but a terrifying existence crawling out of the deep sea. The crowd parted slowly. A tall, lanky man with a sparse goat's beard strode out. Around his neck hung a necklace strung with various coins, each from a battlefield he had trodden or a city he had plundered. Drool dripped uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, his voice muddy and distorted when he spoke. Vargo Watt, commander of the brave companions, known as the Goat. Such, big talk, little Kraken. Vargo Watt spluttered, saliva flying. Just for a wine-delivering smelly whore, you dare kill my men of the brave companions. If I killed them, I killed them. Like slaughtering chickens or butchering dogs. Who they are doesn't matter. Those who insult the Iron Islands, die. Euron's voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Just for that phrase, little iron bastard. Vargo laughed strangely, cruel light flashing in his muddy eyes. "Say it again," Euron's voice was low as the coming winter. "And I will wipe the brave companions from existence." Vargowat grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. Suddenly, he shouted harshly, "Cut off his limbs. I want him to watch with his eyes wide open, how we entertain this Greyjoy girl. Little iron bastard." Euron laughed loudly as he met the oncoming forest of blades. Instead of retreating, he crashed into the enemy ranks like a black whirlwind. His twin swords turned into two deadly silver arcs, churning up a rain of blood within the crowd. His figure became eerie and unpredictable, like a piece of paper fluttering in a gale comii, always dodging deadly slashes by a hair's breadth at incredible angles. Occasionally, attacks that couldn't be fully dodged landed on him, but they only made dull clang sounds, as if striking a reef. Even if they tore through his tough chain mail, the defense of Tekai meant the blades could only leave a white mark on his skin, unable to harm him in the slightest. In his eyes was only the retreating Vargowat. Every step forward trod on the corpses of brave companions' members, every swing brought forth wretched screams. Finally, he closed in on his target. A tall mercenary captain crossed his twin swords, roaring as he tried to block. But Euron's right sword chopped down fiercely with the force to split mountains' dragon-slaying slash. The moment the blades collided, a tooth-aching cracking sound rang out. The mercenaries' twin swords were severed simultaneously. And Euron's sword momentum didn't pause in the slightest. Carrying destructive, terrifying power, it continued to fall, from head to chest and abdomen, splitting the brawny man, along with his broken swords, straight in half. Blood and internal organs exploded outward, a gruesome sight to the extreme. Now it was a fight to the death, with no retreat. The bandits of the brave companions let out bloodthirsty roars, surging from all directions like a tide, hatred flashing in their eyes. "We have numbers. Kill this Ironborn and avenge our brothers." Facing the surging enemy, a cruel arc curled on Euron's lips. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Twin swords flipped in his hands, creating two bright silver arcs like two sharks leaping from a tsunami, plunging fiercely into the bloody human tide. The first slash struck out, precisely parrying an oncoming longsword. The other sword struck out like a viper, drawing a fine red line across an opponent's throat. The man's eyes widened. Before he could even scream, he crashed to the ground. Euron's steps never ceased, weaving and turning within the brave companions. Every step trod the rhythm of death, every dodge was just right, every parry was accompanied by a fatal counterattack. The twin swords seemed to possess life in his hands, sometimes fierce as a storm, sometimes treacherous as a deep-sea undercurrent. A burly man raised a battle axe and pounced. Euron sidestepped the fatal blow. His left sword, Odo, flicked upward diagonally, accurately slicing open the armor gap under the armpit. His right sword, Kagurashi, whirled with the momentum, severing the wrist of an attacker from behind at the root. Amidst screams, Euron spun away. Blade light flashed, and another fountain of blood soared into the sky. This was a dance of death. Euron's figure drifted unpredictably amidst the flash of blades and shadows of swords. Wherever he passed, heads rolled and severed limbs flew. Blood sprayed like rain, reflecting eerie luster under the setting sun. The ground was soon paved with corpses, yet Euron maintained his offensive rhythm, not retreating half a step. Twin swords hung at his sides, blood dripping from the tips, making clear ticking sounds in the silence. Euron stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, like a god of war walking out of ancient legends. Vargowat's eyes were bloodshot. In a short time, nearly half his brothers were dead. He hissed, "He's out of strength. Kill him." At this moment, the thunderous sound of hooves and roars swept in from both sides. Two squads of fierce men and horses arrived like a torrent of steel, ruthlessly cutting into the fray. On the left, a squad held high a banner of a white bone hand on a red field house drum of Old Wick had arrived. Dunstan Drum took the lead, the legendary Valyrian steel sword Red Rain in his hand rippling with dark red patterns under the sunlight, flesh and blood flying wherever he passed. On the right, the black hydra on a silver field of House Goodbrother of Great Wick fluttered angrily in the wind. Dunner Saltcliffe led his men to bite the enemy's flank like vipers. Further back, a banner of black and green patterns marked that House Blacktide of Blacktide had also joined the battle. Baelor Blacktide's battle-axe swung with a chill like the deep sea. "Kill them all! Leave none alive!" Euron's voice was cold, containing unquestionable majesty. Seeing this, the mercenaries of the brave companions, already terrified by Euron, collapsed completely and scattered in flight. However, a golden flash past a captain of the Golden Company unhesitatingly decapitated a brave companion member fleeing toward him. This slaughter began suddenly and ended just as swiftly. Hundreds of brave companions' mercenaries were completely wiped out within tens of minutes under the pincer attack of the Ironborn. The sand was strewn with mutilated corpses. Finally, Dunstan Drum hauled Vargo Watt by the neck and threw him heavily onto the sand at Euron's feet like a sack of rags. Euron looked down at the goat, who was limp as mud but still grinning. His voice carried the chill of the deep sea. "Now, do you know what kind of people the Iron Islands are?" Vargo Watt didn't avoid that terrifying gaze. Instead, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, a raspy hee-hee laughter coming from his throat. Surprisingly, there was not a shred of fear in his muddy eyes. Euron was not moved by this bit of toughness. His left hand, holding the famed sword Odo, swept lightly like a cold bolt of lightning. In the next second, that head, still wearing a twisted smile, rolled onto the ground, blood quickly seeping into the sand. Bathed in blood, Euron didn't forget to turn around and give a smile made terrifying by the blood to the Golden Company captain who had acted. "Thanks for the help." The Golden Company captain laughed heartily, flicking blood beads from his sword. "Scum like this bring shame to us mercenaries." His gaze swept over the mess on the ground, and he said seriously, "I just wanted to let everyone know that not all mercenaries are as low as them." Euron nodded to him but didn't reply. Ashura and Tyrion nervously pulled him away to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Blood and Dance. The Ironborn reinforcements certainly didn't arrive for no reason, they were called by Tyrion and Ashura. The moment Euron walked alone toward the brave companions, Tyrion yanked Ashura's sleeve hard. "Quick," he whispered urgently, his gaze scanning several familiar banners in the distance. "We need to find help, or the little Kraken, your fiancé, will end here today." Without hesitation, the two turned and sprinted toward the Ironborn camp. When passing through the camp earlier, they had clearly seen the bone-hand banner of House Drum of Old Wick, the Hydra banner of House Saltcliffe of Saltcliffe, and the pelt pattern banner of House Blacktide of Blacktide. Tyrion panted as he briefly explained the situation to Dunstan Drum, who was initially skeptical. "No way. Euron started a war with the notoriously fierce brave companions over a wine-promoting girl? Fighting 100 alone?" But the pride of Ironborn unity ultimately outweighed the doubts. They arrived just in time. In the blink of an eye, hundreds lay dead on the spot. Euron started it, but the Iron Islands finished it. Although friction was constant and casualties common at the tourney recently, those were usually minor skirmishes. But a bloodbath so swift and brutal, slaughtering an entire mercenary company of nearly 200 men without leaving a single survivor, was a first. When the guards of House Went finally arrived upon hearing the news, only the thick, undeniable scent of blood and deathly silence remained in the air. The battle was long over. Their task was no longer to quell a dispute, but to clean up the messy corpses covering the ground. Minutes later, before the bodies were buried or the blood had coagulated, a group of trembling musicians arrived at this blood-red sandy ground and began to play, "The Flames of the Arbor." "Listen, listen to the Kraken's horn echoing in the deep mist. It is a summons, a death knell, for that arrogant king of grapes. Flames burn through the anvil, blood fire licks the mast. Their golden fleet once looked down on the seas. Now only the overlord of the North Sea, the monarch of the deep. Their story spreads with strong whine and fear. If you hear that deep horn sound by the shore, kneel and pray quickly, or prepare to perish. The sunset of the arbor dyes the pirate flag red. The great king in the flames raises his trident. Fire consumes the idols of the old gods, ironborn shout the new king's name. Now there is only Greyjoy. Only the Iron Islands. Eternal victor, monarch of the waves. This song, which had long spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, sounded particularly flavorful at this moment. Torrhen Karstark, among the onlookers, trembled inwardly, secretly rejoicing that he hadn't drawn his sword then, otherwise. The dead were merely a group of notorious mercenaries. Coupled with the fact that the brave companions provoked first and humiliated a woman first, this bloody massacre ultimately did not stir any waves of accountability. When Lord Went heard the news, he broke into a cold sweat over this sudden large-scale firefight. Since then, Lord Went ordered the tourney patrols tripled. Fully armed soldiers shuttled between camps day and night, their sharp eyes scanning every corner, striving to prevent another such horrific incident. When Euron, bathed in blood and still radiating killing intent, returned to the Iron Islands camp, a reprimand was naturally waiting for him. King Quellan stared at his unruly son, his gaze as complex as the gloomy seas of the Iron Islands. They are tiles, and you are Greyjoy jade. His voice was deep, carrying a trace of unconcealed disappointment. I thought, you wouldn't be as reckless as your impulsive brother. Balon beside him suddenly flew into a rage. He stomped forward, almost pointing at Euron's nose and roaring, such a satisfying thing you went alone. Didn't know to call me. King Quellan glared fiercely at Balon, who feared the world would not be chaotic enough. The latter just grinned with an expression of unsatisfied desire. Euron wrung out his inner shirt, blood dripping down. His tone was as flat as if talking about a trivial matter. Ran into them, couldn't be helped. Couldn't be helped? You say it lightly. King Quellan's voice suddenly grew heavier, carrying unquestionable majesty. From today on, you are not allowed to wander out alone. You stay by my side, nowhere else. A hard-to-grasp arc curled on Euron's lips. He chuckled lightly, answering exceptionally crisply, hee, fine. King Quellan wrinkled his nose and waved his hand in disgust, as if to disperse the nauseatingly thick scent of blood. Go wash off that smell of blood. There's an important reception later, all the families will be present. Don't embarrass me. With 3 days left until the tourney's unveiling, Harrenhal had welcomed dignitaries from all directions. This colossal city, standing by the god's eye since the era of Harren the Black, witnessed the arrival of almost all important families in Westeros. To attend this unprecedented grand event, nobles and knights set off early. No one wanted to miss any ripples in the undercurrents before the martial contest. As the host, Lord Went displayed luxury befitting his status. For 10 consecutive days, banquets were held every night in the Great Hall, rumored to be aided by magic, or just impossibly huge. However, attendance varied, never once had all attending nobles gathered together. The Great Hall was built of massive black stones. The vaulted ceiling was so high it was invisible, hidden in eternal shadows. The ancient tapestries hanging on the cold walls had their brightness faded by time, patterns of heroes and beasts on the brocade were barely discernible. Inside the gigantic fireplaces, fierce fires burned ceaselessly. Dancing firelight cast twisted, swaying shadows on the stone walls, yet was powerless to dispel the cold and dampness deeply rooted in the stone cracks. Tonight's banquet was the grandest. Invitations had long been sent to every prominent noble and knight, explicitly requesting that everyone must attend. Discerning people knew clearly that amidst the undercurrents before swords clashed in the tourney, such a banquet was undoubtedly the best social stage, an excellent place to forge alliances, probe for weaknesses, and show off strength. When twilight thoroughly swallowed the 5 hideous, twisted high towers of Harrenhal, the grand reception finally began. Thousands of candles filled heavy silver candelabras and brass lampstands lining the walls, interweaving with blazing torches into a blinding sea of light, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Candle light danced and flickered on exquisite silver-plated tableware, carved goblets, and colored glass windows, flowing with brilliance. Nobles walked into the hall in winding lines, skirts rustling, jewelry clinking lightly. Ladies wore silk from the east and velvet from the summer isles, their long gowns embroidered with intricate family sigils in gold and silver thread. Gems and pearls shone on their necks and in their hair, every step wafting a faint fragrance. Lords and knights wore beautifully embroidered doublets, soft boots under leather breeches, sword belts at their waists inlaid with dull gems, sharp blades hidden within gorgeous scabbards. The air was interwoven with the rich aroma of roasted meats, the intoxicating fragrance of wine, the fresh scent of burning beeswax, and something more subtle: low laughter, weighing words, probing gazes, and tacit wits, brewing a silent contest together. In the splendid night before real steel clashed, the true confrontation had already quietly unfolded amidst toasting cups and elegant chatter. Having washed away the blood and donned formal attire emblazoned with the golden crocken, Euron stepped into the hall. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Reception Politics, Open Strife and Veiled Struggle. In the banquet hall, the clear, melodious sound of silver strings suddenly cut through the noise, enveloping the entire hall like morning light piercing through fog. All conversation ceased abruptly. People's gazes turned in unison to the dais. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen sat in the shadows, an ancient harp resting in his embrace. His slender fingers gently stroked the strings, and notes poured out like flowing water, sometimes weeping and complaining, sometimes impassioned and surging, as if narrating ancient legends and unfulfilled dreams. Candle light gently outlined his chiseled profile. His pale violet eyes were downcast, and his silver-gold hair glowed with a faint halo under the light. Maidens unknowingly held their breath, forgetting to sip from the goblets in their hands, tears of emotion even welling up in the corners of some eyes. The music echoed in the hall, even the hardest warriors couldn't help but soften their gazes, brought into another realm by this transcendent performance. When the last note slowly dissipated in the air, the lingering sound winding around the beams, the entire hall fell into a moment of silence before erupting into tide-like applause. Lord Went stepped onto the stage at the right moment, his voice loud and full of respect. "My lords and ladies, allow me to introduce the one who cleansed our souls with heavenly sounds tonight is none other than the Prince of Dragonstone, His Highness Rhaegar Targaryen. His arrival brings glory to Harrenhal." Rhaegar rose slowly, nodding slightly to the crowd with elegant and composed posture, as if born to stand in the center of attention. With a shrewd smile like a merchant, Lord Went swept his gaze over Euron in the crowd, then announced loudly, his voice echoing in the grand hall, "Distinguished guests, please raise your glasses with me. Thanks to the Iron Islands, thanks to the generosity of House Greyjoy. All the fine wine and platinum sand for this tourney are provided by them with passion." He paused briefly, his smile growing even brighter, introducing as if reciting poetry: white, crisp and cool; blue, deep and profound; purple, mellow and rich; golden, magnificent and noble. 4 kinds of Kraken wine, there is always one to conquer your taste buds. The hall burst into knowing laughter. Guests raised their glasses high, saluting the direction of House Greyjoy, crystal and silver clinking crisply. On the high seat of honor, Prince Rhaegar sat peacefully, the Princess of Dorne and the Targaryen princess accompanying him like pearls, quietly observing the noise below. Euron leaned against the long table, a half-smile on his lips, acutely feeling a gaze that almost pierced him. He raised his eyes lazily, meeting the fire-spitting eyes of the Lord of the Arbor directly, a gaze so fierce it seemed to want to swallow him whole. To this, Euron merely raised an eyebrow indifferently. He completely understood this hatred. After all, it was war, a life-and-death struggle with no retreat. For the future and survival of the Iron Islands, once things were done, there was no need for regret, nor overthinking. Euron even found the other party's unconcealed anger somewhat amusing. Thus, instead of avoiding it, Euron proactively met that murderous gaze. With a leisurely posture, he raised the goblet in his hand, toasting Lord Redwyne from afar, his face wearing a near-mocking magnanimity. His gaze shifting, Euron spotted another figure, and a trace of genuine surprise mixed into his usual cynicism. Old Valder Frey, that old man nearing 80, actually dragged his old bones all the way to Harrenhal personally. Euron almost admired the old guy's tenacity. Traveling such a long distance at this age, wasn't he afraid of accidentally dying on the road and becoming unheated dry bones by the wayside? Holding a cup of amber-dark Kraken wine, Euron walked calmly through the noisy crowd, finally stopping before the lord famous for his advanced age and numerous offspring. He leaned forward slightly, the wine cup gleaming in his hand. "Lord Frey," his voice was steady but carried a trace of imperceptible chill. "First time meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Euron Greyjoy." Old Valder Frey raised his muddy, yellowed eyes, a dry cough sounding in his throat like broken bellows. "Your name has long thundered in my ears." His voice was hoarse but every word clear. "At the crossroads, the blood shed by our Frey warriors, hasn't dried yet. House Frey will not forget Lord Euron's lesson." Euron's face held no expression. Leaning closer, his voice dropped lower, like ice scraping over rock. "Then it is best not to forget it for a lifetime. Remember it well." Euron paused, as if suddenly remembering something, speaking softly at a volume only the two could hear. "I wonder if Lord Frey has heard a popular tune recently, The Flames of the Arbor." Without waiting for an answer, he continued whispering, his tone like sharing a secret story. "The sea is ultimately not a place House Frey should go. The wind is strong and waves are urgent, ships capsize easily." With that, he didn't wait for Frey's answer and walked straight away, heading toward the direction of the Reach. The Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna Redwyne, Tyrell by marriage, of Highgarden, also noticed Euron's presence. Unlike her brother Adrian Redwyne, Lord of the Arbor, who looked ready to crush his wine cup, this old lady known for wisdom and sharpness wore her signature smile laced with a hint of mockery. Instead of avoiding his gaze, she elegantly raised her goblet toward Euron and took a sip of the deep purple liquid. I must say, her voice wasn't loud but clearly reached the ears of those around her. "The taste of this Kraken wine is actually quite good. It seems after the celebration, we at Highgarden will have to order a few barrels from the Iron Islands. Whether for entertaining guests or enjoying ourselves, it is quite suitable." These words were like a stone thrown into calm water. Her brother, Lord Adrian Redwyne beside her, turned his head sharply, glaring at his sister as if looking at a shameful traitor. He squeezed the words through his teeth, "Our arbor wine is the best in the Seven Kingdoms. These things from the Iron Islands are just swill with the salty taste of sea water." Her son, Mace Tyrell, the Warden of the South and Lord of Highgarden, puffed up his cheeks like an enraged pufferfish upon hearing his mother. Adrian was his uncle, and the arbor was one of Highgarden's most important bannermen. The Iron Islands plunder of House Redwyne was undoubtedly a slap in Highgarden's face too. Emotionally and logically, Euron counted as his enemy. The heir to Highgarden, Willis Tyrell, merely smiled and savoured the wine in his cup. He seemed unwilling to comment too much on the war that had already settled into dust. Lady Olenna ignored her brother's anger, stating calmly, "Good is good, bad is bad. Fine wine won't turn into swill just because of your hostility." Her sharp gaze swept over everyone present. "After the tourney, I dare say every noble in Westeros will know the name of Kraken wine, and orders will fly to the Iron Islands like crows. Your evaluation cannot change any facts." She paused, her tone becoming more meaningful, speaking for everyone to hear. "Smart people should know when to let go of what matters." Her gaze finally landed on her son's flushed face, adding ruthlessly, "Stop staring and puffing, my lord Pufferfish. Even if you blow your cheeks until they burst, you can't change the fact that Kraken wine is about to become popular." She had clearly long given up on reforming this son who was good at neither letters nor martial arts, turning instead to her eldest grandson. "Willis, what do you say?" Willis Tyrell nodded steadily, displaying wisdom beyond his years. "Grandmother speaks reason. At least in this matter, the outcome is set." However, he pivoted, appreciation showing in his eyes. "House Greyjoy's marketing method is truly novel and efficient, very much worth our learning." Euron walked calmly before the Highgarden nobles, bowing elegantly. His gaze swept sequentially over the Queen of Thorns Olenna, Lord Mace Tyrell, the iron-faced Lord Adrian Redwyne, and the steady Willis Tyrell. "Since our last parting, it has been a long time," his voice was steady, as if just greeting old friends. "I trust everyone has been well." Lord Adrian Redwyne of the Arbor huffed coldly and walked away directly. Lady Olenna raised eyes that were sharper than her age should allow, sneering unceremoniously. "Well? How could we be well?" She swirled the wine cup slightly, the deep red liquid like blood. "Our cellars were emptied, treasury hit bottom, ships in the harbour either towed away or turned to ash. Even century-old vines were uprooted." Her voice rose suddenly, carrying sharp sarcasm. "The most excessive part is, you took every last one of our winemakers to those rocky islands. And now, you use our skills to brew this Kraken wine, trying to cut off the Arbor's livelihood completely." She coughed lightly, her gaze scraping Euron's face like a knife. "You've learned quite well from Tywin Lannister. Now in this Harrenhal, that song the flames of the Arbor can be heard everywhere." The old lady's words were quenched in cold hatred. "You crush the Arbor's honor as a stepping stone, and even stomp it into the mud. Tell me, how can we be well?" Euron hadn't expected the old lady to be so direct. The corner of his lip lifted, revealing an elusive smile. "War has always been cruel, my lady. In it, there is only life and death, where is there benevolence and morality? Precisely because of this, we should remember the price of war, try our best to avoid flames, and seek peace." Olenna Redwyne stared at him without backing down. "Spoken beautifully. So do you plan to return the abducted winemakers? Don't tell me they were lost in battle, even dogs wouldn't believe that." Her voice lowered, but every word was clear. "Or are you saying the Iron Islands will wash your hands in a golden basin and never brew wine again? Otherwise, tell me, where does this peace start from?" Euron's expression remained unchanged as he replied steadily. "What is done, discussing it further is useless. I cannot return the winemakers, but perhaps we can have other ways of cooperation." "Cooperation?" Olenna raised an eyebrow, clear mockery in her tone. "I'd like to hear it." "All the grapes produced by the Arbor," Euron said calmly, "we are willing to purchase at 30% above market price." Olenna scoffed, turning her head to glance at him as if looking at a madman. Euron didn't mind and continued smiling. "And trade? The world is big, not just Westeros across the narrow sea, the markets of the free cities far exceed what you and I imagine. Our Iron Islands alone cannot swallow the entire East." He leaned forward slightly, temptation in his voice. "If you are willing, the Arbor can be the exclusive agent for Kraken wine in Essos." Olenna fell silent for a moment, her sharp gaze retracting slightly. "That is worth considering." "Is that all?" "And the stepstones," Euron said slowly, lowering his voice further. "I wonder if you have any interest in those islands." A sharp light flashed suddenly in Olenna Redwyne's eyes. Almost without hesitation, "Deal." Lord Mace Tyrell blinked blankly, his gaze moving back and forth between his mother and Euron, his chubby face filled with confusion. You settled it just like that? The Stepstones? That place is chaotic as hell, more pirates than merchant ships, what interest can there be?" Lady Olenna sighed deeply, a sigh wrapped in endless helplessness and disappointment. She rubbed her brow as if overwhelmed. "Gods above, I truly cannot figure out how I gave birth to such a..." She paused, swallowing the harsher words, leaving only a cold mockery. "Son as dull as a pig. Pity, you're already born, can't stuff you back in." She turned to Mace, her tone becoming sharp and urgent, like teaching a forever dense apprentice. "Didn't you notice? The Iron Islands just launched a giant ship not long ago, heard to be several times larger than the Lannisters' Lioness. Their shipyards don't stop day or night, warship after warship is pushed into the sea. Do you really think they build so many warships just to do business peacefully?" Without waiting for her son's answer, she sneered and answered herself. "Fight? We may not beat them now. Do business? Looks like we can't beat them there either. Now that Euron Greyjoy personally offered a step, if we don't take the opportunity to climb down, are we really going to wait to be thoroughly squeezed out?" Her voice lowered, carrying an unquestionable sharpness. "Moreover, the stepstones. That disputed land itself is an unguarded gold mine. Controlling the shipping lanes there has far more future than guarding a few acres of grape fields." Lord Mace Tyrell still looked blank. He lowered his voice, his fat face written with incomprehension and contempt. "But he is just the second son of that King Quellan of the Iron Islands. A second son, what authority does he have? What can he promise on behalf of House Greyjoy?" Lady Olenna sighed deeply again, wrapped in despair over such an obtuse air. "If you're dull, read more books." Her voice was sharp as ice. "I tell you to read the news from everywhere usually, but you didn't listen to a bit of it. Though Euron Greyjoy is a second son, everything he has done, every bit of ambition he has shown, has long exceeded what ordinary people can reach. The rules of the Iron Islands are being rewritten because of him. The future of the Iron Islands will also become, beyond your imagination because of him." Lord Mace's face flushed red instantly, eyes bulging like a startled frog, cheeks puffing up like an inflated fish. That's not a good thing. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knows the legal heir of the Iron Islands is the eldest son Balon. What family's taboo most is this kind of brothers fighting within the walls, struggling for power and profit, that will thoroughly destroy a family. Lady Olenna looked quietly at her son, her gaze sharp enough to pierce all his fears and short-sightedness. She spoke softly, her voice not loud, but like an ice needle piercing all the noise. What if he never limited his vision to those few cold islands? Read more in Pat. Cave Leather. Lots of story. Game of Thrones. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Brienne the Ball. The noise of the reception continued. Amidst the music and laughter, Euron keenly caught a distinctive gaze. It came from the corner where the Tarths were. Brienne of Tarth had arrived as promised, standing awkwardly beside her father. She wore a gown that clearly didn't fit her well. For a warrior accustomed to armor and sword hilts, this gorgeous constraint made her feel helpless, every movement stiff and uneasy. Euron approached leisurely with his wine cup, his voice calm. "You came. But it looks like you aren't quite used to this place." Brienne lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Yes." Head up, chest out, Euron gazed at her, his tone unquestionable. "Be more confident." Immediately, he turned to the gentle-looking yet wise old man beside her, Lord Selwyn Tarth, the Evenstar. He bowed slightly and said, "Lord Selwyn, permit my presumption. I would like to introduce a few friends to your daughter, if I may." Lord Selwyn nodded with a smile. "Of course, it is her honor." Brienne's cheeks flushed crimson. She hesitated, but finally, she lightly took Euron's arm. He first led her to Ashura Dane. Ashura had long heard from Euron about this Tarth girl who dreamed of becoming a knight. She kindly adjusted Brienne's crooked collar and praised sincerely, "You are truly tall, and must be very brave. I believe you will become a knight." Then, Euron led her straight to the circle of the King's Guard where the Sword of the Morning Sir Arthur Dane, the White Bull Sir Gerald Hightower, the bold Sir Barry Stan Selmy, and even Prince Rhaegar and young Jaime Lannister were gathered. Euron's voice was clear and certain, resounding among the legendary knights. She, Brienne of Tarth, will surely be the first true female knight of the Seven Kingdoms in the future. Facing these heroes she had worshipped since childhood, Brienne trembled with excitement, unable to say a word. The bold Barristan carefully scrutinized this girl, only 8 years old yet exceptionally tall. His gaze swept over her bone structure and physique. He took her hand, looking at her broad palm and thick calluses, and nodded solemnly. "This path will be very difficult," he said, encouragement in his eyes. "But I look forward to that day." Euron led the still somewhat awkward Brienne through the noisy crowd to the area where the Iron Islands forces were. Under the Kraken banner, his father King Quellan was conversing in low tones with his brother Victarion. "Father," Euron's voice broke their conversation as he gently guided Brienne forward. "I would like to introduce a friend to you and Victarion, Lady Brienne of Tarth." King Quellan had heard various descriptions of this Sapphire of Tarth and knew well her unusual height and dream of becoming a knight. However, the impact of seeing her with his own eyes was beyond words. His sharp eyes couldn't hide his surprise. He lingered on her for a moment before slowly nodding in greeting. Next, Euron turned to his brother, known for bravery but somewhat simple and direct. An imperceptible arc curled on Euron's lips. "And this is my brother, Victarion Greyjoy." Victarion Greyjoy's reaction was even more blunt. He was already considered tall and majestic, but seeing Brienne's body, even taller than his own, and her broad shoulders, his eyes widened instantly, and he subconsciously took half a step back. A terrified thought exploded uncontrollably in his mind. "This is the future wife my brother mentioned finding for me? Drowned God above, if we quarrel, will she beat me to death with one punch?" Brienne sensed his unconcealed astonishment. She lowered her head in embarrassment, blinking her clear blue eyes, and said timidly in a voice almost inaudible, "Hello." Euron coughed lightly, breaking the brief silence. His gaze turned to his brother, still in shock. "Victarion," his tone carried a trace of unquestionable guidance, "perhaps you should invite Lady Brienne for a dance." Victarion seemed to wake with a start. He scratched his coarse short hair awkwardly, hesitated for a moment, but finally extended a large, calloused hand accustomed to holding weapons toward Brienne. Brienne paused, a trace of bewilderment flashing in her blue eyes, but finally, she gently placed her hand on his, allowing this future Iron Captain to lead her into the flickering dance floor. The combination of the two appeared exceptionally abrupt, yet strangely harmonious. Watching their retreating figures, Euron turned to his father, his voice calm. "Father, what do you think of her?" King Quellan's gaze still followed the eye-catching figures in the dance floor. He pondered for a moment before giving an extremely restrained evaluation. Very special. She will definitely become an excellent knight," Euron stated with certainty. King Quellan slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at his second son, deeper considerations flashing in his eyes. "I would prefer she become an excellent lady of a lord in the future. But alas!" He paused, revealing a piece of news. "Let me tell you something. I just went to see her father, Lord Selwyn Tarth, the Evenstar." He refused the marriage proposal. King Quellan's voice betrayed no emotion. "Said his daughter is still young, this matter can be discussed again in a few years." Hearing this, Euron showed no surprise, only responding faintly, Yes, she hasn't reached the age yet." Two young figures strode through the crowd with vigorous vitality, heading straight for Euron. It was the sworn brothers Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Robert's voice arrived before he did, accompanied by a burst of loud laughter. He swung his solid arm and thumped Euron's chest soundly. The force was astonishing, nearly knocking the wind out of Euron. "You bastard!" Robert's voice was as full of power as his actions, eyes shining with pure thirst for battle. "I've disliked those scumbags from the brave companions for a long time. Why didn't you think of me when you acted? Why didn't you call me?" His tone was full of regret, as if he had missed a grand celebration. That kind of fight is satisfying. That's what really makes blood boil. Eddard Stark beside him wore a gentle, steady smile. He chimed in, a trace of imperceptible teasing in his tone. Their bodies were just buried in the earth, and the flames of the arbor played over the same ground. When it comes to building momentum, truly no one compares to you, Euron. Euron chuckled, cleverly changing the subject. In such a festive moment, isn't discussing killing and fighting a bit of a mood killer? He raised his hand elegantly, pointing to the noisiest and brightest area at the other end of the hall. That seemed to be the magnetic center of the entire banquet, gathering the most young and active figures, laughter almost drowning out the musicians' performance. In this luxurious ball, those highborn, bright, and moving noble maidens were undoubtedly the brightest stars, attracting countless gazes of admiration and jealousy. The most eye-catching among the crowd were Went's daughter, likely referring to the reigning queen of love and beauty from the previous or current context, though canonically Rhaegar crowns Lyanna later, here may be referring to the Went daughter as the current hostess/figurehead, crowned as the queen of love and beauty, green and lovely, Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne, radiating fire-like passion and uninhibitedness, Lady Ashura Dane of Starfall, whose beauty and swordsmanship were equally renowned, Cersei Lannister of Casterly Rock, blonde and blue-eyed, peerlessly beautiful with innate pride, Lyanna Stark of the North, pure within her wildness, like a forest spirit, Lena's Hightower of Oldtown, elegant and learned with extraordinary conversation, and Catelyn Tully of the Riverlands, gentle and dignified, like deep, quiet waters. Ashura Dane stood like a quiet lotus amidst the noise. To every young noble who came to ask for a dance, she responded with an elegant and firm smile, declining in a clear yet gentle voice, "Thank you for your kindness, but my partner is already destined. My fiancé is Euron Greyjoy." Not far away, Catelyn Tully responded to the surrounding enthusiasm with equal solemnity and sincerity. Her gaze was calm, her tone gentle but unquestionable. "Thank you for the invitation, but I am betrothed to Brandon Stark." After that, she said little more, that quiet determination deterring other eager suitors. Just then, Euron walked through the crowd straight to Ashura. Ignoring the surrounding gazes of curiosity, envy, or scrutiny, he stopped before her, bowed slightly, then extended his hand, an invitation that brooked no refusal. Under the gaze of countless envious or probing eyes, Ashura smiled and placed her hand gently into Euron's palm. He held it firmly, leading her into the center of the brilliant dance floor. Melodious music flowed like silk as they danced gracefully. Their figures turned elegantly under the swaying candlelight, as if the bustling prosperity of the entire noisy hall had faded, leaving only them as the clear focus, becoming the most eye-catching couple of the night. This scene deeply stimulated Robert on the sidelines. He downed a large mouthful of wine, slammed the cup heavily on the table, and shouted with drunkenness and dissatisfaction, "No! I'm going to find my Lyanna too." With that, he actually turned and left, unhesitatingly leaving Eddard alone on the spot. Eddard Stark watched his friend's retreating figure, speechless for a moment, left standing helplessly. "It's very lively here, but it seems to have nothing to do with me." At this moment, Brandon Stark had just finished a dance with his fiancée Catelyn Tully. He walked to his brother, nudged the wooden stake like Eddard with his elbow, jerked his chin toward a dazzling figure in the dance floor, and whispered, "Don't just stand here stupidly. Look over there, Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne. Like a thorny, beautiful rose in the desert, passionate as fire. Go invite her for a dance." Eddard looked in that direction, then shook his head slowly but firmly. That princess was indeed astonishingly beautiful, radiating light like the blazing sun of high summer. But she was too enchanting, too passionate and uninhibited. Every look seemed like an invitation, causing countless men to fall for her, longing for something to happen with her. She was indeed the most jubilant existence on the dance floor, changing partners one after another, her laughter crisp as silver bells. However, this dazzling brilliance did not suit his quiet, introverted character. Only Arianne herself knew clearly that she had absolutely no interest in these attentive men around her. Her laughter might be loud, but a detachment always remained at the bottom of her eyes. Her gaze would always, in inadvertent turns, glance at Ashura dancing with Euron. But that envious gaze always flashed by and was retracted quickly. Euron was already Ashura's fiancé. Their figures dancing side by side looked so harmonious and matching. Arianne's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the rim of her wine cup, a trace of imperceptible loneliness quietly sweeping across her heart. She once seemed to have had a chance, but now, everything has been missed. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Secret Chamber. The Conspiracy in the Dark. The ball had not yet fully dispersed, and the atmosphere was still immersed in the afterglow of tipsiness and music, when King Quellan found Euron. His voice was kept very low, carrying an unquestionable command. "Now, escort your fiancée, Lady Ashura, back to rest. Then, come to me immediately. You are coming with me to a place." Though puzzled, Euron knew well that his father's solemnity at this moment was no ordinary matter. He nodded immediately, walked to Ashura, and gently escorted her back to her brother, Sir Arthur Dane. After a brief farewell, he returned quickly. King Quellan said little more. Signaling Euron to follow, he turned and led his son through corridors where the noise was fading, heading toward a deeper, rarely visited area of Harrenhal. Torchlight in the hallway stretched their shadows long against the ancient, rough stone walls, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Finally, they stopped before a heavy stone door. Two figures stood before the door: King's Guard Sir Oswell Went and the White Bull Sir Gerald Hightower. Like two silent statues, they merely nodded slightly upon seeing King Quellan, saying nothing. King Quellan responded with his eyes, then pushed open the stone door and led Euron inside. Behind the door was a spiraling stone staircase leading downward. The air instantly became cold and damp, lit only by sporadic torches on wall sconces providing faint light. They walked down in silence, arriving at a concealed and solemn stone chamber. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was heavy and grave. Flickering torchlight illuminated several faces that held the power of Westeros. Lord Tywin Lannister sat to one side, his golden lion brooch still cold and eye-catching in the dim light. His expression was calm, as if everything was under control. The host of Harrenhal, Lord Walter Went, stood aside, his face wearing the caution peculiar to a host. Lord Rickard Stark and his young, spirited eldest son Brandon Stark stood in the shadows, northern fortitude carved into their brows. Lord of the Eyrie and Warden of the East, Jon Arryn, was also present. He looked slightly weary, but his gaze remained sharp. Seeing King Quellan enter with Euron, the men only nodded slightly without speaking. The silence itself explained the weight of this meeting. A moment later, the stone door was pushed open again. The Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna Redwine of Highgarden, walked in with her eldest grandson Willis Tyrell. Her worldly shrewdness and Willis's steadiness formed a wondrous complement. Following them was Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun, his steps carrying the steadiness typical of a Riverlands lord. Then came Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, a playful smile on his lips as if this secret gathering was a good show about to open. The last to arrive was Robert Baratheon, bustling and smelling of alcohol and women's perfume. Almost all the most important rulers of the Seven Kingdoms were gathered in this inconspicuous stone chamber at this moment. The stone chamber fell into brief silence, broken only by the crackling of torches. Sitting at the boundary of shadow and light, Lord Tywin Lannister broke the silence first. His voice was steady and cold, devoid of emotion, yet carrying undeniable weight. "Since everyone is here, let us begin." He looked around at every powerful lord present, his gaze like cold gold. "We have all witnessed the condition of our current king, Aerys too." His wording was cautious, but the accusation was incomparably sharp. "His conduct grows increasingly erratic and unrestrained. He spends heavily to keep pyromancers, executing subjects with wildfire at the slightest provocation. Surrounding him are nothing but sycophants and incompetents. He paused briefly, letting the weight of these words press fully on everyone's heart. Endless exorbitant taxes have long caused complaints throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Everyone here must have suffered from them too. Now, what do people call him in private? The Mad King. Immediately, he pivoted to praise, yet it was equally cold and calculated. Whereas Prince Rhaegar is versed in both letters and arms, wise and benevolent. His talent and virtue are obvious to all. He is the one worthy of the Iron Throne, he should be the true monarch of the Seven Kingdoms. Finally, he threw out the ultimate conclusion, clear and decisive. I believe Aerys too is no longer fit to occupy the throne. It is time to invite Prince Rhaegar to replace him. Lord Rickard Stark's face appeared particularly resolute in the firelight. His voice was deep, carrying the sternness unique to Northerners. Lord Tywin speaks the truth. The title of king is not a shield for atrocities. Executing subjects arbitrarily with fire, such cruel and harsh acts have deviated from the way of a monarch. Dorne has no objections. Prince Oberyn Martell leaned lazily against the wall, a playful smile still on his lips, but his tone was very clear. Rhaegar is my sister Elia's husband. This short sentence clearly stated Dorne's position. Lord Hoster Tully rubbed the ring on his finger, displaying the pragmatic considerations of a Riverlands lord. Regardless, Mad King or Rhaegar, the bloodline remains Targaryen. Rhaegar is the rightful heir, what we discuss is merely making the transition of the throne happen a bit earlier. King Quellen's voice was like grinding iron, carrying the directness and interest considerations of the Lord of the Iron Islands. I agree. Increasing the taxes on us vassals for no reason just to support that group of warlocks who only know how to play with wildfire is definitely not the act of a wise king. The Seven Kingdoms need a king who knows better how to manage and win the hearts of the people. Lord Jon Arryn's words were more tactful but equally firm. His Grace King Aerys II's mental state is indeed no longer suitable for managing the realm. For the welfare of the kingdom, asking him to enjoy his old age early might be the more appropriate arrangement. Finally, Robert Baratheon's roar exploded like thunder. His huge fist slammed onto the stone table, grief and hatred intertwining on his young face. Well said. Overthrow him. My parents died under that madman's absurd orders. As soon as his voice fell, the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna Redwine, let out a slight scoff. Her sharp gaze swept over Tywin, her words like poisoned daggers, piercing precisely toward his unspoken intentions. We are certainly aware of the discord between you and the Mad King, Lord Tywin. Especially after he refused the marriage between your daughter Cersei and Prince Rhaegar, and you lost the position of Hand of the King. She leaned forward slightly, her tone carrying unconcealed skepticism. Please do not tell us that your impassioned speech today contains absolutely none of these personal grudges. Lord Tywin Lannister kept his hands steadily crossed in front of him, his face calm as deep well water, responding calmly to Olenna's question. Of course there are personal grudges. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Among everyone present, who does not have grudges against that king? Throughout the Seven Kingdoms, which noble house has not suffered his mistreatment and madness? His gaze turned to Olenna, his tone sharpening a few degrees. If not for Aerys II's indulgence and even incitement, would the conflict between the Iron Islands and the Arbor have developed to such a stage? With old matters brought up again, the Queen of Thorns remained unmoved. Her gaze swept over the crowd, guiding the topic to the core issue of interest. Who sits on the throne is not non-negotiable for Highgarden. But allow me to be blunter doing this, taking such a huge risk, what concrete benefits can we at Highgarden obtain? Tywin's answer was cold and concise, carrying an unquestionable authority. A wise king, a monarch who will no longer levy taxes arbitrarily and tyrannically. This itself is the greatest benefit all subjects including Highgarden can obtain. Lady Olenna pondered for a moment, finally giving a cautious and reserved stance. In that case, Highgarden will not openly oppose this motion. She paused, emphasizing, but nor will we explicitly express approval. Tywin nodded slightly. He seemed to have expected this result and did not force it. At this time, Lord Jonaran pulled the discussion back to the practical level. Then next, how should we act? Tywin had a plan ready, clear, and precise. At this tourney, almost all the prominent nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are gathered at Harrenhal. When the tourney concludes and the crowd has not yet dispersed, we will publicly announce our support for Prince Rhaegar to succeed the throne. Subsequently, his tone held not a ripple, we will simultaneously invite the old King Aerys to Dragonstone, to recuperate in peace. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another, deeming this plan feasible. Just then, Euron, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke up, raising a critical question. About this matter, is Prince Rhaegar himself still unaware? Tywin looked at him, no surprise in his eyes, as if he had long considered this question. When we announce it publicly, he will naturally know. His tone was certain, carrying deep insight into human nature and the desire for power. I believe no one would refuse, becoming the king of the Seven Kingdoms and sitting on that iron throne. Euron said no more. He just nodded gently, retreating once again into the shadows of the stone chamber, maintaining his silence. Read advance chapter in Pat Cave Leather. Game of Thrones, First Blood Royale. Game of Thrones Pirate King. Game of Thrones White Wolf. Game of Thrones, Jon Snow Grind System. Game of Thrones, Slayer System. Game of Thrones, Farming King. Game of Thrones, Unleashing the Fourth Scourge. Game of Thrones, True King. Game of Thrones, I Have a Stardew Valley Panel. Marvel Inventor. Game of Thrones, True Dragon. Game of Thrones, Black Dragon's Second Chance.